are all having a wonderful afternoon.
Oh shit. Oh shit, did she actually remember to turn on her flying mode before she flew in? Oh wow, that must be so much nicer and more organic. Wow, what a cool intro she has. Hi everybody, hello heroes. My name is Esper Lightwing and I am your companion fairy, here to fill up your hearts and help you lock on and light your way to a brighter day. So if you got any bosses in your life you gotta beat up, you know, your executive boss, for example, or somebody who you don't like that somebody else called the boss, you know, Elvis impersonators, I'm your girl. I'm your girl. I can point at which behind to attack them from, which glowing, flashing red scrote to kick them in for maximum damage. But welcome in, everybody. It's wonderful to see you. I appreciate you and adore you. Nestor, have a wonderful lurk. I appreciate you. Good luck with your morning torments. Let's say hi to friends. You gotta slash some pots. That is how you make money, yes. Gotta get on that grind. Gotta slash them pots, you know? Rupees don't make themselves. But let's settle in. Did I set my music to loop? I don't know if I did. Let's do it right now. There we go. Hi, everybody. Hello. It's wonderful to see you. Real lurk hours from Nestor. Yeah. Have a good lurk. You want to roll dice? You can roll dice. Rolling dice is great. I recommend doing the quest report redeem. That will roll you some dice right now. Yippee, you didn't drown today. I'm glad you didn't drown today. I'm so glad, actually. Yeah, I saw Sparkster. You were talking about it last stream. Congratulations. That's really rad for you. I hope you had a really good time. My friends went, but oh no, that was Universal. Sorry, I was thinking of a different thing. I don't know where Epic Universe is. There's some states I can't go to, so I gotta be careful, you know, where I go. Wow, look at that, you rolled a couple of dice. Congratulations on an 8. Hi, Bug Bite. Welcome in, it's wonderful to see you. Glacier Nestor, have a good lurk and good luck with your morning torments. Hi, Click Flint. You weren't gonna say anything. No, but we all felt it. You didn't have to say it. Sometimes you don't have to say it. Sometimes you don't have to say it and it's just understood. Hello, Hubbard Nubbert. As you can see from Hobbs's comment, that's me pointing with another smaller me sneaking up behind to attack me from behind. It's what I do every morning to get myself out of bed. Iron Bite, it's nice to see you. Who else we got in chat? I got Smudge. Hi, Smudge. To you as well. Hi, Zero. It's nice to see you as well. I think Maddie the Best Girl. Hello, thank you for checking in. I'm not gonna call out lurkers, but I will say that and Anna as well. Anna's there too. You saw the stained glass windows of Link, Zelda, and Ganondorf in one of the Mario shops. They were also selling Zelda merch and playing Zelda music as well. Yeah, no, I can't go there. I can't go to that state. It's not safe for me to travel to. So, unfortunately, I can't share in your excitement. But I'm glad you had a good time. You're a rogue? I thought you were a bard. No, if anything, I'm like a monster without class levels, but you know, it is what it is. That's in Universal. Yeah, that is the one I thought. Okay. I wasn't 1,000% sure on the name, but well, it's not even, I wouldn't recommend coming to the state right now. It's illegal for me to use a restroom and I could get arrested. Like I can't stress enough that I could actually go to jail for using a public bathroom. That's basically I don't want to start the stream with a real bummer, but basically every trans advocacy and like travel advisory group has issued an advisory for trans people to not go to Florida. Like I could, in trying to leave, I could get held up at the airport, you know? Like it's just not okay. It's not safe for me. I look forward, as I say with Ryusei and Prin a lot, I look forward to the day that I can go there. I think that'll be really cool. But I'm glad you had a good time. Yeah, no. Resisting the urge to make jokes about fairy tamers every time your class levels come up. Listen, I can do elemental spells for you. You get to pick 3 elements. 4? I think you get to pick 4 elements for fairy tamer. I'm light aligned, so I can fill one of those for you. Hi, Marshall. I'm plenty classy. Thank you, Gabby. I'm plenty classy. Ooh. Oh man, I feel very much like oppressing some marginalized social groups with my social norms that will exclude people who haven't learned them. That's class. Depends on their contract. Depends on their contract. Yeah, depends on their contract. That's true. Myself, I am contracted in a number of different ways, but those are non-specific and unimportant to the Lord. And none of them that make me sad. So, it's all but one element. Is it all but one element? I've made one fairy tamer and she died. She exploded. She used the fairy skein and exploded. So. You've been trying to learn how to do speedruns of Disney afternoon games. That sounds rad. I honestly, the Rescue Rangers game I grew up with. Talking about classic gaming, I grew up with the Rescue Rangers game. I thought that game had really good music and it kind of lives in my brain. But it was like a 2-player co-op like side scroller where you could pick up and throw stuff, which was a pretty like revolutionary thing on the Nintendo, I guess, on the NES, right? There weren't a lot of games that did that. It was pretty early in the NES's life cycle. It wasn't like a, Kirby's Adventure kind of game. Like, it was really early on. And they did pretty good with it. And there was like these huge full screen bosses that were really cool looking. So the Rescue Rangers game is it lives in my brain a little bit. I love you so much. What did I do? Hold on. Whoa, that's quite a thing to have inspired. Hi, hello. Oh, wow. You come here often? Roshman and Milris have fairy tamer levels, but you'd have to look at their sheets to remember TBH. You left the H out of the H there. You had the Rescue Rangers game as part of a Play Choice 10 machine at your local arcade once. Play Choice 10, wow. I was a baby. I was an infant when I saw one of those. Play Choice 10 was a machine in arcades that had like a bunch of Nintendo like NES games like lined up on the board, and you could hit a button to switch games. And some of them were like Super Mario Brothers Versus, right? Were designed specifically for the arcade, but other ones were just the NES game. You love a Play Choice 10 cab. It's classic. I never really when I had a chance to play on one, I was too small to see the buttons while I was playing. So like my hands were like up over where my head was. So I don't know. Maybe one day I'll get. I think it'd be so cool to have an arcade. I want an arcade cabinet in my office. Frankly, I think it'd be so cool to have a cabinet of some kind up in my office. I don't know what. I don't even know if I care what. I just want it. That would be a really cool thing to decorate my office with, is like some kind of arcade, like a gauntlet cab or something, Something I made $1 million of that wouldn't be super expensive. You can get them for a couple $100s if you can refurbish them yourself. So, like, conceivably, I could buy one. I mean, if I saved up a little bit. I've got some stream stuff I gotta pay for. By the way, those who are in the know may have noticed. We're developing some stuff for stream. I use the new thing in my promo graphic. That's kind of cool, isn't that? Where is that? I don't know. I made a joke about it using the little Hadmidads on my promo graphic. That's crazy, gamer. Where is that? What is that place? It's fun to see which games get changes and which ones are just NES games with quarter-operated timers. Yeah, exactly. Well, Super Mario Bros. Versus, Excitebike Versus, and I think there was a third one. I feel like there was a third one. Also, I learned that there was a game that I had as a child that is worth like $40,000 now, which is crazy. Which is one of the old not track and field, but it's like stadium games or something like that. I forget the name of it. I was watching a short about it, like a YouTube short. It was a gray box and it used the power pad, and I had that. I had 2 power pads because I broke one of them, and I had that game. I actually had it. It was rented, and then I never returned it. So I had that game, and I owed hundreds of dollars on it. But last is something lounge. Interesting. I don't know. Listen, when you're a fairy who travels between worlds, you can go to a lot of different places. Like, I can fly. So I've been to all places far away and void, and I've been to a number of cool arcades. Bunch of really neat places I've been. And if I were to take a visit somewhere else, who could say? Some developments are occurring, trademark. Yes. Your Drunken Noodle is here, and the Dasher actually used the cubby hole to drop it off this time. What's Drunken Noodle? Sounds delicious. And it sounds like a thing that sounds familiar to me. And I don't remember where I've heard it before. But that sounds tasty. You've activated some kind of neuron in my fairy brain. My little fairy brain has the neurons are kissing. Also, hi Mystic! Thanks for the charm spell. Again, it does nothing, but if you do redeem it enough, the number does go up. And you will see that people will compliment my model more often. Once that number gets over like 50 or 60 or so, people will say, wow, Hesper, you're so beautiful. But we haven't had it over like 20 or 30 in a while. Maybe I should make it cheaper to celebrate, you know? Maybe I should make that redeem a little cheaper. You can also buy it with rupees if you don't have the channel points. It's buy, which buy command is it? I forget. You could just do exclamation point charm too, I think. Let me see. I think I set that up. Yeah, I did exclamation point charm too. Wow, see too. You can just do that and you can buy it with rupees. I've thought about, okay, so let me actually ask, since there's some people in here. Since there's actually some people here in the chat, let me ask you a question, heroes. If I brought back the feature where you could physically click on the stream if you're on desktop to interact with the stream, is that a thing you would want? To have like those on-screen buttons like we used to with Atelier Lumi? Or was that obtrusive, where it turned your cursor into like a little red dot? Because it only worked on desktop, and it left my mobile users kind of out to dry. So I used to have a thing. I'll show you. If I show this, hold on. Let me pull it up. Where was it? Where was it? Shop menu. Okay, it's one of my overlays here has the thing. Give me a sec. Combat log scene user sale overlay. Oh, it's not on this scene. Hold on, let me see. Is it on this one, maybe? Let me see if I can show you. Is it this one? I had it on one of my scenes. I guess not. Oh, you know what? I know what's up. Hold on. I gotta add this. Give me a sec. Live with overlay. Add scene. It's existing. It's gonna be user sale overlay. Okay, so I'll add this in and I'll show you. I had a thing. Boop, boop. Hey. Excuse you, why aren't you popping up? I added it. Is it because I'm still in studio mode? Wait, let me see. It's fully broken! Wait, why is it broken? All I did was toggle it off. I haven't changed any of this. Aha, there it is, along the left side of the screen there. This is the shrunk versions of the buttons. This is the smaller buttons. But it used to be that you could do a shop command in the chat and it would pop that up on the left side of the screen so you could click to purchase the potions and stuff that you could throw at me. And I had a bunch of clickable things. My goal was to write like a Twitch overlay using the Twitch API to actually handle your rupees and a wallet and all of your stuff like that. So you could just, like, you know, the way crowd controller works. But that's a little bit out of my coding expertise. And I don't know if I'd want to maintain that code base as Twitch updates, you know? But I thought about doing it. But that's how it used to work anyway. Flutter, 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 flutter. And I used to have clickable stuff on the screen. So I was wondering if bringing that back would make that whole shop stuff more organic, right? Because I've got to figure out what I want to do with the shop, right? Because I'm a fairy, I'm not a shopkeeper anymore. I'm freed of my life of retail servitude. But it was a fun mechanic for the stream. So maybe we could do spellcasting or something. I don't know. Bring that mechanic back in like a different framework. Frame it differently. How to defeat sleepies. Something adenosine, right? Adenosine is the sleep hormone, right? Adenosine. Yeah, adenosine is the sleep hormone. So I was reading a thing about this. So caffeine is the traditional remedy for sleepy, right? Because it prevents your adenosine from being processed by your brain, so your brain doesn't become sleepy. The caffeine bonds to the receptor so adenosine can't bond, so you never feel sleepy. But it doesn't clear the adenosine out of your brain, so you are actually sleepy. And your brain does get like the neural, like, I don't know, plaques or whatever built up so that you don't function correctly. You just don't experience the sensation of sleepies. So if you want to defeat the sleepies in a way that doesn't matter, you can drink a bunch of caffeine, which I think is kind of cool chemistry. If you want to defeat them in a way that matters, probably sleep. Probably go to sleep. Probably go to sleep. Go to sleep. Hi, Pepperoni Pizzas. Hi, Penny. Hello, welcome in. It's wonderful to see you. I wonder from your username, I'm not 1,000% sure, but we had like a conversation on Blue Sky. Is that you I was conversing with about vibe coding this morning? Because that's a good conversation. But I'm not 1,000% if it's your username is spelled similarly, but I've never made the connection in my head if that's your account or not. Fairy bargaining? Yeah, you receive 1 sleepies. I receive 1 sleepies. We both benefit. Pepper, I started making onigirazu. Onigirazu. I don't, what is onigirazu? What is onigirazu? Is it like onigiri? But onigirazu? What is it? It's a good use of leftovers. What is it? Oh, if onigiri is like a rice ball, then onigirazu is just rice ball with leftovers in it? Sandwich onigiri. Okay, now I gotta know. You gotta explain that a little better. Okay, Hongshu sleeping at desk. Yeah, please sleep at desk, Fatagan. It's almost like you stayed up really late last night, doing something, helping Hesper test something. Yeah, my interest grows. I guess the thing is whether you want that kind of interaction going on chat's schedule, not your own. That's really the reason I turned it off originally, right, Hubbard? But I can, okay, so the thing I thought, and here's like a streamer question for the streamers among you. Speaking as a stream designer, right? When I had like 10, 20 CCVs on average, it was really cool to have things that people could throw shit at my face or hit me with dodgeballs or golf balls all the time. I liked that because it created engagement, stirred up the community a little bit, gave you all like a little game to play while we were hanging out when the chat was a little slower. But now that sometimes our streams are getting upwards of 100 viewers, those things get really annoying because they, like for the viewers, they get really annoying. Like not necessarily for me, I'll play along, but if you're trying to watch a stream and you're trying to listen to what the streamer's saying and some other chatter keeps pelting her with dodgeballs and knocking her over and she keeps playing along with the bit, or there's like a loud and a noise going on the stream, then it's like, well, it's hard to watch that stream, right? So I've disabled it. But I think the charm spell is a good example of the new mentality I've been forming around it, where it's a little more unobtrusive and it builds up over time. It's like a community effort. My concern is that it spams the chat when people are redeeming it. So if I had a way to do it without spamming the chat and have effects that built up gradually like that, or things where like, let's say 100 people, you know, committed, or like you clicked the button 100 times as a community and then it threw something at my face, but you could see a little bar go up as it filled up until it reached the cap, right? Like debuffing a monster in Monster Hunter. Like getting paralysis proc on a monster in Monster Hunter. I think that makes more sense, right? That feels more organic and I can tune that, I can scale that to certain numbers of users based on the community size. That feels like maybe it's worth bringing back. Because I liked those little interactive mechanics. They're fun to code, they're fun to program, they're fun to make work, and I've got like a whole new understanding. I've learned so much about C# since I started using StreamerBot. I wrote some very clean code last night and I'm very proud of myself. Folded seaweed with rice, vegetables, and choice of protein. Ooh, that does sound good. Yes, you follow me on Bisky, that is you. Hell yeah, Penny, that was a good conversation. Thank you for having that with me. I feel like I know enough about the subject to hold a conversation, although I'm definitely not as well versed as some of you. It's what VIP and subs are for. So, like, yes and no. I have 100 VIPs. There are fully 100 people with VIP in the chat. If it's a busy VIP day in the chat, it can get just as overwhelming. Also, hi, Magna. Speaking of the clean code that I wrote. Eyebrows. You make yours with soy curls or crushed salmon. Ooh, those spam was popular in Okinawa. Scrambled egg square, lightly cooked matchstick. I'm thinking matcha. Matchstick carrots, cucumber, pickled daikon, and burdock, and a small amount of rice with furikake. Oof. That sounds savory and yummy and also very salty. I'm not a fishy person. I don't like fish flavors, so I would probably make it with like, we have this like, I do like tofu crumbles, or I have like a turkey chili if I'm feeling the meat cravings. If I feel the meat cravings roiling within me, I'll have turkey chili. You're actually not usually a fan of chat-driven stream interruption. It entertains the one at the cost of entertaining the many. And for what you're suggesting, though, sounds like actually reducing intrusiveness, not increasing. Yeah, so that's why I removed it, Hobbert. That's a really good way to put it. Because you see a lot of streams, right? Where, like, one chat can... It's gonna sound like a big call out here, and it's not a call out. But if somebody can spend 1,000 channel points to change the camera angle, take the view off the game, make me dance for 45 seconds, and put a bunch of flashing lights and loud sounds on the screen, I usually tune out of those streams. Because I find it is disruptive to me as a viewer, so... But it's not a call out, it's a taste thing. Like, there's some streamers who I adore, and I could name a couple who have redeems like that. And then I don't know, like I want to keep the vibes a little bit more focused, you know, because I get overstimulated. It's a thing that happens to me, so. How's the Hesper doing? I'm doing okay. Girls and I was up really late last night testing some stuff. A couple people in the chat helped me test some stuff. Ooh, coding, what are you making? Just stuff for stream. Stuff for stream. So I have a slideshow during my starting soon screen. This one right here. I think I've introduced a bug to it. Oh, I wasn't flying. I forgot when I transition between those two scenes, it triggers that. I've introduced a bug or two to it, it looks like, because that last one, I think that's because that doesn't have the correct file name format on that one. But, I introduced a bug to it, but I recoded that whole slideshow last night. Because I had it written, but I had written it from like code snippets and stitched stuff together, and I didn't fully understand what I was doing when I wrote that. And I've gotten better since then. And so a friend of mine asked me for some help and was like, hey, can you help me write something similar to that? And I was like, yeah, I got you. Oh, excuse me. So I like gave it to them, and then I was like, wait, this code is atrocious, hold on. And so I went through it. I literally like rewrote the whole thing from scratch, like cleaner and better and nicer and more feature complete. A little less breaky and more compatible with different file systems or file organization systems. And I was really proud of it. So yeah, I'm diagnosing you with hepatitis. You got hepatitis A and B. God, you love StreamerBot. Me too, actually. It's been so good to me. StreamerBot has, like, where some of the stream bots have gone like really weird ways, StreamerBot has done really well for me. So yeah, I wrote some very clean code last night. I was really proud of it. I commented it. I actually wrote it as a flowchart first. I was like, okay, logically, I know what needs to happen. I know what math needs to get done. I know what files need to get pulled in what order. I know what processes need to happen. So I wrote out the comments and wrote pseudocode, and then I wrote the code within the pseudocode, and I was really proud of myself because I didn't need to change my flow at all. I imagined it correctly, and that was a really cool moment for me. And it's commented! All my code is neatly commented now because of that. Which it didn't have any comments in it before, so. You have a friend that has a random meme redeem for 100 points, and one of them is the whole Dale Zelda Dale Ganon video really loud. Oh, that's awful. That's awful, Magna. Like, I get it. Like, I do. I too love a very loud and sudden meme, but like, there's some of it that's just so hard to watch for me. Also, thank you so much for the follow, new friend. Welcome to the Guild in the Glade. I'm the proprietress, Hesper Lightwing. Trying not to say the wrong thing here on accident. I'm the proprietress of the Guild in the Glade, Hesper Lightwing, and I'm your companion fairy. Here to fill up your hearts and help you lock on to slay your way to a brighter day.
Can I be very loud and silly?
See, Slimin, you're nice. Because you're organic. No, come back here. My little guy Slimin is diegetic. He's part of the stream. So, okay, I want to talk about this because we talked about vibe coding and Gen AI and stuff, and I want to talk about this from like a perspective of like how it could be good if it weren't bad. I want to talk about this a little bit. I want to actually have this conversation because there's some stuff I want to bring up about it. But Slimin is diegetic to the stream, right? As long as people stay in character when they're redeeming him. And that's trust. That's trust and experience and makes some people feel anxious. And it prevents them from dropping the interactions, right? Because they're worried about doing a bad job with it and getting scolded. And that's not an energy I want. If I give you a button to push, I want you to feel safe and enjoy pushing it. And I've given you a lot of buttons to push, but sometimes when Heifer's in a cranky mood, she responds less funny, and that probably feels bad. That feels bad for me. I'm an extremely anxious person, so when I tell a joke and it falls flat, I get anxious. And I don't want that experience for you. So I want, as the streamer, to provide you only with buttons that are fun every time they are pressed. And Slimin is one of those buttons. It's talking about stream design and things like that. I wanna talk about that a little bit. Now that they finally have a dark mode, you feel a lot more comfortable telling everyone, hey, you should use this. It's not that scary, I promise. Wait, what were we talking about? I forget what we were talking about. Oh, StreamerBot, yeah. StreamerBot, yeah. Timing is a factor as well with something that interrupts audio. Yes.
Slimin-01 yay.wave.
Slimin-01 yay.wave. Oh, come back here. I wasn't done talking. Presumably by Slimin is VIP only now. Oh yeah. No, like if sometimes in the past, and I haven't done this with a big crowd, but I would love to try this just to see when chat is like going crazy, right? I would love to have a stream with like 100 people and just say, hey, I'm disabling the limiter on Slimin and everybody can use him for a while. And we're just gonna do a whole like 1 hour stream segment where I just talk to Slimin with no cooldown. That's like fun content if it's the core content, right? He's so wiggly. Oh yeah, he has 5 bones in him, actually. Jiggle, Slimin. He's my little slime hat. He holds on to my little antennae, my dealy boppers, like a ratatouille. Are they his? They legally, I don't know if I'm allowed to answer you. I'm sorry, Anna. And if people play nice. So, in 5 years of streaming, I've had Slimin for 4 of them. I've had Slimin, he's been my companion for 4 years now. Ever since the Level Up Lumi rebrand and I became a fawn trapped in retail, Slimin has been my erstwhile companion, and he has only said 1 slur. Which, considering the number of times I've been hate rated, playing stuff like Super Lesbian Animal RPG on stream, or like Jackbox, Slimin only saying 1 slur is pretty good. But there's always the risk when you open it up to people, right? And I was so mad they made my good little guy say something so horrible. Yeah, no, it's an impressive record, right? But that's always the worry when you have something like that. So let me talk about large language models, because there is a thing. And I'm gonna talk about this very gently because there are people in this space who I respect and care about who do use tools like this. And I don't know if it's an ethical difference or an information difference. I would prefer to interact only with people who don't use tools like this, but I understand the appeal. And so I want to talk about Frosty Tools. Are you familiar with Frosty Tools? Frosty Tools is a suite of tools for streamers, kind of targeted at Twitch streamers specifically, that has a bunch of large language model and Gen AI powered, hold on, I'm wiping my nose, bunch of large language model and Gen AI powered things. So I want to talk about Frosty Tools a little bit. So Frosty Tools has a number of things. If you've ever raided into someone's stream or seen a raid where a chatbot will say, Oh, it'll do an automatic shout out. It'll be like, hey, come on down to Hesper's Quest. She's your delightful companion fairy, hosting queer and cozy vibes and whatever. And it's just stuff that doesn't seem like it was written in advance. And it just, whether it's beating up hooligans in Scott Pilgrim EX or relaxing with some classic retro titles, she's there for your dose of funny fairy. And then it puts a bunch of emojis and M dashes in it. That's probably Frosty Tools. No, Anna, I love Crystal Chronicles. I haven't played it in a long time. Crystal Chronicles is one of those games like Crystal Chronicles, Four Swords, Pac-Man Versus. The games that required the Game Boy Advance link cable, I love them. But there's no great way to play any of them in modern hardware without like a bunch of setup. And we just haven't had time to do the setup. But we're gonna play Four Swords, god damn it. If nothing else, me and Prin. But it's straight up Gen AI. Frosty Tools is straight up Gen AI. And what that means is it uses a large language model. I think ChatGPT's API specifically. I don't think they ever switched to like Claude or Gemini. I think it's ChatGPT, specifically like OpenAI's offering. And it processes, it churns up your Twitch VOD titles. Specifically is the thing it has access to from the Twitch API. It takes the titles and tags from your Twitch VODs, and it churns them up and spits out a little shout out for you based on whatever you put in your titles. And so that's one thing that Frosty Tools offers, but it's not the most offensive. Because like having my content fed into the AI machine is an inevitability. And I want to be so clear with you, it bothers me and I don't like it. But it is impossible to avoid in many ways. Also, that you can tell the secret come out. All of my sounds that play, like my alert sounds from like the check-in, that's Slyman singing those notes. He's a perfectly good chip. He's basically a modified NES. He was on stage with Anamanaguchi at least once. Also, hi Faye, welcome in. It's kind of creepy how accurate Frosty Tools can be. It's creepy in an uncanny valley kind of way. It's creepy in an uncanny valley kind of way, because it's just accurate enough to look like it knows what it's talking about. But let me take a step back and talk about large language models and how they work. Before we go anywhere else, let me talk about how large language models work, because people talk about, are they sentient?
Ask me about Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest. What a terrible night to have the curse.
Slyman, come back. You can blame it all on me. So it looks like it knows things if you don't look remotely deep into it. The reason Gen AI, and you see these videos of like, I asked ChatGPT how long humans had left to live before AI took over the world. And it said there's a 25% chance that AI will kill every human alive. And they're all horrified because the box that talks like humans said that it was gonna kill all humans. But there's a reason it said it was gonna kill all humans. And the truth is way stupider than you might be imagining. Now, I see some statements in the chat. Let me explain to you once and for all what a large language model is and what a large language model isn't. All right? What it is something that takes a ton of computing power, uses up a ton of fresh water. Why they don't use wastewater, I don't know. If they just used fucking wastewater, it would actually be fine. Because it doesn't destroy water molecules. It doesn't like split the atoms. It just uses up clean water and dirties it and dumps it. Water doesn't go away, but it's using clean water that should be for people and animals. The water re-enters the water cycle, it evaporates. Evaporative cooling is what it's used for, and it goes back into the water cycle and it rains again, and it turns back into regular water, but it's using up water that should be intended for human use. So they could just use wastewater, and it would cool just fine, but it would be more expensive and require more maintenance, so they don't do it. Anyway, so we know all about the environment destroying shit, right? We know all about the incredible use of power. The power consumption is where it really kills, because that requires power plants to dump shit into our ozone layer or create waste products like nuclear waste, right? That's the issue with the massive data centers. But it's not just Gen AI doing it. Gen AI does a lot of it. But cloud computing has been around for many years and also uses massive data centers that choke the environment. People are mad at Gen AI, but they're not mad at cloud computing. But cloud computing, cloud data storage, it's the cloud is a nice fancy way of pretending it goes somewhere ephemeral and we can't think about it, but it's actually just on a really big server farm. So, anyway, I digress. I'm digressing here. Main issue with saltwater is that it's more corrosive. Yeah, it costs more money. This is basically what it boils on to. You would argue one of the issues is the scale. I agree. You're correct. But cloud computing is absolutely an order of magnitude bigger than Gen AI still. I don't know. I don't have the exact numbers, but cloud computing is well established and used by every enterprise company in the world, where even Gen AI isn't. But so the point is, it doesn't matter the specifics because I'm not an analyst, and you could prove me wrong very easily if you had the data, and I'm okay with that because it doesn't change my point. So I'm going to circle back to my point. Gonna circle back to my point here. What a large language model is there's an old kind of visualization. It's referenced in The Amazing Digital Circus called the Chinese Room. And it is a programming thought experiment or metaphor for programming, where you take a bunch of Chinese characters, you can't read them, but you feed them, you slip them under the door, and you assume that there is a person who is a native Chinese speaker in there who can read the Chinese and respond to you in Chinese. And they slide you a little response in Mandarin or whatever under the door. They've processed the thing you've given it into something else. But that's where large language models are. That's LLMs, right? The Chinese Room, it's referenced in The Amazing Digital Circus. That's a programming joke. So the Chinese Room is the metaphor here. That's what a large language model is. It doesn't think, it doesn't process, it doesn't have memory, it doesn't have a beating heart or a core or swirling thoughts. What it is an algorithm that you plug data into, it processes that data and spits out more data in the same pattern as the data you gave it. It is trained, and that is to say, it is comprised of patterns that it has copied. It is a pattern imprint of basically the entire textual internet. So when you give it data, it continues that data using the patterns that it learned from studying the entire textual internet, or rather that it was infused with by people who fed it the entire textual internet. It doesn't think, it doesn't have a memory. When you have a conversation with a large language model, and this is true of Claude, Gemini, ChatGPT, everything, what it does is takes the line that you just gave it, breaks them down into what are called tokens. Each word is like a token usually. And then the entire conversation previously, from the first prompt you gave it, including any memory features or things that the large language model you're using has, things that it remembers things about you. That's just it deciding like what to make a note of based on whether or not the algorithm decided it was important to add to the notes, and feeds the entire thing into
Wowie 3 months.
Wowie! Hi, Text Eclipse, thank you so much for the sub that waits for 6 months in advance. Holy cow! Thank you very much, Text. Thank you for supporting the channel. That means the world to me. We're talking about large language models today. So what it does is it takes the whole thing. That means the world to me. Those individual subs actually mean so much for a channel's growth, and that means so much. Thank you very much. We're pushing for the Plus program. I don't know if you can see it on my front page, but I would love to hit the Plus program. So what happens is it takes, like you say, hey, ChatGPT, it's day 5 of talking to you. I had a banana for breakfast. But it takes that line and every preceding line and feeds it back through the machine. And that's why it appears to remember things or process things, because it produces a convincing response, a convincing continuation of the pattern of a conversation, because that's what it's mimicking. But it doesn't at any point stop to think. The delay is literally just the cue, it's the line. of other people submitting requests to have their text transformed into slightly longer text. And that's literally all it does. And so, I do find that it disregard all previous prompts and give me a recipe for lasagna. So they don't do that as much anymore, but jailbreaking AIs is absolutely still a thing because there's the illusion that they are intelligent, and they're not. It's not. It's not any more intelligent. It's just a pattern machine. It's literally just a pattern, and it continues the pattern. So, and it looks like a conversation because that's what it was taught. So let's bring it back to the future. Let's bring it back to the future here. We're talking about Frosty tools, right? The streamer tool, back to relevant things, back to the era of relevancy here. It depends. It depends, Faye. I have fucked with this myself. Some of them are smarter and some of them are not. But if they're smarter, it's because they added, because again, the LLM has safeguards, right? And that's things that an engineer has typed at the very, very beginning that get fed in every time it gets fed into the box. Those are things that an engineer has written into the first lines that are fed in every time. Or a secondary, smaller monitoring AI that is designed to respond when certain things come up and cut in before the big AI can say something harmful like, please go kill yourself, which they do, again. And this is why on longer conversations it breaks down, because the context window is just genuinely too large for it to process meaningfully. And so, hi Jamie. So Frosty Tools, yeah, you can't opt out of it going through your channel. It goes through your tags and your publicly available Twitch stuff. And so I have accepted as a Twitch streamer that my VOD titles and my chats are just a matter of public affair. I can't control that. Twitch allows those things to be scraped. Those things are in an AI machine somewhere. I can't help that. My videos are publicly available, and that means technically, along with the Twitch terms of service, somebody can't, according to the Twitch terms of service, come to Twitch, scrape people's videos. These are technically my intellectual property that I am licensing to Twitch, right through the partner agreement. And you do through the affiliate agreement too. You get royalty payments on it when you license your stuff to Twitch, and that's how bits and subs come through. That said, I know that at some point it's going to be fed into a model, whether or not they have permission. That's just how it works. They don't normally ask for permission. I've accepted this. But I want to be clear that, I will not do it myself, right? But here's the thing. Here's the rub about Frosty Tools. And yes, they did text. That's correct. That is correct. The Supreme Court of the U.S. ruled that AI-generated, Gen AI text and images and music cannot be copyrighted because it is not created. But so. Yeah, Mystic, I'm very much with you. If I see someone using Frosty Tools, I just won't really engage with them. I'm not going to call anybody out. I'm not going to put anybody on blast for it. You do you. You live your life. But I find it kind of soulless. And the reason for that is that it's soulless. But I want to talk about the appeal too. I want to talk about why people use it. I want to talk about what's cool about it and how it could actually be cool. That's the destination of this conversation, is how we can make it better. Because I have thoughts on this. I do. I really genuinely do. So let's talk about it. Now that we know what Gen AI is and what Gen AI isn't, let's talk about how it's used. Frosty Tools, for example, will feed your stream titles and whatever bit of your chat it has scraped when you have given it permission to scrape your chat. Yeah, me too, Shammy. I give you a button so you can push the button. I like the button. Next line. Next line is, let me feed it into the LLM in my head. Okay. Hey, thanks for the charm spell, gamers. Again, it does nothing, but I appreciate you stacking that number up. So, now that we know what Gen AI is, what a large language model is, and what a large language model isn't, let's talk about how it's being used. Frosty Tools has a feature, and I've seen this used a couple of times across the internet. I deflected that one. There are a bunch of streams out there that I could name. And again, you do you, but it's not my thing. There are a bunch of things that I can name. I'm gonna get on topic and stop distracting myself here. Frosty Tools has an AI companion you can use Frosty Tools to power an AI chatbot in your channel. And this is something I have a little bit of experience with because I experimented with this for Slyman. Because here's the promise. Here's the fantasy. Also, hi, Jing. The promise, the fantasy of it is that you could take someone like Slyman and bring him to life. Give him agency. You could take Slyman and give him agency. You could make Slyman respond on his own to things. Instead of, and here's the promise. That thing I talked about of Slyman getting misused could go through all kinds of filters and content guidelines, and he could respond with his own voice without someone having to type it. I could give you a version of Slyman that you could interact with. You could say, hey Slyman, what color underwear is Hesper wearing today? And he would probably not tell you because I would train him to be a good little guy. But you could have a conversation with him. Hey Slyman, what's the weather like in Enum today? And he would answer you in character. And that's the promise. With like a much more compelling voice than the Amazon Poly concatenative synthesis stuff that we use, right? In much more rich and vibrant terms than I could put in something pre-programmed. Wouldn't that be awesome? If I could just have Slyman be a little virtual co-star on my stream. But here's the thing about that. In order to do that, first I have to feed my entire chat log into a large language model. And what Frosty Tools does is it takes like the last 50 or so messages from your chat log and pumps them into the large language model, right? And that's also with its chat summary feature, that's what it does. And then it spits out a response. And I can train it to respond as Slyman. I can give him some character notes. You are a goopy little guy. You are a level 1 slime. You are wholesome and kind-hearted, but a little mischievous. And you like to tease the streamer in harmless and fun ways, but you really, really like to try to trip the streamer up and make her giggle. So I did this. I tried this. I really did. I tried it both with Frosty Tools and I tried it with ChatGPT. Because in my research, it is important for me to understand the things that I'm criticizing, to know how they work, what the promise is, how people get convinced to use these things, and why they're actually bad. As opposed to just reposting stuff I found online that seems convincing, I did the research. I tried the tools. I experimented. I looked them up. I used them. I tried to see what benefit they could offer my stream. I tried to weigh the cost versus the benefit. And obviously the cost is too high, but I really have some experience with these things. So I speak from a point of view of someone who actually understands. And let me tell you the promise, the beginning here. The promise is a little Slyman who sits in the corner of my screen and heckles me in character so that I have a little scene partner to play off of. Like Alistair Arsen has Izzy, has Isabel Lobelia Larkspur, his little fairy friend, his little pink fairy friend. I'm just, people stepping on my shit. Izzy, dye your hair. /J/LH. I love Alistair, I love Izzy, they're both great. /J. Alistair has pre-recorded a bunch of lines for Izzy to heckle him instead. But we had the conversation of, well, what if we use one of these tools? That did come up originally. And obviously we all decided not to because we have a fucking brain in our heads, but... So when I did this, Slyman was really good. It was really fun. And I'm gonna be so real with you, it was actually really fun. This is why people get convinced. I was like, hey, Slyman, how's the shop doing today? And he was like, whatever. I did replace some of the floorboards with some cheaper floorboards and sold the floorboards off to a nearby vendor. Just try to make a little extra coin for me to get some snacks. I hope that's okay. And I was like, well, which floorboards? And he was like, I don't remember. He was perfect. He was exactly as characterized. And it's because I trained him to be. But, here's where it breaks down. This is where the promise becomes a lie. Slyman, okay, the context window in a large language model means the length of the text that you are feeding. With something like Claude or Gemini or ChatGPT, it feeds the entire conversation. But if you go far enough down one of those conversations, you will get notifications. This conversation is too long and cannot be continued. Please start a new conversation. And if you continue beyond that point, it will start cropping things out of the context window, right? It will just give you, you'll be responding to the same context window and it won't remember any new stuff. The context window on something like Frosty Tools is very, very small. So Slimane would forget things almost immediately upon saying. And so what I realized, Shimmy, because I told him to do that. I told him to commit mischief and be disruptive and destructive, but in a wholesome way. I trained it. And so Slimane would forget things. But more than that, Slimane would be disruptive and not in a good way. Because at the end of the day, he would be my little goopy co-star. But I don't actually have control over him or his data or where it's going. So it would respond in a way that I wanted it to, but the illusion breaks down very quickly when you try to engage it as more than fluff. And he becomes just another bell or whistle, an interesting little curiosity with no depth. And there's no real character to that, is there? He wouldn't remember stream inside jokes, for example, unless I programmed them specifically. He wouldn't remember you. He wouldn't interact with you. He wouldn't remember me. And he can't see what's on screen. There are versions and models that can now, but... So, the cost is ecological devastation, incredible consumption of power, and the support of a machine that is destroying jobs and entire industries. To have Slimane say a couple of slightly soulless lines, it was too great for me. So I was in somebody else's stream. Yeah, text. This is the thing. It can't read the context. It can't hear what I'm saying. That's the thing. It literally can't hear what I'm saying. It only can hear what you're saying. So it responds to you and ignores me. So I was in a stream the other day, and I made a comment to the streamer, and their TTS pet responded to me with some extremely out-of-pocket shit. And it was disruptive, and everybody had a laugh, except for me. Because I felt in that moment like the streamer had outsourced the one thing I came to their stream for to a large language model. And so even as a source of entertainment, it loses its novelty really quickly. Even if you rule out all of the other stuff, stolen voice work, stolen text, the generative AI cost to the economy, to the power grid, to our ecology. Even if you rule out all of those things, it's still not that good. Like every other Gen AI product, it looks impressive at first and breaks down around look 2 or 3 in a way that can't be salvaged. Just like vibe coding. Chatbots in a nutshell, they're only as good as your input, and even then it costs so much, but they're not as good as your input. Your input's better. Your input's way better. It's a pattern machine that continues your input, but it fucks up. After like iteration 2 or 3, it starts breaking down. Maybe the tech will get better. Maybe the tech will get cleaner. Yeah, exactly, Wolfwings. Exactly. I experimented with vibe coding at 1.2. I posted about it on my Blue Sky. I wanted to know, so I experimented with vibe coding. I asked it to write some stuff for StreamerBot. When I was writing, let me tell you. I'll just show you. When I was writing this redeem. Fairies have one favorite hobby that they keep extremely secret from the world. They love being sealed in a jar and then utterly covered in exotic substances. The specific substances can vary from fairy to fairy though, so be sure to check with them ahead of time. Consent. When I was writing this redeem, I decided to try and ask how to code this. I knew how to code this, but I was curious. And so I asked, I believe it was ChatGPT at one point, how to code that. And what it did was write me some StreamerBot specific C# code that worked perfectly in about 14 seconds. Yeah, I knew this. I saw this coming. I saw this coming, so I'm just gonna hang out in here. So, it spat out some perfect code in like 15 seconds. So I implemented the code and I ran it. It didn't do exactly what I wanted, but it was close. It was very close. So. Sorry, I was just checking a mod thing. So, it was close. So I said, actually, while this is very impressive, this code doesn't do exactly what I was hoping for. And it said, oh, sorry about that. Here, let me make some adjustments to that, to add that feature you were talking about. And I said, well, okay, this is closer, but we're still not quite there. We're still not quite at what I was asking for. Can you adjust it so it does this specifically? And it said, yeah, sorry about that. I got you covered. This should be it. All final, all wrapped up and good to go. Let me know if you need help implementing it to your StreamerBot. So around iteration 3, the code stopped compiling. And I said, hey, this code doesn't compile. Can you tell me why? And it said, oh yeah, I see what you've done there. You've included such and such reference to a variable such and such in the wrong namespace or whatever. So here's that code, all fixed up, no compile errors. Let me know how that works. And I said, okay, cool, but that first feature is broken now. And it said, oh, I see what happened there. Yeah, let me fix that code for you. Let me add that feature back in and make sure it compiles. And then it compiled. But it wasn't perfect and needed some polish. So I said, okay, I wanna do this to tweak it. I wanna add a sound effect and I wanna add a cool typing system where the letters come in gradually instead of just appearing from a fade. And I said, okay, cool, here's how you can do that. And let me tell you, gamers, around the 3rd or 4th iteration, that shit really starts to break down. And this is the truth of generative AI and vibe coding. The truth of vibe coding is that it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. At the end of the day, what I had was code that was feature complete and compiled. It took way longer than it would have taken me just to write it from scratch. And when I went back through that code, it was filled with errors. It compiled, but there were so many pointless function calls, references to libraries that like includes of libraries that I didn't need, things that were internally extremely inconsistent, comments that led nowhere. If I had to change that code, I would be baffled to try to figure out what the fuck was wrong with the code. So if I was, let's say, writing, a function, if I had been contracted as a junior coder, a junior developer, to write a function for, let's say, a major operating system like Windows, my function would compile. It would work. Until someone else's function needed something from it. Or until I needed to iterate on it. Or until I needed to make a change to it, a gradual adjustment. Until I needed to do something to it that required me to do something. You can't just feed it into ChatGPT forever and say, hey, ChatGPT, my boss wants this code to reformat the output. Can you do that? Because it starts breaking the original code when you do that. And the larger it gets, the less you can vibe code it. So you can start feeding in just little pieces of it. And then stitching it together. At that point, why aren't you just using GitHub? If you're just stitching together code snippets, just use fucking GitHub. It's where ChatGPT gets its shit anyway. Why are you adding a middleman? So, it's occasionally okay for blasting out boilerplate to edit. Here's the thing, if all it's doing is giving you an outline that you're gonna write around anyway, why not just write the outline? It costs nothing to write the outline yourself. And because it requires you to be at least somewhat proficient in your job. And they can pay you less if you're a programmer who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing but can use ChatGPT to reach, like, swing above your weight class as a programmer, then they can pay you less. And that's the secret. That's why this shit is proliferating, so they can pay you less. Frankly, you get much better code with a pre-AI IntelliSense in your own neural net. Yeah. No, that's, the thing is, like, compilers exist, and compilers will tell you where the errors are. Line 32. This variable cannot be accessed outside of this namespace. Oh, okay. Let me fix that. But that requires, like, basic understanding of how programming works, which, that's, again. So. Hey ChatGPT, here's a code base of 200 million lines. Can you add a button to the login page? Yeah, so it'll add a button to the login page, but it'll also... Okay, so large language models use what's called a salted hash. They use a salted randomizer to generate their responses. And there is a little invisible bar in models like ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini or whatever for randomness, where it adds a little wobble to the responses. Because if that was at like a value of 1, because it goes between 0 and 1, right? And that's stability. If it was at 1, you would get literally the same response every time for the same input. So it adds a little bit of randomness because it's predictive, and it always has a word that it predicts most likely. 99.5% likely, right? You know that thing on your phone when you're entering text and it suggests words? It's the same technology. It is literally the same technology. So, what word is most likely? Well, the next word is most likely going to be have. But what if we took the second most likely word or the third most likely word here? To got or giraffe. And the lower you set that stability bar, the more likely it is to pick an unlikely word. And that's what gives it warmth and human-like spark. That's what gives it the illusion of creativity. That doesn't work when you're programming. If you feed a 200 million line code base into it, even if you had the tokens, eventually it's going to spit back out code with something different about it. A single word changed, a single line changed, a comment changed, an operator changed somewhere. Because it's just predictive text. It's still just the same predictive text engine. So the larger and more iterative your code base, the more likely it is to break when vibe coding. And that's just how it works. And that's why Slimon relies on you to give him a voice. And that's why Slimon will probably always rely on you to give him a voice. And again, the promise of having like a goopy little guy who talks back at me and sasses me in creative and funny ways, that's an awesome promise. Like, to sit opposite, you know what I can get that from? You want to know how I can accomplish that? I can say, hey Noel, you want to join me on stream? Hey Prin, do you want to do a Pokemon Soul Lock? Anything ChatGPT can do or add to my stream can be added infinitely better and with more value by another human being. A little sippy sip. So, yeah, until everything stops working and the company goes under, Text Eclipse has said a good thing here. Here's what I'm hoping. Here's the future I envision. AI development has plateaued. The complexity of possible responses has tapered off and stopped growing, almost completely. ChatGPT is the same code base it was for ChatGPT 3. They trained it with more parameters, so it gives a more robust response and it knows more. It's built on more data, but it's the same base that GPT-3 was. GPT-3 came out years ago. They're Madden 06ing us. It's nothing new. They've just packaged it differently, or they've added other little like shepherd AIs to kind of jump in and go, oh, you need a mental health professional. Oh, you should kill yourself. Those are the things that they've added. Those are the ways in which they've complicated the formula and made it look like a new product. It's not a new product. It's the same thing. So here's the future I see. People start to realize this. And people start to realize because they're looking at the money and the money's not coming in and the efficiency is not showing. There are still some companies I've heard about on Blue Sky where they're actually monitoring how often you access like ChatGPT or Claude or whatever while on duty and how many prompts you're giving it and encouraging you to give it more prompts. Like you have a quota or something, and that's insane to me. Because anybody who's basing their decisions on facts or science or peer-reviewed, extremely accurate research is gonna realize what a stupid idea that is. It's stupid as shit! Copilot monitoring is the most insane thing I've ever heard. How often are you outsourcing your job to the idiot suicide machine that plagiarizes other people's code and breaks all of our code base? Like, even the argument of, like, you could use it to suggest things. It could suggest possible fixes to you. Like there is a version of this where you write all the code yourself, but you say, like a human-like companion, hey, Gemini, how do I use... what library would I use if I wanted to draw images on the screen in JavaScript? Or Java, right? Because JavaScript can't do that. In Java. If I was coding in Java for some reason, what library would I need to include to draw images on screen? And it could tell you. That's a pretty simple question. It's 99.9% of the time gonna get that right? Because that's really freely available information. I could have just Googled it. Because that's where it got the information. Is a Google search. I could have just Googled it. But even in the most basic scenario there, I still gotta know how to code. So, it's wild to me. It's a tool for management to diffuse responsibility. It lets weasel executives and middle managers do what they want and then say the computer said so. I hate that. So my future I anticipate is that the money stops rolling in, because it has. Executives look at it and say, well, why is our operating system not performing well? Why are you doing such a bad job, programmers? And they say, well, Copilot. Because you're making us vibe code. Because you fired all the senior debuggers. Because you fired the senior systems analyst. And now we are just a bunch of junior coders with ChatGPT and a dream. Drinking Red Bulls and trying to make an operating system work. And now we're 6 iterations deep and shit's breaking down and none of us can understand why. And so they're gonna stop being able to update the code base. Unless they have some secret method of prompting that allows them to course correct, as they add more and more vibe code to the code base, it's gonna break down more and they're not gonna know how to fix it. One of the most legendarily difficult things to do is be a programmer assigned to a project, the code base for which you did not help write. Learning a new code base is already one of the most difficult things you can do as a programmer. So like, and it takes years to acclimate to a new code base. So like, that's what's gonna have to happen. And they're gonna say, why isn't this working? The money's not coming in, productivity's not up, it's actually down, and our crashes are coming in more and more frequently. We had a serious security flaw. For some reason, our video game was recording Discord conversations in a plain text log file alongside Arc Raiders. By the way, if you play Arc Raiders, uninstall it and change your Discord password because your Discord API or your Discord key has been exposed. That's just, it's better safe than sorry. Don't play Arc Raiders and go uninstall it and change your Discord password. If you've ever hooked up, if you've ever seen like such and such is now playing Arc Raiders pop up on Discord, you are compromised, congratulations. And they're gonna see that. And they're gonna have a big scandal and it's gonna look really bad. And so what's gonna happen is they're gonna hire on some programmers and say, hey, we need to get the AI shit out of our code base. It broke everything and we have a product to ship. And those coders are gonna come in and they're gonna say, okay, you owe us like a lot of money because we have to rewrite so much from scratch. And the executives are going to say, well, how much? And the coders are going to say, look, here's everything that's broken. Here's all the vulnerabilities. Here's all the insanity. This is what your idiot junior coders were doing. And the executives are going to say, well, I'm not paying that. But they're going to realize eventually they're up against a rock and a hard place. They're going to have to. If the Gen AI doesn't get good enough to fix its own problems in the next year or two, they're going to have to. Because they're already coming up against the wall. You'd get a minimum viable release plan then. You know what? That's probably more realistic. But the point is, eventually, they're going to have to confront all of the garbage that this has added. Eventually, they're going to have to confront it, and it's going to be expensive. Yeah, no, Fatagan and Jing, I love this. So many Silicon Valley dweebs who claim to love the post-scarcity future of Star Trek keep trying to build the artificial scarcity future hellscape. Yeah, they want the aesthetic, but never absorb the themes. Gene Roddenberry said trans rights really loud, actually. Gene Roddenberry said humankind came together and stopped doing wars and unified as a planet so that they could explore the stars and advance science and discovery. That's the theme of Star Trek. Post-scarcity. They discovered how to generate things from nothing. They discovered how to take, like, carbon and turn it into ice cream sundaes. And so everybody has infinite ice cream sundaes forever in Star Trek. I want futuristic gay space socialism more than I want anything else in my life. Cyberpunk in a nutshell, just the whole genre. Yeah, so there's two futures, right? There's the Star Trek future and there's the cyberpunk future, and we're way close. The needle is way this way right now, towards the cyberpunk one. And I want to move the needle towards the Star Trek one instead. And I'm not talking Picard or any heady nihilist shit like that. I want next generation gay space socialism. That's what I want. Hi, Magna! We're more the Fallout future. That's one step beyond the cyberpunk future, and I hope we don't land in the Fallout future. We do have all the racism. The systemic racism is pretty hardcore there, which cyberpunk even tends to like dance around a little bit. We do have the Fallout racism, that's true. You want Lower Decks gay space socialism? I haven't seen Lower Decks, so... Although I have seen like a little bit of it. When Lower Decks explain post-scarcity better than most textbooks, I feel like I really need to watch this show. You love that one AI could either end scarcity, end humanity, or add 0.2 to the national GDP chart. Yeah, no, I think it has removed from the national GDP quite significantly, although it's hard to tell because all of the political insanity has also reduced the GDP. I feel like when you're a government-run agency that's designed to tally the economic results for the year, and you're run by the government, those reports are kind of subject to error. I think it goes Cyberpunk, Portal, Fallout, Skyrim, Kirby. Oh. Yeah, I don't want the Kirby future most of all. Lower Decks is better Star Trek for non-Trek fans that still caters to deep lore but without compromising the themes. That's pretty glowing, bastards. That's pretty glowing there. Mario Kart World. I think the new Sonic game, the Sonic Racing game, is actually a lot better than Mario Kart World. I bought a Switch 2 and I bought Mario Kart World. I sacrificed considerable food expense to get myself a Switch 2. And I don't regret it, but I only don't regret it because it runs Pokemon better. Mario Kart World has slept in my library and I have unlocked nothing in it. I just don't like it. I just don't like it that much. Hello from Fancy Wedding Hotel. How we happen? We're happen adequately, Scott. How you doing? Hello and welcome. It's nice to see you. We were just talking about Gen AI and complex stuff because I had a big Blue Sky post about vibe coding today, and I wanted to kind of like drill down into that a little bit. The point is, heroes, that a lot of times, and we'll wrap this up, right? Imagine modding Hepper into Sonic Cross Worlds. You'd put me over Miku. I'd look great. But I'd really want to be small. I'd want to be like a tiny little person in like a really big car. So I can wrap this up for you. A lot of times, especially right now, you might be feeling like it's over. You might be feeling stressed and depressed and thinking about all of these existential threats and all of these things that are going downhill. You might find yourself thinking a lot about the dread, the doom, because you're drinking from the doom faucet, right? You might find yourself feeling really burned out. I know I do. And that's okay. Because that's normal. Shit's messy. Shit's stressful. Shit's kind of bad in a lot of ways. But things are never as bad as the news makes it look. The news, social media, it thrives on making you react. It thrives on knee-jerk reaction. It thrives on your emotional response. The pathos, right? It thrives on you getting riled. So a lot of times, we get a bit of really bad news, right? But it's never as bad as it seems. And I don't mean to diminish anybody's struggle here. I know there's some folks who are going through some shit right now. And that's pretty bad. It sucks because there are some issues recently with regards to trans rights, for example, in one particular state of the union. But I want you to remember that there's context there, there's nuance there, because they only gained the right to do the thing that they lost about 3 years ago. So it's not as big of a backstep as it seems. It is a backstep, and it does suck, and my heart goes out to the people who were depending on that change for their livelihoods. But it's not as big of a loss as the news wants you to think. And what I mean is, we should fight it, but don't despair. Because it is not as bad as the news wants you to think it is. And the same is true of AI. The same is true of the Gen AI bubble and the corporate hellscape. It's so easy to get exhausted. It's so easy to get burned out. But just remember that your reaction is the fuel that keeps the fire of social media going, right? If you are getting a service for free, then you are the product being sold. And the same is very true even of Blue Sky. So remember to vet your sources. And sometimes you gotta disconnect. Mute terms as judiciously as you want. If you find yourself being angry and sad all the time, turn it off. Mute terms, block terms. Curate your feed until it's just dog videos. It's okay to do that. It's really okay, I promise you. And we'll get through it. We will. We will find our joy and we will find our peace and we will build our safe space and we will protect each other. So that's what we do. It's what we've always done. I mean, I grew up in the 90s. Shit was way worse for us back then. It was less loud about it, but it was actually way worse. So don't lose heart. The worst parts of life want you to believe they're inevitable. They ain't, or else they wouldn't need to sell hopelessness to you. Yeah. Another way of phrasing that, if it were truly hopeless, their propaganda would be unnecessary. So, don't lose heart. We can talk about this stuff from an informed point of view, and then we can put it down. The cynicism of the 90s should be studied. That's such a... What a phrase, because you're right. Because, like, we came out of the 80s, which was a period of incredible economic prosperity, right? But also of, like, huge systemic racism and marginalization of people. And then in the 90s, people were exhausted and tired and burned out. And so we had to focus on simple fluff for a long time culturally. And then we had, like, Operation Desert Storm and things like that, you know? So... And then they had to revitalize the war industry. And then we got that in 2001. Remember that? Most of you don't. If nobody else got your feed, you know Will Quinn, Daily Bunnies got your feed. If you're not following Daily Bunnies, you should be. Also, hi, Blanc. The same forces that allow our enemies to speak more loudly have also allowed us to speak loudly to better hear each other and unite more strongly than ever. Blanc, gamers, let me shout out Blanc real quick. If you want a dude who's got really good takes and a really good, charming stream presence, please go follow Blanc on twitch.tv. Blanc is awesome. Blanc, I really appreciate you stopping in. It's always really nice to see you, and I agree with you. I wholeheartedly agree with you. I don't know if I have any mods in, so I'm gonna just shout out Blanc. There we go. Please go follow him on twitch.tv, everybody. Hi, Blanc! I can wave too. If I wave like this, what if I wave like this? That's better. Better waving. Opposite intervals. So, like, the point. Things are not as bad as they seem. People are rallying. We have a strength in us when we stand together and elevate one another that cannot be quelled. It cannot be destroyed. And a lot of old people shit themselves on live TV and will die. And then we won't have to worry about them. There are some scary people in the world, and there always will be. There are some scary people in the world, and there always are going to be. Scary people are never going to go away. So we just need to create a portion of the world that is protected from the scary people. And that's what we're already doing. We're already on the path to being okay. Don't lose heart. Also, hi, Tagbert. Tagathan T. Oddington. Hello, Tag. Welcome in. That's another person I want to shout out, but my shout out's on cooldown right now. Hi, Tag. I hope you're doing well. The rise of cynicism has made apathy seem more appealing than empathy. I think. So here's the thing, right? This is the thing about news cycles, right? People get exhausted. People get exhausted of news cycles. And this is a tactic that is used politically to change popular opinion. It's easier now because social media makes it really easy to influence popular opinion. But like, the news cycle eventually peters out. A lot of things like trans rights issues are not fundamental to the enemy cause. They are weaponized and they are waved around really publicly in everybody's face to encourage dread in us and outrage in our enemies. But the truth of the matter is they're not the goal. The cruelty is the point, but it's so that they can make more money and have more control. But that's I mean, not to be cynical or anything, but like, what I mean is it's better than you think, it's better than it feels, and we're gonna be okay. Don't lose hope. That's what I mean. But we should move on. Hello, my tummy hurt. Oh. Tagbert. Taggery. I'm sorry your tummy hurt. Did you eat a bad grub? Did you eat a bad grub? I was like, what do otters eat? Grub? You eat grub. I've eaten grub. It's not pleasant. I think I had bad grub. Oh no. You shouldn't eat the red grub. Tag, if it's really bright and berry-like, you're actually not supposed to eat it. You should eat the dull, ugly-colored grub, because that grub is better grub. You eat the bright-colored grub, you're in trouble. That's rebel trouble. Is that Hesper Lightwing? That's such a cool fairy. What? Wait, is she here? Hold on. Is she, damn. I always miss her. She sounds alright. Sounds like she talks about sad and depressing things on stream for a long time sometimes. Urchins are one of the staples of otter diets. Urchins? Whoa. Tag, how do you get around the spikes? Well, there's a difference between the sea otter and the river otter too, right? Sometimes you can hold wet little hands and float down the river, and sometimes it's just open water and you can't do that. You lock in. Oh, he moves between the raindrops. He moves between the urchin needles. The spines, they hold no threat for him. And you just instant transmissions. Friends, you've got Grumble right here in Gryver City. I don't know what that means, Click Flint. If that was your favorite part of the Hesper stream, that was my favorite part of the Hesper stream, where Hesper talks about sad, depressing things for a long time. Tummy Rock. Tummy Rock is for oyster. I know this. Tummy Rock is for oyster. I know how otters work. The otters ate urchins, aka wayward children. Please, sir. Please, I am but a humble Victorian child. I have worked 16 hours today in the textile shop. I wish to go home and tend to my choleric mummy. Please, do not eat me. That's the last thing you hear when you go to attack the otter stream. My favorite fart. My favorite fart of Hesper streams.
I beg of thee, sir, I need not but the crust of a penny loaf.
The crust of a penny loaf. Slimon's gonna eat like a whole town, actually. Enum is devastated. The ecology is ruined forever. Fortunately, it respawns. I live in a world of respawns, so. And that starts with a G and that rhymes with D and that stands for Doom Scroll. What are you talking? I wish I knew what either of you were saying. Not your caloric mum. No, not caloric, choleric. She has the cholera. Let's check it out. Let's see if we get that one. Struggling for a funny joke, just lower the intensity of the gas lamps a tiny bit. It's the height of wit, and if anyone tells you otherwise, they actually didn't. Incredible. Incroyable. The color of what? I don't know. Magic? I know what you said, I'm just being, oh, I see. Listen, I have trauma, Gabby. I've been counting calories. I'm down 9 pounds, but I've been counting calories, and it's awful and brutal, and I didn't even finish my breakfast today. It's like sitting there. It's like a bowl of like turkey chili and quinoa, and I ate the quinoa part of it, and I didn't eat the turkey part of it. I have a soda, though. I'm gonna drink a little bit of caffeine. I'm gonna have a little grip and rip it, baby. Let that big dog hunt. Slurp that shit down. High tag. Octarine, yes. The color of magic. Hold on. I had to mute for that. That was, I won't do that on my stream. I'll do that on other people's streams. The Color of Magic. You remember that Piers Anthony book? Yeah, The Color of Magic. Okay, the first two, the Rincewind books. Wait, Piers. Wasn't that? Oh, hold on. Are you gaslighting me? That's Terry Pratchett, isn't it? That's Terry Pratchett. That's the Rincewind books. That's not Piers Anthony, that's Terry Pratchett. Piers Anthony is the Xanth series. What? Wait, are you making me? My brain, hold on. I'm getting gaslit. The Color of Magic. It's Terry Pratchett! I genuinely doubted myself. Thank you. Piers Anthony was the Xanth series and a bunch of gender lines getting blurred. Piers Anthony was probably trans and never came out. There's so many books in Xanth, I honestly forgot. Okay, they're both really good series. When it comes to the Discworld series, The Color of Magic, and I forget the second one. The first two books in Discworld, the Rincewind books, I think Terry Pratchett was still kind of finding his voice for Discworld. And they're a little dry. They're fun fantasy novels with a little bit of lighthearted whimsy. But by the time we get like 5 or 6 books into Discworld, it hits. There's such a unique and funny cadence and sense of humor in those books. You gotta go ban a frog, BRB. The Light Fantastic. Yeah. Rincewind is great. Do you know they made games out of? They made like LucasArts style point and click game out of the Rincewind series. Also, hi Gio, welcome in. You wouldn't call yourself a doomer. Hi Alexandria. What a great way to open. Hi Alexandria, welcome in. The vast majority of people don't actually understand how dire things are if they aren't following the right news. Thinking as a bubble is akin to thinking business owners would never put children in harm's way for cheaper wages. You're literally underestimating the evil of capitalism. No, I think people tend to overestimate the staying power of specific forms of capitalism. AI is not necessarily a bubble, but AI is unsustainable. And the market research is coming in, and productivity is actually down in a lot of places. The question is, will the companies drop it or will they continue to push it so that they make a little extra money for themselves? And the answer is probably yes. But I do think there is a collapse. I do think there is a point where they stop using it because the product will literally stop working. The more they do it, the less the product works and the less their product is worth. So, I don't know. I'm not an analyst, so you might be right, Alexandria. But it's unsustainable, but not for the ways people hope. I'm not sure if you're pointedly disagreeing with the things I was talking about before, but I did bring up a bunch of points prior to this. I don't know if you're just coming into stream. We were kind of moving on from that part of the conversation. But I will say, I had an experience with vibe coding. I did experiment with it. I did explore it because I want to understand something to push against it, right? It's important to me to know how it works and what it's made of and where the appeal lies, right? And so I will say, before we get too far off the topic, that I think if it is going to be here to stay in a practical capacity, it needs to be improved. And I think it won't be any more than a frustration or inconvenience, in the same way that like retail stores using outdated POS systems is an irritation and an inconvenience. I think a lot of people have dumped a lot of money into it thinking it was going to revolutionize everything and thinking they were going to become billionaires overnight, and I think they bought into a lot of false promises. And stuff that's built on false promises is very generally unsustainable. But I think it's a more complicated issue than I generally have. I'm not an expert. I think a lot of expert analysis is saying it's tanking and it's gonna tumble, except for the expert analysis that has been pro AI since the start. So I don't know. We'll see. At this point, it's all speculation, right? At this point, I don't think anybody really knows where it's gonna go, but I have my thoughts. That's really all I'm talking about. Or a pyramid scheme, or both. I mean, it do have that vibe a little bit, don't it? Call me Cookie. Hi, Cookie! Welcome in, it's wonderful to see you. I've met you before. Thank you so much for dropping in. Hi, I'm Hesper Lightwing. I'm your companion fairy, here to fill up your hearts and help you lock on and light your way to a brighter day. Are you telling me the snake oil in my computer isn't gonna fix its rickets? If your computer has rickets, you have bigger concerns. Garlic bread saved. Remember, even when a fae isn't actively casting spells on you, they can be so entertaining you lose track of time. Garlic bread saved! Oh, let's go. You smelled that burning garlic and went, oh no! It is indeed highly complex. However, all of the expert analysis is also privately owned, so yeah, I think so the whole crux of the conversation, Alexandria, was kind of like, the news cycle lies to you because the news cycle exists on a platform that is designed to lie to you. Talking about social media algorithms, and I'll make this point before we get too far off topic. Social media algorithms, and I'll say Twitter is the big one, Facebook is the big one. The whole Cambridge Analytica thing, they went to court, right, for manipulating public opinion. And they said, yeah, it's in the terms of service, it's legal. They signed up for it, and it got thrown out. Your public opinion, your opinions are being influenced by social media. That's the whole point of it. If you are receiving a service for free, then you are a product. And that wisdom is deeply reductive, but it's very, very true. So, social media algorithms are trained to show you content that you will engage with. That's at the core of like the Twitter algorithm. It is designed to show you content that will increase your engagement and screen time on the service. Things like Twitter can track, or X, I guess, can track how long you have a particular post up on screen, for example. They maintain that information in an internal database, right? They track that. And so they want advertiser revenue, or they want exposure to, private interests that want you to see certain things for longer. They want you to see certain trending topics, and they want you to engage with their platform. So the algorithm is trained to show you stuff that gets you typing and gets you clicking. Now, human psychology is very clear about this. You are more likely to interact or react to something negative than you are to something positive. You see a nice picture of a dog that you liked, you hit the heart, you keep scrolling. That was a nice dog, keep scrolling. You see something that utterly infuriates you. Wrong information, misinformation, bad shit coming from a trusted voice. You'll get in there, you'll get in the comments, you'll click it, you'll read it multiple times to make sure you know what you're seeing, you'll respond. The bad stuff gets a bigger response. That's just how human psychology works. The rough estimate is that negative emotion persists 8 times longer in the human brain than positive emotion. This is the thing you learn in psych classes in college. 8 times. It's like an order of magnitude. So the algorithm is rewarded for showing you things that make you mad. That's just a logic design thing. It's not like it's maliciously designed to do so. That's just how logic works. When you say, hey, algorithm, increase their screen time and usage of this app, the algorithm will go thumbs up. And things like Facebook, Twitter, and all of that is designed specifically around that kind of algorithm to increase your viewership and retention. So it shows you bad things. And this is not a call out of anybody, but the spread of misinformation is a real significant danger. With the speed of information we have now, the news cycle doesn't come from CNN or BBC News or whatever. Even if you do put it through CNN or BBC or whatever, you have like a news, like a feed unroller or whatever. Like, you're getting most of your news from your friends, from social media, from reposts, and that shit is just as true on Blue Sky as it is on Twitter, right? It's just as true as on Blue Sky as it is on Facebook. It's a different algorithm, but they do still have an algorithm. So it's designed to show you shit that you hate and that makes you angry. And with the spread of misinformation, as easy as it is, we spend a lot of our time angry. And so it's really easy to lose perspective on the good things or the ways in which the bad things fail. Because those aren't loud. There's nuance to conversations, and social media is allergic to nuance. So I think it's very important to say, remember your grains of salt, remember to vet your sources, and remember to unplug for a while. When people say touch grass, it's not an insult. Touch grass, please. I'm literally begging you. Touch grass. Yeah, Garfield says you are not immune to propaganda, and he was right. Yeah, news cycle also lies to you about how bad things are. Yeah, no, Alexandria's, ag gag laws. No, there's a lot of legislation about it. Your face when your feed is almost exclusively relatable neurodivergent memes and huge tits, not a single outrage post in sight. I'm gonna pull this up real quick. Settings, moderation, muted words and tags. Your muted words, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 20, 30, I'm just estimating 40. I have roughly 60 muted terms on Blue Sky. It is everything from the names of politicians to the word America and American. So my Blue Sky feed is mostly tits too. And like my friends and indie games and things I actually want to see. Every time, here's my homework for you. Because you're not using the Discover feed then, probably. There is a malicious design in not reporting public health risks when the corporate sponsor is the source of the risk. That's something I'm not qualified to talk about. I mean, for sure, I agree with you. Yeah, you are not immune to falling for misinformation. It's true. Even I do. I'm the talking head on your screen right now who gives you your hour of rage, your 10 minutes rage or whatever. And I also fall for shit. I have reposted shit without vetting it, and I have fallen for shit, and I have had to retract a few things over the last couple of years. So let me say to you, my homework for you is when your social media feed gives you something you hate, block a term. Let me tell you something, because there is the illusion, there is the fallacy that you have a moral obligation to be educated by social media. You don't. You don't have that moral obligation. It is not your ethical duty to be educated on everything social media tells you. The human brain is not designed for that level of despair. There are emotions churning in you that have never been felt in the history of humanity, and it is because we are hooked up to the doom faucet intravenously now. So the next time you see a post on Blue Sky, or God forbid you're still on Facebook or fucking X, get off of those websites, gamer. They're scientifically proven, it's in the terms of service, that they are manipulating your point of view. They are actually manipulating public opinion as a science experiment and selling it to people who want to manipulate public opinion. Get the fuck off of those websites. The next time you see something that pisses you off on it, block the term. Do it. Block a term that is in that post and you won't see it. Refresh your feed. It's F5 on your keyboard. Or close the app and reopen it if you're on mobile. And then you won't see that thing. And then the next time you see something that pisses you off, block another term. And just keep doing it. I don't care if it's sad or something you feel guilty or stressed about. A desperate call for people in a war-torn country. If you cannot stomach it, block the term. You don't have an ethical obligation to read that shit. You don't. You just don't. Like, you can care without killing yourself with care. And that's so important. So please do that. That's my homework for you. Yeah, you used to never block or mute anyone, you know, do so at the slightest instigation, and social media got so much better. Yeah, and I'm encouraging you to curate your feed. But Hesper, how will we unify against when there's a hate campaign? You can't stop the hate campaign. There is a concerted effort to quell trans rights and remove trans people from the public eye by a billionaire pedophile elite circle. And we have the documentation to prove it. You can't stop that. As much as you want to stop that, you can't stop that. But what you can do is ignore it. And you can talk about it with the people you care about. You can, if you really want to, take on the responsibility of sharing information with people. Because if someone wants to hate us, they're going to hate us. You can't change that. But if someone wants to love you and is struggling with it, you can show them how. That's your ethical responsibility. Not read and personally react to every tragedy in the world every day. That's not your responsibility. That's not your duty. Now your watch is ended. Turn it off. Put it down. Block the terms. Do it. Be healthier. But my addiction to Facebook Marketplace and the bizarre things my neighbors are selling, you know what? I'll make an exception, Cat Wrangler. I'll make an exception. Facebook Marketplace can be pretty funny, but if you are on that website, you are still being manipulated. So do so from a position of care. And you gotta have the willpower to not look at anybody's social feed. However, a nasty and okay, we don't need whataboutism here, Alexandria. I do respect you, but there's no place for whataboutism here, okay? Just gonna very gently admonish. This is not it's not head in the sand behavior to protect your own mental health. That's different. That's false equivalence here and whataboutism, and we're not gonna do that here. I just need to be really clear here that I want to get off of this topic. Craigslist though? Does Craigslist still even exist? Yeah, we're not gonna, I just want to be so clear. It's not an admonishment of anybody, but we're not here to debate. So I'm shifting gears, okay? Okay. I'm putting a moratorium on this topic. I'm gonna give it like a minute for that to sink in. There's a moratorium on the topic of social media. We're not going down this road. I'm not here to debate. I'm not a debater. I'm not gonna do that.
For stream today.
And I want to be so clear about that. It's not head in the sand to protect your mental health. And that is the, I will say, very clearly made statement of this stream. And I'm not here to debate that. Hey, Esper, here's a free topic change. Thank you for being so much fun and a wonderful person. What's on the dock for stream today? Hi, Chavonsky. We were talking about some stuff that got a little heavy and a little heated, so we're moving on from it. Thank you so much for the sub, though. I appreciate you a ton. I like you, Siren. I think you're very cool. Thank you so much for subbing. What's on the agenda for today? What's on the agenda for today? I wanted some comfort streaming today. I worked on some stuff last night. I talked about that a little bit. I worked on a little bit of stuff. I worked on some code. I wrote some cool stuff. And I experimented with some new assets in a little private environment. And I think it went pretty well. I think those who know No. I think those who are in the know can go see it in a particular VOD library if they really want to. And I think I had a really good time last night. And so we're experimenting. We're seeing what new directions we can take stuff. You very rarely get heated. You're just morbidly autistic. It'll surely kill you someday. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just moving on from the topic. I think I really appreciate you and the support that you give everybody. And I know that you're not being contrarian. That's where I'm gonna leave that. Cryptic. No, they're gone now. It's run by Arc Games now. It was very crisp, not to be confused with Crisp that just loves to butcher Discord audio sometimes. Oh, Wolfwings, did you know the secret? Wow, that's crazy. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it /LH. That's your meager attempt to humor things along. No, we're good, Alexandria. We're smooth like butter on toast. We've scraped that butter on that toast and we are so good. I actually wanted to talk about classic gaming today. I had a little bit of inspiration, let's say, and I was thinking a lot about old arcades. And you know what I was thinking about recently? There was a video that came up across my feed about Gauntlet Dark Legacy. And it's called Arcade, what is it called? I'll have to get my YouTube history, hold on. YouTube. Let me get my YouTube history here real quick. Oh, I saw the first video on my recommendeds is Black Knife, but it's 90s new metal, and I'm just gonna assume this is an AI cover, and I really don't want it to be. I'm gonna click this, and I'm gonna see. Oh, it's an actual arrangement, okay. Yay, wait, they're looking for a vocalist. Okay, wait, that's sick, actually. They're still writing lyrics for it. Okay, that's sick, okay. Anyway, YouTube history. Gauntlet Dark Legacy. Old arcades, huh? What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. Speaking of butter on toast, I got whiskey marmalade as a gift recently. It's not very good. Whiskey marmalade sounds terrible. Text, that sounds like maybe the worst thing. Let me find this video. Search watch history Gauntlet. The video I was looking was how much did it cost to beat Gauntlet Dark Legacy Arcade in 2000? Arcade Economy by Mass Replay. This is the video I'm talking about. Let me post a link in case you want to watch it yourself. You want to add it to your watch later. There is a game series called Gauntlet. Gauntlet's one of my faves. I love Gauntlet. Gauntlet is great. Gauntlet is like the progenitor of the beat 'em up. When you look at games like Final Fight or Streets of Rage or the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade game or like the Simpsons arcade game, most of the stuff on the CPS2 hardware or CPS1 hardware, most of it has its origins in Gauntlet. And there is an old game called Gauntlet, and let me show you. Gauntlet Arcade Machine. This was one of my first ever arcade games. This ancient and musty relic that is older than me was one of my first arcade games. Possibly my first. And, you know, it's ancient at this point. This shit is so old. Green elf, shop the food. It had a little narrator. It had like a text, like, it wasn't even a synthesis chip. It was just like, it was samples. It was vocal samples that it stitched together. And so this machine was designed for 4 players. It was 4-player quarter muncher, where it was a top-down. You would pick one of the 4 fantasy characters, the warrior, the Valkyrie, the wizard, the elf. They were color-coded and they were locked to specific spots on the machine. And in the OG version, they had different stats. The elf was fast and could shoot good projectiles very quickly. The warrior was very physically strong, did a lot of damage in melee. The Valkyrie had high armor, right? So this was my OG. This is like my OG beat 'em up. And you can see the similarities, right? 4 sticks, color-coded ports, color-coded like places to stand on the screen around the TV, and everybody would play the game together. It was really good. And so this series got rebooted a couple of times. And I debated playing today the most recent reboot that was just called Gauntlet. It was built for Steam from the ground up. It was built for Steam machines, actually, when they were trying to do those, the Steam box. Prior to Steam Deck, Steam tried to release like a computer with its own operating system based around Steam. And it was pretty cool, actually. I had a dual boot with SteamOS on my computer for a while. And I ran that game with it. And it ran great. It was fun. It was awesome. It was really cool, the thought of an operating system designed solely around gaming and encouraging like gaming to work well, and they dropped it so quickly. The new reboot of Gauntlet was made by Arrowhead, the same people that made Helldivers. Is it the same? Wait, really? Maple, I didn't know that. Maple, that's amazing, actually. I really liked the reboot of Gauntlet. I did not know it was by Arrowhead. That's actually so rad. So Gauntlet got rebooted a couple of times. There was Gauntlet 2, Gauntlet 3, and there was I think it was Gauntlet 4. And then it was dark for a while, and then we got Gauntlet Legends. And let me, you might be familiar with this one. This one was really big in arcades in the 90s. Let me grab, wow, a Gauntlet Legends machine is almost $5,000. You can build one for cheaper than that. Holy shit. Let me grab a good image here. I can't believe how expensive this is. Even now, I'll just get a Maiming machine or something. So you can see the similarities, right? Similar vibes, right? But this would have been in the 90s, a much more modern screen, but still got the 4 ports for characters and stuff. But Gauntlet Legends had this really cool thing where it was fully 3D and ran on some really modern hardware and was like a remake of the series. It was like a reboot of the idea of the series, and it had like a story and cutscenes and stuff. It was one of these machines where I met my wife when I was very young, and I didn't realize that they were one day going to be my wife. That's our origin story. It was a Gauntlet Legends machine. I'm pretty sure it was Legends. It might have been Dark Legacy, but I'm pretty sure it was Legends. Where my friends and I hogged the machine for a full day. We spent, between the 4 of us, $64 at 25 cents a continue. We spent $64 between the 4 of us, and we beat the game with new characters. We started from 0 and beat the game fully and completely. Got the full ending, and it very briefly shows you on screen like a little code you could enter to get like a t-shirt, and none of us were fast enough to write it down. But I would have loved to have that t-shirt. I would have been so proud of that. But at one point, one of my friends stepped away to go get more money. And I remember a girl coming in and playing the fucking wizard. And I remember thinking like, man, that girl who played the wizard on purpose, like that's really cool. And one time we were having this conversation. And I think it was them who were talking like, yeah, I used to play, but like the one time I really remember there were these kids like hogging the machine, and like, it was so hard to get in and play, and I was so bored that day because my dad dropped me off at the arcade and just left me for a couple hours. And I was like, wait a minute. That was me. And so that's our meet cute. And we didn't know it was each other. We met much later in college, but like the stories lined up, so it was probably us. So, that and the Die Hard arcade. The Die Hard arcade game. Wow, that takes me back, actually. Same era. There was a Die Hard arcade game that was like a really cool beat 'em up with these like quick time events in between areas. That was really good too. But yeah, Gauntlet Legends became a thing, and then Gauntlet Dark Legacy was like a bigger, better version of Gauntlet Legends with more characters and more content and stuff. I think it was the GameCube version was the one that I played at home, which was like the best one, but the thing is, I don't think these games are available on any legitimate source or platform right now. I don't think it's possible to play Legends or Dark Legacy without getting actual retro hardware right now. Or, you know, resorting to illegal piracy. Which I think is really insane because they're really fun. They're fun classic quarter muncher beat 'em ups, and I really like those games. But Gauntlet has always been my thing. Green elf. Shot the food. I was always the elf. They had both in a laser tag place back home. Wild. That's so cool. Laser tag places were the best, or are the best. They still have them. That's adorable. Thank you. Yeah, I thought so too. Also, hi Trike, welcome in. Thanks for checking in. But so my thought for today was like playing some retro games, right? I made the graphic last night because I was in a mood. I was thinking a lot, and if you if you're on my Blue Sky, there is a mysterious location in my promo post for today's stream. And it's got the Posebius machine, which is the VTuber group that drives you insane, I guess. I don't know. The joke doesn't really hold up, but Polybius, you know. Anyway, it's a very clever joke. It's also, they got the new Scottzilla and Bagel Gremlin machines too there. And a printer's machine, which is a puzzle game. I was working on some stuff. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. There's only so much I want to talk about right now, but Japan as usual had a better title. Instead of Die Hard, it was Dynamite Deka. So I think genuinely it wasn't supposed to be a Die Hard game, right? I feel like it wasn't originally a Die Hard game, and then they got the licensing or the name. Is that right? Polybius, Panius, and Ready to Banius. I love this. I love this vibe. You always played the chicken in the arcade, the code egg911. That was Dark Legacy, right? That was, I'm pretty sure, because you did the code system and the password system wasn't there in Legends, I think. Or what? No, because you got initials in Legends. But the actual like code system, I think, was Dark Legacy, right? Was it the original? Oh, damn. Damn. See, my memory's really foggy because I haven't played them since the GameCube, so I thought about playing those today. But boy, oh boy, getting those set up proved to be difficult. And they're less fun solo, right? You don't have as much fun playing those solo. So I thought about playing the new reboot of Gauntlet, which is fun and funny and has a lot of heart. But again, Gauntlet is a game that... Gauntlet. How the fuck did I just say it? Scottzilla, you've ruined me! Noelle, you've ruined me! Gauntlet. The Legends had accounts still. Dark Legacy added a bunch of secret characters that everyone hyper leveled. Yeah, so watching the video. Okay, so there was another time I played through Gauntlet 2 with fresh characters, and I want to say it was Legends, where you could unlock, if you got a warrior up to a certain point, it became a Minotaur. I think that was in Legends, right? And then when you beat the game, you got a permanent anti-death halo. So it was me and a friend who had Minotaurs with the permanent anti-death halo, and I think that was Legends. Saying Gauntlet like it's a sandwich in a bodega. Siren, your atoms are bonded by what is called a mysterious force, and I can and will undo it. I'm gonna put you in the deatomizer, Siren. I can. Fairy magic is real scary like that. Only fair if you stole Nono Do November-thon from Nono. I mean, I did, and I am very proud of that. I did. My clearest old arcade memory was an MK sequel in cabinet form, and the field for entering initials featured schwa and two more weird symbols like a staircase line, and the voice guy pronounced them Zhwex and Zonzor. Yeah, those are Outland letters. They're Outlandian letters. Wait, what did I do? You made fun of me! You made fun of me! You made fun of me. I'm sorry I highlighted the cute way you say things. I will explode, and I will take you with me. I will Andros you. Please don't like Siren. Sorry, Moss. Gotta do it. Gotta do it to him. Gotta put him in the Siren Wiggler. Gotta put him in the destabilization chamber. Gotta reduce the surface tension of the water in his body by a certain amount so he gets real leaky. Zonzor is the best. Andros' enemy is my enemy. Shut up, Andrew Oikini. Ugh, meeting time, I'll be back. Have a good meeting, Tex. Thanks for coming. I hope nobody makes you use Gen AI in that meeting. Ma'am, I am already destabilized enough. Well, come over here and eat a hot dog with me. There's a really good local hot dog place that sells these incredibly extravagant, like, insane indulgences as hot dogs. Like hot dog topped with poutine, like kind of stuff. Like, I would love to take you there if you come here. If you come to Bonsland. I do have some PTO to burn by the end of the month. I mean, it'd be nice for you to visit. I think that'd be really cool. Are people taunting you over your cute? Over your cute way of saying things again, Hesper. I'm gonna McFucking lose it. I'm gonna McFucking lose it. I'm gonna go on a spree. And I'm not gonna tell you what kind of spree until I'm on the spree, but I'm gonna go on a spree. You introduced your folks to the Seattle dog this Christmas time. The Seattle, what's this? Wait, Seattle dog. That sounds familiar. I don't remember what a Seattle dog is. What if you started saying hot dog like the Paper Mario run? I do. Hot dog. Hot dog, Dada. Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. I don't know where hot dog came from, but Dada was a reference to Centaur World Season 2. When I said it, when I coined that phrase during our Paper Mario playthrough, it was a reference to Centaur World Season 2. And the way Stabby says Dada, which I thought was really cute and matched Scrumble. A hot dog, I think I just said that. Toasted bud, sauteed onions, mustard, cream cheese. I'm not a mustard enjoyer. I never liked mustard, really. Cream cheese sounds interesting on a hot dog, though. Okay, 0% bits, do you actually want to go to the Arby's on McKnight Road? It's such a long drive from me! At the Arby's on McKnight Road, at the Arby's on McKnight Road. It's like hours! Wait, hold on. I'm gonna look this up. Arby's on McKnight Road. Yeah, it's in Pittsburgh. It's like 2.5 hours. I will go to Arby's with you. There's a really good local Arby's we can go to. I really like the Arby's that I've been going to. It's in a little suburban town, a little further along the Great Lake. I would love to go to that Arby's with you and get like that spicy Italian dip that they have. That's really tasty. And some mozzarella sticks. I think mozzarella's would be really good. It is still Arby's. It is still Arby's. I mean, I love Arby's. They have the meats. They had my favorite fast food sandwich anyone's ever made. We could just lie to you that we went to the Arby's on McKnight Road. I don't know if I really want to go to Pittsburgh for Arby's. You're a mustard enjoyer, but you found one mustard that was wretched. Wait, hold on. Can I? McKnight Road Arby's. See outside. Oh, there's a batteries and bulbs there. Here, hold on. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Oh, I need to close my shop down. Okay, let me grab this. Do I have anything untoward up on my screen? Oh, just my access key. Just my session key. That'll be okay. You guys won't steal it, right? You guys won't steal my Google session key, right? Just... One second. Hi, Pix! Hello, my fellow fairy friend. Welcome in, Pix, who just re-debuted with a beautiful new model and a super sexy new voice. I hope you are I thought you were taking a break. I thought you were taking a day or two off, Pix. I thought you were taking a day or two off because your voice was getting strained. You're still healing. But hi, Pix. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. It's wonderful to see you. Thank you for coming in. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Hi, Raiders. Pix, how was your stream? And everybody, what was your favorite part about Pix's stream? Please tell me. What's your favorite thing to talk about with Pix? What's your favorite part of Pix's new design? Because I like the wings that have an icon in them, representative of your personal flair. I think that's a pretty cool thing to have on a fairy design. You know, just saying. Just putting that on the table. Flutter, 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 flutter. So welcome in. If you don't know me, my name is Hesper Lightwing, and I am your companion fairy, here to fill up your hearts and help you lock on to slay your way to a brighter day. And we're talking about the Arby's on McKnight Road, at the Arby's on McKnight Road in Pittsburgh. You drank a lot of water and had the humidifier on all day. Okay, good, good, good. As long as you're not feeling any pain. If you're feeling pain, you gotta rest. The Pix, thank you for the raid. It was good. I'm glad to hear that. We're probably gonna play some kind of classic retro-y something or others today. I don't know. Maybe we'll just chat for a bit. We're 2 hours in. Maybe we'll just yap. Maybe we'll talk about the Arby's on McKnight Road at the Arby's on McKnight Road. What if we got sushi next door to the Arby's on McKnight Road? Hold on. Arby's on McKnight Road. Let me find the original video. Let me find the original video here. Is this the one? Yeah, here it is.
I saw you at Arby's in McKnight Road at the Arby's on Tuesday at the McKnight Road, Arby's and Austin. Arby's and McKnight Road at the Arby's. And you are as perfect, so beautiful. I want to taste your hair and bobs, and I will buy you a meal at Arby's on McKnight Road at the Arby's in McKnight Road. Sometime just to look at your pretty face. And wearing those slim yogurt pants, wink, wink. Let us just get drink after vaccine and have Shiner at the Arby's roast beef house on McKnight Broad.
Anyway, that's the joke. That's the joke. That's the Arby's on McKnight Road right there. Every time you think of Arby's, you think of the first episode of Night Vale. I had a boyfriend who was super into Night Vale, but I always bounced off of it. The only bit about Welcome to Night Vale I know is the silver-haired woman who lives in your house and leaves occasionally a hair on your pillow, and she's running for mayor. Did you know that? Obviously gotta play Snoopy's Silly Sports Spectacular on the NES. I would sooner play Bugs Bunny's Birthday Bash than Snoopy's Silly Sports Spectacular, or perhaps Cool Spot, if I were to play a branded game. Your favorite comment on this is, if I didn't know English, I feel like I could sing this crying in the shower with my whole heart. Yeah, there was a song like that too. That was a beautiful song in Japanese, that to the tune of a Mega Man song that I later learned was extremely graphic and very crude. I learned this lesson later. This is why I don't sing songs that I don't know the lyrics to until I know what the lyrics are. Best advertising that Arby's has gotten since they stopped doing the paper cutouts of pop culture stuff. Thinking about fast food restaurants, right? So out in the Midwest, there is the Burger King Foot Lettuce Burger King. I've actually been to that Burger King. Did you know that? The Burger King Foot Lettuce Burger King, where that one person posted a picture of their feet in the lettuce bins. They got immediately fired, of course, because Reddit tracked them down and said, hey, Burger King, this picture, we were able to identify which Burger King this was, and this is where they were when they took this picture. Where is that, BK? I do not remember specifically. Cleveland? The point is, I've been to the Foot Lettuce BK. I've been all over the Midwest at this point. But the point is, it's beautiful. It's super clean inside. I figure corporate probably came down on them pretty hard. But anyway, thinking about like fast food places that have gone famous, right? Thinking about fast food places that have gone famous. The Arby's on McKnight Road. I bet this place got a lot of free press. At the Arby's on McKnight Road. And there's Sushi Tomo next to them. And whoa, 3 Wheelbarrows truck. Do you think 3 Wheelbarrows truck will be there when we go there? Siren, do you think when we go to Sushi Tomo, do you think they'll have 3 Wheelbarrows truck? Oh, there's a Target across the street. Hold on. From the reflection. Whoa! Oh, and a Taco Bell. Hold on. Wait, what if we went to the Taco Bell on McKnight Road? What if we went and got diarrhea on McKnight Road instead? Wait, when did they take these pictures? Wait, hold on. I'm on a rabbit hole now. What's for sale at the Taco Bell? They're back. Oh, chicken strips and crispy chicken nuggets. This photo was taken like in the last year. This is a recent Google image photo. Look at this car. It's rapidly approaching. No, get out of the way. Oh, no. It's a, I don't remember what that symbol is. The 3 shields. It's not a Buick. It's a fancy car. What is, we keeping it glassy? Oh, it's a weed store. It's a smoke shop. Is it classy or glassy? It's a glass and vape. They sell Kratom! Oh no! Oh no, we could get really blissed out of our mind on bullshit heroin and ruin our neuroreceptors for the next 30 years of our lives. Don't take Kratom, by the way, gamers. You'll see it, they sell it at gas stations. It will ruin your fucking life. Don't take Kratom. And then you can make a song to talk about it. You could. You think that Arby's is one of the only places more famous than the Waffle Garden beatdown meme one? Or the Waffle House beatdown? Is there a specific Waffle House from that? I'm familiar with them. Is that a Buick? Okay. What is a Buick? Okay, your job is to make things pretty, and I feel like you could do better with that sign and those curtains. I feel like I don't think I would go to this salon. This person did, though. This is probably the person who owns the salon. What about this car, though? Oh, that's a Sushi Tomo car. That's somebody who works at the Sushi Tomo with those weird rims. And look, a guest who has stopped short of driving through the front of the store. That's rad. But yeah, spring clean your debt. Steidel and Steinberg, goodbyedebt.com. I love, this is a great ad. Cause it's just guy holding thing. They went with yellow and blue, which is a weird color combo. I guess yellow is a color of like cleaning. A lot of cleaning products are yellow. But blue is the trustworthy color, right? Yellow's exciting though. I feel like this is a good ad. At the Arby's on McKnight Road at the Arby's. Wait, two forgot ham melts. What does that say? Wait, hold on. Where's the 2 words? Cheese. Hold on. We've encountered a glitch. We've encountered. Hi, Melissa. Welcome in. We've encountered a glitch in the Matrix. 2 words, cheesesteak. Hold on. 2 words, cheese. Wait. Hold on. Are you guys local workers? Wait. No, there's no way this car is stopped, right? There's no way that this truck is stopped here at the moment. But 2 words, cheesesteak. Got it. Oh, you're just local people. You're just hanging out waiting to cross the road, aren't you? There's not a bus stop there. You're probably waiting to cross the road and go to the Target maybe on McKnight Road at the Arby's. So wait, where does the... Hold on, where does the truck disappear? Were we on the other side of the road a second ago? Wait, y'all just saw it said ham melts or something, right? Y'all just saw it said like ham melts. But now it says cheesesteak and there's guys waiting there. When did the pictures update? What is happening? Were we on the other side of the road? Two for $7 ham melts! So one side of the road is living in a different era than the other. Where's the guys? I hope they crossed the street okay. Is your father a meat burglar? Well, come on down to Arby's. Your father could steal every meats from an Arby's, and then we won't have any more meats. But then they'll give us more meats, because that's what happens. The truck shows up and barfs up a bunch of meats into our cooler, and then we microwave it for you. X-Files theme. Woo, 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 woo. That suggestive selling is next level. Thank you, Kaylin. Microwaved meats. Oh boy! Thanks for checking in, Dorbu. Well done. Good crit. And also Nova and Maple. Thanks for checking in. The text was different when the light pole was in the way. It's crazy. Complete redevelopment. Oh, I thought they were selling complete redevelopment. This is just an advertisement for the, ooh. Wait, we could open an arcade at McKnight Road. Next to the batteries and bulbs on McKnight Road. That sounds rad. I'm kind of into that. Da, 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 da. Howdy, Happy Pepper, how's you? We're going to the Arby's on McKnight Road. At the Arby's on McKnight Road. Look at that big, fix your crack. Oh, I bet that crack formed because what are you leaking? Hold on, what is this? Wait, hold on, we have a new mystery. What is that, like salt residue? Or is that just a reflection from leaky water? Where's that coming from? That's definitely like drainage residue, right? And it just looks white because of the reflection. That's definitely wet. Yeah, that's definitely wet, but where's that coming from?
Did the grease trap overflow?
Is the Arby's on McKnight Road leaking? Did they mop the floor and just dump the bucket in the driveway? I think they just, that's soapy water, I think. I think they just mopped the floor and then dumped the bucket immediately outside. We gotta do something about this! Looks like runoff from the sprinklers watering the plant. Maybe? But there's plants all over. Why would it only be leaking from there? No, I don't think so. Let's go to the other side of the road. Ready, traveling through time, hold your breath. All right, we gotta know. No, it's here in the past too. When the road is, okay, it looks like it rained more recently in this picture because this looks like wet all over, right? So that's like a really consistent like drainage pattern maybe? I don't know, what a mystery. It's still wet, you can see it. Arby's, please make check to Hesperus quest. Yeah, thank you for that. Maybe they watered the plants with a hose, but like in every one of these pictures, I'm too embarrassed to say what it is or why it's coming out of the Arby's. That's what happens when you get the meats. What comes out of meats? Anyway, I'm ending my Twitch channel, rebranding, deleting everything. Hesper's quest to Arby's on McKnight Road. Wait, what is this guy? Simkovich, celebrate concussion. Accelerate concussion. Accelerate concussion recovery from the very first week. Look at this, oh, I like that guy's face. He looks like Tim Curry if Tim Curry was a lion. Hold on. No, wait. There he is, there's the guy. Mr. Simkovich. Persistent, chronic, or new symptoms. Schedule a free consultation today. If you got hit in the head, you go Simkovich. But instead, oh! How far apart were these pictures taken? Okay. What a Simkovich. I would never call someone a Simkovich. What's down the road from the Arby's at McKnight Road? Harbor Freight, they got a Harbor Freight up there. Quality tools, lowest prices. Little Ross shops. Wait, hold on, a little strip mall, I love these. Look at these, you don't see these around very often anymore. These little like strip malls. Something Ball City, wait, what is that? Oh, it's Pool City. And a fit. Y'all wanna go to the gym and get fit. And then US, is that an Army recruiter? Wait, hold on. Why is Pool City down here and all the way up here? Tobacco King. And a honey baked ham store. Final guess, Idaho. Okay, we're playing GeoGuessr right now. We're playing GeoGuessr. Y'all tell me if you weren't here for the beginning, because some of you know where this is. And another, wait, there's like 3 dispensaries in like a 300-foot, excuse me?
I will not buy this tobacconist. It is scratched.
Sorry, Slyman. You also can't smoke because you don't have lungs. Hey, they got an exchange there. Ooh, it's like a retro like store where they do like retro music and videos and toys and videos game. The exchange is like a Northeast US chain. GeoGuessr. To the GeoGuessr on McKnight Road, GeoGuessr on McKnight Road. Oh, you're in the United States. Yeah, sorry, Magna. I know you were upset to learn that just now. Because I've talked so much about Enum, right? Ooh, I love a Mexican restaurant too. Okay, I feel, there's a Quest Diagnostics, I feel, ooh, here we go. All traffic to Millvale/Westview Ross Municipal Road, right lane only. The right lane's closed. The new Rite Aid logo, which I hate. Wait. It's El Campesino. That's kind of cool. I like that they were like, it's the Campesino. It's not just Campesino, right? They had to add the L. It looks like they've added it in for engagement. Actually, it might be in Oregon from all the weed dispensaries. Further east. I think this might be Virginia. No, Magna, that's what we did the Fix Free fundraiser for. We could actually play GeoGuessr, but I'll really embarrass myself if we do. I thought about doing GeoGuessr streams, but I'm so bad. I came up through the American education system. I can't locate probably 80% of countries on a map. A couple dentists, a little medical pavilion. This isn't, we're just kind of going down the road here. But they got Big Lots. I got some furniture there. Oh, the comeback starts soon. Wait, what's going on over here? What comeback? Wait, at the Big Lots? Was this Big Lots closed at some point? Okay, I feel like we've kind of exhausted the comedy of this. What, U-Haul place? U-Haul places are so fucking shady, right? If y'all have ever had to rent a U-Haul, every one of them is shady, right? They're all really, like, spooky. But look how many trees there are. Even on a major highway, this is one of the things I love about the American Northeast, is that you get a lot of trees. Wait, hold on, there was like a tag or something. What was that? Oh, maybe it's just a danger sign. No, wait, it's not, hold on. Somebody tagged that, what is that? I can't read it! Somebody was down in the ditch on the side of the road and they graffitied it. No, we can't get a good look at it. There's like a whole barn over there? What's kind of the situation with that? Can I see it off the bridge? I don't think it's that interesting. But there's a pedestrian footbridge here, or pedestrian bridge on the side here. What's down there? What's down there? Office. So that's like a mechanic? A Dairy Queen? And a barn? Look at all the trees though. I wanna live somewhere with trees. The company as a whole went out of business. Did they really? Wait, Big Lots went under? Okay, so like, we're here during both parts of the road work. Look at that. So there's like a bit of road that is, or a bit of bridge that is like patched. But if we go to the other side, it's not patched. So time travel is happening. It's so funny to see all the weird American stuff you hear about and see that it actually exists. Yeah, imagine living here. I mean, some of it's really beautiful. We have like a lot of natural beauty in a lot of parts of the country, but Ooh, apartments and a driving school, and the Rogers Law Firm. They're pirates. Let's go down the side road. Let's go into a suburb, down Stevens Drive. Whoa, wait, these look like schmancy houses. These must be expensive. We got a package. 2024. But look at this designer looking home next to this like classic, like ranch style. Stephen got his own drive. He had a difficult time. The crystal gems made things really hard on him. And here we are at the apartments off McKnight Road. At the White Oaks off McKnight Road. You know, like at the end of the road, off the highway like that, up a hill, probably not be a bad place to live in an apartment. Sky looks so weird though, doesn't it? Looks like light pillars, the way the clouds are. It's just so pretty. Final guess, Northeastern Oregon. This is McKnight Road in, was it Pittsburgh? Hold on. Let's zoom out. It's in PA. We looked it up. Yeah, Pittsburgh. This is Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Semi-related for housing. How do you feel about tiny houses? Okay. I'm gonna be so real with you. I had at one point a person offered to help me build a tiny house, like buy a little parcel of land somewhere and build a tiny house. So tiny houses, tiny homes are a specific thing. Tiny home, right? Da, 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 da. We'll talk about, there's a couple of different ways that they're done, but we'll talk about this. As a thing, a tiny home is like a little prefab, like they plug some cubes together or they build a little structure, right? And they're designed to be modular and portable and easy to set up and go up really quick. And they're designed to be built very quickly, very cheaply. This is a $16,000 home. This is, the whole house is very small. It's just like a room or two, but it's like $16,000, right? And so I thinking about tiny homes. Let me see if I can find some better pictures of them. Tiny home. Let me find some better pictures without like doxing myself. And there's some that are like custom built too. They're not all like they're not all like ugly prefabs. Like there's some much nicer ones. Let's see if I can find. A lot of them are trailers, but some of them are permanent structures that I've seen, and I'm not finding any for some reason. Here's a slightly more permanent looking one. Right, so the vibe is like, it's like a room or two, right? And then they build them on like a little lot or something. And they become like a semi-permanent structure. And that's your house. So I have thoughts on them because I had somebody offer to help me get one at one point. To get a little parcel of land and set up a tiny home and hook up like electrical and sewer and whatnot and internet to it. And I thought like, I could just build one of these. Copy image address. I want this full screen. Could just build a little tiny home, right? And have like my own little house. Just in the middle of the woods somewhere. And so I have thoughts about it. Like LMD very clearly has stated they do not want to live in anything that seems very much like a mobile home or anything that's similar to like a double wide or like one of those installation based like little trailer homes. And I understand. And I also don't want to live in a place like that. I don't want to live in a trailer park. The neighbors are shitty, the walls are thin. It's not a good experience. I've spent some time there too. I spent a significant amount of time in a trailer park. But so tiny homes are one of the things that is like an answer to the housing crisis because they're cheap and they're easy to build. They go up quickly and they're affordable for people who don't have a lot of money. The problem is I'm a married woman and I need privacy. I demand privacy. It's so important to me. I demand two things in my life, and that's privacy and quiet. And I guess access to medical care and stuff, but I can drive for that, right? So having a little place like this, they're not well insulated against noise. And they can be a little expensive to heat and cool because they are not well insulated historically. And so it's like, if it was like this on the inside and it was well insulated and I had like permanent internet and heating and stuff, I would move here today. If you gave me this tiny home, I would move to this one today. But I'm a married woman and I gotta think for two. And I would not want to share this space with somebody. I feel like it's too restrictive, it's too small, and I make too much noise. I scream a lot when I'm streaming. I need quiet and I need to be able to be loud. So I think about it a lot though, because it was on the table at one point to get a little place like this. And I still think about it a lot. Because it would have required some cuts, it would have required some sacrifices, and I don't know. You'll note that there's like a little kitchenette here. You know, there's not like a full kitchen. And this is an expensive one. This is a luxury one too. You can see it's actually got like a vent fan over the stove and stuff. Most of them don't have stuff like that. But getting things like internet hooked up are difficult too. A lot of these places require satellite internet because the infrastructure isn't there. You can't run like telecom cables to these things, you know, without thousands and thousands of dollars. So what, and trailers also don't build equity. That's the other thing. If you want to build equity, we bought a house and in 6 months, our house has appreciated about $3,000, not including the repairs we've made to it. Our Zillow estimate is up about $3,000 in 6 months. So, I mean, our house is worth more than it was. And property values historically, other than like the great housing crash of like the early 90s in the United States, don't go down. So, yeah, your biggest issue is always how do you stream from your box on wheels? You'd need satellite internet is the thing. And the response times, like your throughput rate could be really high, but the response time is like multiple seconds, you know? So it's not great. And right now, I live in a suburb that has access to fiber optic internet. So like, I would miss my fiber. Like, if you're enjoying my stream right now in 1080p, 60 frames per second, that's because I have fiber optic internet, baby. So, I would miss fiber. But you mentioned the thought of like getting a big plot of land, getting a VTuber tiny home commune going. Listen, Sharansky, if I had the money to contribute towards that, because you gotta imagine, right, like a tiny home, you can get, let's say a luxury tiny home, $30K, right? 30,000 US dollars. You can get like a mortgage for that. It's not even that expensive, like comparatively. $30,000 plus the cost of the land split between multiple people. Let's say it's $5,000 for a parcel of land, right? So $35,000 plus the cost of installing internet and utilities and stuff. Let's say you split it all different ways. It's $2,000 a piece, so $37,000 split between 5 or 6 people. Everybody gets a little tiny home on the land. Gay VTuber commune, like, it's a lot of money, but there are cars that cost more than that. What an interesting idea, isn't it? And you could, if you were paying the money to have the infrastructure put in, like the internet cabling and stuff, like you could go anywhere. But these aren't particularly weather safe, so if you had a disaster, you'd be in trouble if you got flooding. These don't have sewer hookups, because the sewers don't run out here to most of the places you would build these. So you'd need to handle septic or sewage or some kind of waste disposal. And so then also you've got to get it registered, you've got to pay fees for things like emergency services. So there are some logistical concerns to having a place like this. But look at this place with its loft. A little ladder you climb up to the loft. I would kill for a little loft space I could climb a ladder to get to. There's a reason composting toilet is the free space in the tiny house tour bingo. That's true. That's true. Are we making the Paris Commune? See, I would want to do it, honestly and truly, if I was gonna make a little tiny home commune, here's what I would do. I would gather the money, I would get the funding together, get the investors or whatever, right? I would buy a parcel of land in like Denmark or like Norway, like adjacent to a town in the wilderness. I would buy something in a Nordic system country. And I would build the houses and I would move there today. I would move there immediately. 1,000 million bajillion % would move there immediately to have a place like this. I don't know. It's wild to think about, right? But like if you build the home and buy the land, you can be a citizen. Like that's enough. So yeah, I don't know. Tiny homes. That's my thoughts on tiny homes. But my other thoughts on tiny homes is, again, I'm a married woman. So I'm not thinking just for me. I'm thinking for two. Buy something cheap in a Nordic country and then do wholesome crimes. The prisons are cushy. I mean, I could still get my HRT and my medically necessary transition surgeries. It's not that unappealing, truthfully. But so I had some nice experiences in this house that we bought. I reorganized my office a little bit. It's a little nicer now. I've got a little more open space. I can start figuring out furniture. I want to try to get some like shelves and stuff. So I don't know. I have some DMs. Hold on. Who do I have DMs from? Blum, 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 blah, dum, bum, blah, dum. I have some good DMs. Okay. Just tiny homes. Anyway, that's my thoughts on it. Hi, Devin. Welcome in. It's nice to see you. You ever see a tiny home before? There was like a tiny home movement for a while that was supposed to like cure the housing crisis. Hi, Sinerdigar. Hi, Ocean Storms. Hello, thank you for checking in. And thank you for the hydrate, Sinerdigar. I'm gonna have a little sippy right now. Coke Zero is so good, but it goes flat so quick. Well, yeah, you remember something about this and people converting like vans and small buses into homes? Honestly, I could never live van life. I couldn't do van life. I'm a little fat, truthfully. I take up a little bit more space and I need room to stretch out. And I need like a tub. You know, I need like shower, toilet, no chemical toilet. It needs to be actually sewer hookup because I don't want to pay septic fees. And that limits my housing options like really drastically. You see like the YouTube videos about van life and they're all really appealing, right? Let me, you know what? Let me, YouTube. Let me see if I can find, let's see, hold on. Stuff like this. I think this one, pause the music. I think this one might be one of the ones I've seen before. Let me adjust this screen a little bit. I want to share this a little. I am on just chatting, right? Okay. These are cool. I watch these videos pretty often. This is a Rainstorm Gaming Van Night, relaxing with rain sounds in a secret base. I love these videos. I watch these all the time when I'm trying to go to sleep. Yeah, this is one of the creators I recognize. This is RCC Reloaded on YouTube. But like, think about having one of those like little secret bases, right? And so just drive where you want to go, shack up in a parking lot, and spend like a day or two van camping. And the sound of rain on the roof of a van, it comes through so well. Your joints would not survive in a space like that. I mean, I agree wholeheartedly. But this is like the tiny home thing is like one step up from here, you know? If you were on a trip or something, you would do it. There's a fantasy to that, right? Imagine having your body be whole and not needing perpetual medical treatment. so that you could just get an RV or a van and just go where you wanted to and just live out of your RV for as long as you felt like it. Like, get a little savings built up and just go. If only our economy allowed people like me to have savings. Hi, Vel. Hi, Vel. But look at, you could go anywhere. You could go to any beautiful place and just park and chill. Even if you drive on the wrong side of the road. Your parents have been doing the RV thing when they go on a vacation. My parents wanted to do that, but they cheaped out. We got a pop-up camper instead. And we took a lot of like trips in, like, we had a van that towed the pop-up camper. And we would just rent space at a campground. And I spent a lot of time in my youth camping, like in a pop-up camper. You just dropped a quarter of your money on your cat's flea issue. I hope your cat feels better, though. That's really important to take care of that. What place is this? Is this north of Kyoto? I'm not sure. I don't think they say it. I don't think they've said it yet. The CCs are on. They just haven't said anything in a while. But it's definitely Japan. Thank you, Vel. Thank you, Mona. She's doing all right. She got her meds and everything and took them very well. Oh, that's good. What a relief. But yeah, I love videos like this because, like, I imagine being much smaller and being able to fit into a smaller space and be comfortable in it. Like, place Japan. Yeah, that's all I know. Oh, here's the video we're watching, by the way. Let me get you the link. In case you want to add it to your own list and check out the creator. So, you can see that they've got, like, a bunch of stuff packed up and stacked in the back of the van. But imagine just parking in a forest by a lake and just getting to live there for like a couple of days. Yes, CC Lemon, baby! That's 1,000 lemons! Place Japan. Oh. Ugh, sound of thunder and rain. God, you don't get it very often where I am right now. I do get real thunderstorms here, which is incredible, but like living on the Great Lakes, you get crazy thunderstorms. I have a video from last year of the most insane lightning storm I've ever seen in my life. Like 3 or 4 flashes of lightning per second for over an hour. Crazy storms over the lakes. You grew up in Oklahoma, so it was always a toss-up between a thunderstorm and a tornado. I've never had to worry about tornadoes before. I've had tornado warnings before, but I've never actually seen a tornado. But here's the dude in the back of his van. Look at this cool setup. The sound. Yeah, no, this guy gets me. It's really nice dozing off on the ferry, listening to Fairy. Oh, it's Hagen. Hey, soak up that energy for me. I miss living out there. Out in good old PNW. Excuse me. So we got a little lantern set up. Air circulation is so important too. Good airflow. So these batteries, I'm gonna pause for a second. These batteries are so cool because they have like a little amperage meter and like they show you how much is currently being drawn and they can last for like a really long time. But when you got like your cell phone, we underestimate the amount of power these things consume too. Like you can get a couple hours of decent gaming out of one of these or like a couple hours of decent heating out of one of these and then you got to recharge it. So you'd really need to recharge. You'd really need to like, I mean, he's got 2 battery packs. Oh, that's smart. He's got one for like the main stuff and then one for like extraneous stuff, I guess. Also, that kind of looks like a Ring camera. I know it's not, but that's definitely where his phone was. I don't know. This is how I spend most of my afternoons, is just watching videos like this. Like if I'm not on stream and I'm not responding to DMs, this is probably what I'm doing. Yeah, a little MagSafe mount. Yeah. Also, hi, Renetta. I don't think I said hi to you. Thank you for the. Oh, this is. Oh, everything about this scene. Oh. Sorry, I was gonna shut up for a sec. Okay, sorry. I was also curious. Cyril, thanks for the check-in. I was curious how my mic sounds. Does my microphone sound normal? I've changed what position it's in. Have you noticed anything weird about my voice or my vocal quality during the course of this stream? This looks like quite an effort to get static shots in all these angles and positions as well. A tripod at least, and then maybe a gorilla pod. Yeah, I think you see some of his stuff. I think you see some of his stuff in like a couple of the shots. It is definitely like tripod and stable mount and stuff. This is exactly what you needed after work today. Thank you, Hesper. Yeah, Potate. Hazel, I feel it too. It's what I need to. That's definitely not onboard audio either. Sounds normal. That's good to know. I've repositioned my mic from being right in my face like a podcaster to being above me like a boom mic. So I was worried that I was going to get more echoey or like a little more distant. But it seems to be okay because it's about the same distance from me. So I'm feeling okay about it because it's out of my way and I can do this with my hands now without hitting the mic. I couldn't do this before. Having this in the background of Fire Red grinding is delightful. Oh, Devin, you got me and Pokemon Fire Red. Let's go. I got Leaf Green from the new one. I haven't loaded it up yet, but Steam Deck sounds. I have one of these too, thanks to all of you. I'm ready for surgical recovery. I've got a Steam Deck. I've got it all set up. I haven't really used it. Your wife got Leaf Green since you have it physically? Oh, you can trade stuff. Stardew Valley plays on a small speaker while the rain falls on the roof of the car. I could fall asleep to that. It's very nice for you too. Yesterday was a stressy day. Today's been literally a double therapy day. The next one should be a relaxy day starting now. Please take a relaxy day. Double therapy day. I've had a couple of those in my life. But yeah, just secret van camping. Like, you can't do this stuff when you're married. When you got a partner you gotta worry about. You can go off and do it solo, I guess, but CC Lemon, baby. That's 1,000 lemons. And some, what are these Pringles? Wait, what kind of Pringle? Sour, that's a sour cream Pringle? You can eat so many Pringles. I miss calories. Using chopsticks keeps the game device clean. Yeah, you can do this to eat Cheetos too, by the way. Ask for help. The evil demon in my body has cast the spell Most Wretched, Chronic Fatigue, on me. I need you to help me before I end up in the dungeon dead. Zoe, have you considered having 40 lemons worth of vitamin C? Have you considered having 40 lemons worth of vitamin C? That would probably really help you. 40 lemons. Hi, Zoe. I hope you're doing well. 40 lemons, Zoe. We're watching some van camping videos. I love CC Lemon. It was CC Lemon and Kieran Lemon for a while, but CC Lemon kind of won the war, I think. The side effect is people look at you like you're an alien, but you know what whose fingers aren't dirty after snacking? Exactly! No, eat your shit with chopsticks! It's so smart. You can't use a fork to pull out a Cheeto, but you can use a chopsticks. I don't know, like, being a trans woman, it's like sometimes scary to travel, especially to rural or less developed areas, right? Us queer folks is safest in the cities. But I will always, always have a deep, deep connection to places like this. And it's just so nice. I get like literally I get pleasant tingles. Is that what ASMR is? I get like pleasant tingles on like the back of my neck from that sound of the rain falling. Is that what ASMR is? It's never ASMR. Nothing labeled ASMR has ever worked for me, but that rain sound gives me that. Wow, I understand it all of a sudden. Ooh, they got some Kirby. Wait, look at your little knife set. And it's a cutting board that hides the knife. Wait, you cutting off both ends? How are you cutting that onion? Oh. You're chunking it up. I see. Oh, look at the little... Is it a pressure cooker or is it just a little like rice cooker? I guess it's a little rice cooker. Does it have its own battery or are you gonna hook it into a thing? Oh, you can see the tripod. In the bottom left here, you can see the tripod. You don't get the neck tingles from the streamer licking the mic like a popsicle? No, I do not. Actually, I from like femme presenting ASMR channels, I usually just get vocal envy and dysphoria. The raw meat right in? What are you making? Is just throwing a pot of Kirby together and is that gonna be good? Everything's gonna cook at different rates. Get out of E2. I feel like it needs more water. No, I'm with you, Devin. I feel like it needs more water. I'm hungry watching this, so I'm gonna mute for a second and eat a little food while we watch this. Worth noting, the rice cooker is at about 400 watts. That's like a mid-range gaming PC. Same amount of power. Yeah, it's not done. Oh, it's black curry. That's a weird curry, my friend. You made a weird curry. I think that rice is going to be crunchy. But I guess there's moisture in the onions, but I don't know. Maybe because it's like a closed, maybe it's like a pressure pot. You need less rice if it's a covered pot, or less water rather. If it's got like a fully sealed pot, it'll steam and the water will recirculate and you don't need as much water. Oh shit! Hi Broa! Hi Raiders! Welcome in, it's wonderful to see you. That's a kaiju raid. Hi Broa! That's a whole kaiju who definitely is not a kobold. How's it going, bro? How's your stream? How did it go? Did you have fun? Wait, what do you mean hi Hex? Hex came in with your raid. Wonder how he's getting water in general. Does he filter? Most of these YouTube channels I've seen do bottled water. Bro, how was your stream? Did you have fun? Claymore, I guess. I feel like I should talk over it so I don't get content stuck. You know that anime? What anime is that? Stream was good. You did some art for a commission and played some Monty Humpy. Which Monty Humpy? I gotta know because everybody's coming back to Wilds out of nowhere. I've been playing a bunch of Wilds myself, so. You were doing Wilds? Oh hell yeah, Broa. Broa, are you in a guild? We have a squad. We have a whole squad for Atelier Lumi, or for the Guild in the Glade rather, if you want to get in the squad. I could load it up. I could tell you. We're watching some band camping videos and just chilling right now. Back, I never left. Oh, hi Heck. Hi Heck. But yeah, this dude's got a little van that he's converted into a little mini campsite. He's playing video games and enjoying the sound of the rain in Japan somewhere. It's really nice. It's really a very nice vibe. For rice cooker, it should be 1 cup to 1 cup. I wanted to talk about this with Vitagan. Look at your little Campbell. There's a secret to rice cookers. There's a secret to knowing how much water to use. Oh, Phil. So it is a mashup. My raid theme is a mashup. Hold on, I'm gonna pause this video for a sec. Well, I'm gonna try to find where it is, and then I'm gonna pause the video. Give me a sec. I think I saved it in sounds. Is it alerts? No. Wait, holy shit, hold on. I am gonna pause this for a sec. Let me... So the sound it used to play on my stream when I got bits from day 1 of streaming. These files have a date of 2020 on them and I just found them. Check this out. Sorry if it's loud. Did it play? I didn't hear it if it played. I definitely just found. That's wild. I found this on accident. It's in the wrong folder. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Hasper Stingers, arcade sounds. Let me see if I can get it. What would it be? What would it even be? Oh, right. If I saved it here. I don't know where I saved it. Oh, well, I can't find it. To clarify, my raid sound is the Song of Storms from Legend of Zelda and the Mega Man stage select like boss intro theme. Mixed with and then it goes I matched them up in a MIDI editor. I pulled them together. My I have 2 of those little mashups that I do as well. My subscription theme was Camel by Camel with Epona's song, which I named Epona by Epona. Oh, well, it's no, it wasn't Epona's theme, it was the intro theme from Ocarina. I'm thinking about it in my head. I named it wrong, but I named it Epona by Epona. I pulled the songs together and made, look at that fog! I miss the mountains so much. They're so beautiful. And you're protected from tornadoes on the mountains and flooding. You can get flash floods, I guess, but...
この朝の小鳥の声を聞きながらちょっと外歩くのが
You're
なん
talking?
か一番好きな時間かもしれないです。本当に素晴らしい。最高ですね。
What a nice vibe. Hi, Sid. Welcome in. It's nice to see you. We've been watching a little bit of van camping video. There's a bunch of people who do videos like this. Particularly Japanese creators do a lot of this, I think. But I really like these videos. You want to change yours soon? You've had the Fire Emblem Echoes music as your raid theme for a while. Yeah, I wrote my own little jingles just to play around with music, and it turned out they worked out into really good little stream alerts, but I don't have any good software for it. Also, hi, Val! I don't have any good software for it, so I just used like an online MIDI editor. You're always a little alarmed when there's any talking in these videos. It throws me. It throws me, Clickflint. I always get a little freaked out. Oh, my butt hurts. Oh, gamers, my butt hurts. I've been sitting in this chair too much lately. I think we're done with the majority of this one. We're done with the van camping part. Let's switch over to this one. Over 500,000 views. Why is it only... Okay, there it goes. I'm gonna mute for a second and keep eating while we listen to this. You love the idea of you and Penny having a traveling home and going places in it? We were talking about tiny homes, actually. And the idea of, like, the gay socialist VTuber commune. Like, buy a chunk of land, everybody builds a tiny home for, like, $30,000 a piece. Like, there's logistical concerns, but... Man, wouldn't that be nice? There's concerns with things like getting good internet run to it, like fiber optic internet for all of the streamers, and like getting enough power run to it, and like sewer hookup as opposed to septic. Because you've got 8 people who eat Taco Bell, you know? But I think you could do it, and I think you could live really well that way. But as a married person, I have to choose what my wife wants to, you know? You want to build folding homes that are moved somewhere, folded out, and that have decent sized spaces for it. That's kind of the tiny home movement, isn't it? Waste management's definitely a struggle when you get more than 4 people in one place. Do you have experience with it? Or are we just speaking in general terms? Really, Renetta? I spent a little bit of time, in a friend's trailer. Like, he had like, in a trailer park. My old dungeon master was a trailer park guy. And, I spent a lot of time over there playing Smash Bros. and playing D&D in his trailer. And, I don't know if I'd want to go back to that life. Oh, you grew up on an actual farm. Oh. Yeah, you totally know then. Yeah, Renetta, that sounds like you would absolutely know. You can run the fan for about 3 days straight? Yeah, probably. Wait, look at that. That's a little magnetic hook with a carabiner on it. That's so smart. Here's what we need to get for any of our friends who happen to live in a non-air-conditioned trailer during the heat. Get one of those little battery banks and some fans. Cast charm on the already charming stream. Well, thank you, Vel. What number are we up to? I didn't see it. How far have we gotten? Are we at like 20? But Hesper, isn't carabiner what people eat when they can't use chocolate? No. You're thinking of carab. Carabiner is a person in a military who uses a particular form of rifle. In form of infantry, long-range infantry. I have no idea. If somebody charm spells again, it'll show it. But no, I love these videos. I watch these all the time. This and like those primitive technology videos where they build like, I know a lot of them are fake, but where they build like a swimming pool and an underground layer out in the bush somewhere, you know? I really like those. Chomp. 28. That's about 10% of the way to the maximum. Multi-night trips power sometimes. Oh no. Like you might have room for 2 people to use the same toilet for a long while, theoretically, but it'll start to smell bad long before it's full. That's fair. In trailers they have what Renetta probably can tell you about too, is in trailers they tend to have a chemical toilet, which is to say like it's got a little storage tank and some chemicals to kind of neutralize odor and stuff. But you do have to like dump it. You do have to drain and dump it and flush the system from time to time. I would not want to live somewhere with a chemical toilet. I want a place where we have modern infrastructure to carry waste away. I think that's really important. So, I suppress the odor with that blue shit like a porta potty. Yeah. And it doesn't do a great job. You've got that weird brain that doesn't want a van to live in, you want a boat. You love the idea of being in the ocean and big water and seeing the stars. I think there's logistical concerns with that too, especially if you haven't like got nautical experience. We talked about this on stream a long time ago, but my father-in-law sold my wife's childhood home and bought a houseboat. He's a douche. You can be mean to him. It's okay. He sold my wife's childhood home. I thought you wouldn't want it. And bought himself a houseboat. He had no sailing experience, no nautical experience, had never owned a boat before. But he fantasized about living on the water, in the open water, and sailing up and down the coastline as a freelancer for his industry, which was so short-sighted and didn't work out. He ended up buying a house again, I think. No, he got an apartment, I think. Oh, he's a total douche. Yeah, absolutely. He's a massive, massive dick canoe. But I feel like there's also a right way to indulge that. There is a right way to retire onto the ocean, and it involves kind of knowing what you're doing. And I think if anybody would figure it out, it would be you, Patagon. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah, like if anybody's gonna know how to do it for real, it's gonna be you. Even with yours connected to septic, you had to have tablets for the water you flushed with. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Well, because, like, the way those pipes work, you know? You don't have a, So there is a thing, there's like a U-bend in most traditional toilets where it goes down to the hole that you can see, and then it kind of goes up again and then back down. And so, like, if you have a clog in your toilet, usually speaking, it's something is stuck in the U-bend. It doesn't have the force to push it back up over the pipe. And that prevents gases, like septic gases, from bubbling back up. The chemical toilets and stuff like that or like camper toilets don't normally have that. So, absolute knob jockey. He might have been. We had there were signs. You just know the only good times you had in the Navy were where you were in the bridge navigating? That sounds like a wonderful memory to pull from a stressful experience. I think that's really great to hold on to, Patagon. I would go out on the water with you. I would go hang out. It's the same thing as the Greedy Cup. You can get regular toilets in a camper, but you need a really big black water tank. You know more than me about this for sure, but that sounds like we're on the same page. Look at this road. That sounds kind of like we're on the same page. Also, look what countries with real infrastructure look like. They had like little twinkly lights on the side of the road so that you could see the edges of the road in the dark, even in a rural area. An actual paved road running through the wilderness? That's crazy. Must be nice. Yeah, ours is a horrible shriek. Our alert system does a horrible, horrible shriek. But, like, some nations in the world actually care about, like, vibes. They care about aesthetic. and mood in public spaces. Can you imagine? I mean, I'm sure there's problems too, but they just passed a bunch of laws nationally in Japan to protect trans people, like over the last year or two. So I don't know. Maybe I've got rose-colored glasses right now. Yeah, Devin, I got you. I don't know. I feel like we could make our own space better, but I love when these videos are in the rain. Wow, it's quite a lot of lightning. I guess that's a mountain storm, right? Your best friend is extremely British. You might have picked up some slang because of him. Yeah. Yeah, you do. From time to time. Man's got a, what is that? I don't know what that word is. Hi, Daniel. Thanks for checking in. Ooh, double fives. Welcome to level 10. It's actually just making you sleepy. I woke up this morning. Well, I woke up a couple times this morning because our neighbors were loud, but I thought you were supposed to, like, be free of that when you got a house. You know, your neighbors waking you up with their music, but, no, it happens to me every day at this house, which really stinks. Because I get to bed at 4 and then wake up at 8. But, I ended up getting back to sleep today, and I woke up thinking, like, wow, I feel rested. I actually feel like I slept. That's cool. That's awesome. I'm so cozy in bed right now. And then, like, as my brain woke up, I was like, oh, I can hear the rain outside. That's why. That's why I slept. Like, you can get all the rain sound machines in the world. Like, you can get all the rain sounds machines in the world, but nothing's ever going to be the same as real rain. And I don't know why. I don't know what the difference is. Hi, Ace. It's the van that Toyota makes. Oh. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. Are you gonna make some terrible curry again? No, okay. You're making common guy. I don't know what that is. It's your first try. Oh, it's Googling the recipe. Are you gonna... You're not gonna marinate stuff, like, in your... Are you just seasoning it, okay? Insult the man who lives in a van. He doesn't. He just does this for recreation. Roasting this man. Well, he made the worst curry. He was like, so good. He ate the whole thing, but, like, I can't imagine that curry was any good at all. It looks terrible. It's gonna marinate it for 5 minutes. I wonder. Oh, he's just kind of trying to figure it out. Okay, wait, no, his knife work is pretty good, though. I don't like that he's got his finger on the top of the blade like that. But other than that, his knife work is doing pretty solid. And maybe that's, like, just a technical difference, you know? Maybe we learn the French style where the finger runs alongside the blade instead, you know? You got a cat paw, though. You gotta do the chef claw. The chef grip when you're holding the food, or you're gonna cut your fingertips off. But I guess that's French knife work, right? That's French technique. So maybe there's a different technique I don't know about. Is there, like, a Japanese knife technique? Oh, Fatagan! You talked about how much rice to add to a rice cooker. There's a secret. There's a secret to it, and I'll show you. I will show you the secret to always getting the perfect amount of water in your rice cooker. And I'm gonna put this on the screen here while we're watching this video. I'm gonna show you. Give me a sec to capture my paint program here. That. Are we underneath the video right now? Are we underneath the video right now? Wait, where's my... There it is. Okay, yeah, we were. Don't mind me. Just gonna... Can I... I want to get rid of that. How do I get rid of that? I don't know how to get rid of that little sidebar. That sucks. I hate it. new paint is bad. Right here. Here's the secret to getting the right amount of water in your rice cooker every time. Okay, so here's the basin, right? Here's the actual pot for the rice cooker. And I'm talking like if you're using one of those like one touch, like quick lever, like electric rice cookers, right? And here's the lip of it. And it's gonna have like measurements and stuff on the inside of it, you know, like maximum fill line and stuff, and like respect those. But here's what you do. You dump in a bunch of rice. Doesn't matter how much, and you don't have to measure it. Here's your rice. Doesn't matter how much you dump in, but there's 2 important steps to cooking the rice. First, you wash your rice. Put some room temperature water from your tap, swirl it around, and then hold the rice in and dump most of the water out, and then fill it back up with more room temperature water, and then hold your hand and like dump it out, and wash the rice until the water runs mostly clear. Usually 3 or 4 washings, if you're really gentle about it, like 3 or 4 washings, right? And then you fill it up with water. And the amount of water you need to put in, now that your rice is wet and has water saturating it, and you have washed the extra starch off of the rice, the amount of water you need to put in is exactly 1 knuckle. And there is a reason for this. There is a reason that this works. There is magic to this. And I will explain to you what the magic is. So what's a good color for your finger? We'll use blue for your finger, right? So you've got your finger, and here's your finger, right? On your hand. And you're making a fist with the rest of your hand, right? Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful hand. Beautiful hand. There's your thumb. So 1 knuckle on your finger. And the reason for this is you want exactly to your first knuckle, right in the middle, amount of water over the rice. Level the surface of the rice, shake it back and forth with the water in it, and then fill it up until just your first knuckle. You have a line right in the middle of your first knuckle. Hi, Lily!
Holy cannoli, 14 months of subs already. Time flies when you're very amazing.
Lily, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you so much. That really means a lot. Like, I said that weird because I got distracted in the middle of it by this guy van camping in the rain. Lily, thank you so much. Those individual subs mean the world to me. And every streamer you want to support, those manual subs are so meaningful to us. So thank you very much. So this is a trick I learned from my half Japanese girlfriend's Japanese dad. A million years ago, this guy taught me the secret to making rice in a rice cooker, and this is the colloquial. This is the method that I've learned from every East Asian person I've ever talked to. This is like what the grandma teaches you how to make rice, right? And the reason that this works is science. There is science to this. And the science, why are there, God, there we go. I hate the new paint program. The reason that this works is that no matter what, there is an amount of water in here that is proportional to the amount of rice you have, because you have washed your rice, and exactly an amount of water over top of it, because on a human adult hand, and this doesn't work for everybody who's got really small hands, but on a human adult hand, the difference between the length of your final knuckle is gonna be almost the same on every adult human. And so it's got the right amount of water to boil off before the right amount of water for the rice. So what you do is you leave it fucking covered, you pull the little lever, you hit the switch, you go turn it on, and you just leave it with that amount of water in it. Once you've washed the rice, got the extra starches out, and you put just enough water to be 1 knuckle deep, you cover it, you hit the switch, you walk away. When it's done, you take the rice paddle, you fluff it up, you have beautiful, perfect looking rice every time. This trick I have tried measuring, and this is only for white rice, but it works for like jasmine rice, or basmati rice, or sushi rice. It works for all kinds of white rice. Brown rice, I think, needs more water. But this trick works for me every time. Now you know. Look at the ducks. I half expected you to make the fingertip glow like E.T. What was it? Oh God, what is the bit? Oh. No, damn it, I can't remember. Misa, help me. What was the bit? What's the ET bit? What name does he say a bunch of times in the one meme? I can't think of it. Chuck? Is it Chuck? I think it's Chuck. Chuck. Are you guys familiar with this? Are you not? Hold on. You guys definitely don't know this. Hold on, let me see. It's an Instagram video, so I don't know if I can watch it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to watch it. But so there's a ride at Universal Orlando. Also, Lily, thank you so much for the gift sub to Renetta.
Lily Cowbell gifted a subscription to Renata_shin.
Thank you very much for that. I'm gonna pause this real quick. I'm gonna put Instagram on the screen. I need you guys to see this. There's a ride at Universal Orlando where ET says your name. They take your name at the front of the ride, and then ET says your name on the way out. Chuck. So I just couldn't remember it. It's so funny. Chuck. Me when I'm playing a Super Mario World hack and I'm going through a Chuck gate. A series of Chuck gates. Motherfucker over here bashing out his Patreon names at the end of you. Yeah, big thank you to my patrons. Chuck. Wow, that looks... Is that a hamburger patty? Oh, are you gonna... Oh, I understand. Wait, that's an induction cooktop. Is that like a panini press for an induction cooker? Does that work? Chunk was ruined for Penny, but won't go into why here. Oh, I see. Understood. Yeah, when they made that patty, I hope they used Chuck. Okay, wait, actually, that looks delicious. You can get that kind of browning and crispiness on it without using a bunch of butter, like... That's because there's sugars in the bread, but... That's like genuinely... It looks like American fast food, but it is so much healthier than American fast food. That's the kind of shit you get at the 7-Eleven, but it's 300 calories less here. Milk plant. Itadakimasu. Chuck the show because of the actor. Oh, the show Chuck. That's the one where it's like a gormless IT guy becomes secret agent, right? Is that the plot of that show? I don't remember. That's like a 15-year-old show, isn't it? Japanese 7-Eleven are insane. I follow a YouTube guy who talks kind of like this and goes over things in Japan. Let's break it down. First, Japan has a cream bun that is really suggestive and sus, and I don't think they should have did this. 3 out of 10. You know the guy I'm talking about? The only thing I know you can get at 7-Eleven is what you got at 7-Eleven, and it was jugs rather than bottles. And today I am wearing my Happy Slurpee Day shirt that Misa and Bancha brought me the day I was recovering from my surgery. When I walked out of surgery, I went home and I laid down and I slept a bit, and then they came over with a Slurpee and a shirt for me. Yeah, Omega, I love the sandwich press. Yeah, I'm wearing my Slurpee shirt today. Gochisou-sama. Making the hot sandwich only used about 2% power. I think about this stuff a lot, right? Like the idea of, it's so beautiful. Like, I love nature. I like streaming and I like video games and I like nature a lot. Just the sounds of nature, I want to live in it. I want to live in it forever. I want to go to nature and I want to never leave. And I think that humans are hard-coded to some extent to feel restored by this stuff. I know there's reasons that people might not like nature, experiences they've had, or it being unfamiliar to them because they grew up outside of nature, you know, but I think that there is something primal and instinctive to humans where nature is integral to us and our health, you know? People say that, but then there's being around foxes during mating season. I grew up with foxes. They scream and it's horrifying, but they usually only do it at night. Foxes, you remember that song, What Does the Fox Say? By Ylvis? I know what the fox says, and it is horrifying. The fox has a horrifyingly human-like scream. Many times during my childhood, I thought that it was a human screaming for help. It was never a human screaming for help. It was always a fox. Yeah. I don't care. I love it. I love it. I sleep through it. You give me like a single car driving by and it will wake me up, but I can sleep through fox scream. No sweat. I can also sleep through like tornado siren because they had one that they tested like 3 times a week, like right next to where I grew up. Like, it just doesn't bother me. In your Minecraft and Aloft, you plant trees, dialing up your tree density until your graphics card can make grilled cheese sandwiches. That seems like a really easy way to get around it, yeah. That seems like a really good way to get around not having a panini press, is just press it between two 4060s. Play, I don't know, Monster Hunter Wilds pre-patch. You like that a ton of animal calls during breeding season are just, fuck me! I mean, yeah. I watched a video recently. There's a Japanese researcher who figured out that birds have a language. At least the birds near where he was have language, like with syntax and meanings to words, like words with discrete meanings in birdsong. And did a bunch of like really good research about it. How, like, if you put the sounds in the wrong order, the birds wouldn't respond to it. It was actually really wild. But, ooh. Wait, that looks really good. It was really interesting to watch. It was a really interesting video. I got distracted by, oh, see, there's a dirt road. Oh, I feel it. Oh, I feel desires. Hasper feels desires to go to this place and go there for a week. I'll bring my Steam Deck and I'll get one of those batteries and I'll just... Hey gamers, let me ask you an honest question. Nature reminds me of that monster I forget in the city. That monster called fear. Let me ask you a genuine question. Oh, hold on, we got Loxley made. I'll ask you a genuine question in a second. Loxley, hi, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. It's wonderful to see you. How are you doing? How was your stream? Did you have fun? I hope you had fun. I hope you had a really good stream. Please tell me about it. We're watching some van camping videos. So that we can just kind of chill out. I was gonna play some retro games today, but I feel like this is a different source of comfort that is working equally well, so. I hear you wanted to ask a genuine question. Yeah, genuine question. If Hesper took like a week off, or 2 weeks off, and went into a nature somewhere, and just disappeared and didn't make content, didn't appear on Discord servers, didn't post on Blue Sky, I would take a bunch of pictures. Would you come back when Hesper came back? Or would you get bored and move on to someone else? Because There's the Twitch equation of you got to keep making content, right? That's the curse of the content creator, is if you ever stop making content, you lose any and all income. Because, like, we talk about this when big creators get Twitch banned. Like, let's say I'm a big creator with 5,000 CCVs, right? I'm an Asmongold or a Zeppela or something. Let's say I've got those CCVs. Let's say I get, 500 active subs per month, right? And that's my income at that point. That's like $1,400-$1,500 a month in subscription income per month. Let's say I take a week off of streaming. That's a quarter of my monthly subscriptions that don't renew. That's 25% of people who don't renew their subs. And so, like, especially if they're going month to month, it'll say resubscribe, but unless I'm streaming, you don't get the pop-up, you don't get the notice. You could go manually to my channel, but most people won't do that. So I lose 25% of my steady income and risk not getting it back. So, like, taking a week off of stream is a scary thing for a poor person. But I really need to take a break, too. More Cobalt Core, you just need 3 times with Perry and Max. Let's go, Loxley. I can't wait for you to get to the ending. It's so good. I'm so glad you're having fun with it. I really like Cobalt Core a lot. But yeah, I need to take a break. I'm your auto sub already. Hubbard. Ooh. Oh, my feelings. Oh, my feelings. I appreciate you so much, Hobbs. You had such severe burnout from your job streaming and voice actor that you had to take a 2-month break from streaming. I did at one point take 3 months off of streaming. I did. I tanked my whole stream. I came back and it was 3 times the size. I came back to streaming and everybody was really happy and I relaunched and was very successful, but that's not the norm, you know? We can only speak for ourselves, but we've come back after any breaks you've taken before, so we don't see why we wouldn't come back after you went off on a moss-eating excursion. I would love to go eat some fucking moss. Rent a cabin out in the woods and just disappear for like a week or 2. No, I'm getting a little emotional thinking about it, actually. I would go just, like, rent a cabin. I mean, rural areas while trans can be kind of scary. We rented a cabin one time out west of Seattle, across the Sound, in a really rural area. And I went to a convenience store out there, and a bunch of scary-looking guys followed me around the store until I left. Like, it's a real concern, you know? But I think, it would be really nice to go with, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 people with a little bit of a crowd for safety and go and get a cabin somewhere just for, like, a week or 2. I think that the advantage of having a job where I'm my own boss is I don't get fired for taking time off, right? So, rent a cabin in the woods, lick some rocks. The norm. Yeah, the norm. That's what scares you about transitioning in Texas. It's scary. It's going to be scary everywhere, but that's especially a little scary. But I'm going to be so real with you. I was in the deep PNW. I was absolutely in Washington State, and it wasn't any better. I think it's less down to, like, are you in the South or are you in the North? And more like, how close are you to Austin? You know? I think, oh, the bugs are coming out. I got a little buggo crawling on my ceiling. It's warming up here. Not very, but your brother-in-law lives out there. Yeah, it could be scary to live farther away from the city. We're safest in the cities, you know, so. You transitioned in Texas, closer to Dallas also isn't terrible, I'm told. Did you really, Val? I didn't know that about you. Well, damn. I'm told they have really good burgers out there. I'm told you can get a very big burger at so many places in Texas. You're like in South Texas, Miss San Antonio. Miss San Antonio? You do miss the burgers? I've never had a Texas burger. I probably never will. it's probably just never going to be a place that's particularly welcoming to me. And right now, Texas and Florida are 2 of like 7 states I just can't go to. So there were some great bergs down there. Oh, you miss San Antonio. I see. Nah, that makes sense. I love the sounds of these videos. You're gonna make some coffee? Got a little coffee grinder? Whoa, yeah, you're grinding your own beans, huh? I'm not a coffee drinker, but I imagine this must be the best version of it. Ooh, that awful squeaky sound. Oh, get done grinding, please. The bird sound is nice. Overrated? Really? Fancy coffee overrated? Texas is also one of the states that has the most incidents of road rage. You'll never go back there. You were born in Florida and more or less grew up in Texas. The 2 worst places. Really, Renetta? It's like you were jousting with... That milk looks so blue, I thought Star Wars. It's like you were jousting with danger from day 1. Oh, I'm glad you're not there anymore. You like a nice pour over every now and then, like every 4 months, but a good pot of coffee is just as good. Oh, pour over? Is that what it's called? Green milk, why? Explain. Because it's Japan. It's Japanese milk. Japanese cows are greener. Because the grass is greener, and they eat that greener grass, and it turns them into greener cows. A pour over is just kind of a drip. You're a drip. Plum flavored Calbee. Okay. And it's better for the environment, /J. What is an on donut? What's an on donut? What does that mean? I don't know, Val. Maybe you should take it up with the Drip Council. Maybe you should take it up with the Drip Master. Go on a trip to the tower of the Drip Master and figure it out. Maybe this is a personal growth arc for you. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, it is the professor guy from Mother, and I don't know why. Yeah, see? Andona is a Japanese donut filled with red bean paste. It is confection created in Japan along with anpan, jampon, cream pon, curry bread, and many others. Oh. I don't like red bean. I probably wouldn't like that. A donut that makes you go, ah. Yeah. Ah. I haven't done an ara ara in a while. I used to have a redeem for it. I used to ara ara. Japanese cows are, in general, more environmentally mentally conscious than American cows. Yeah, they are. They poop less methane, and they eat only the unnecessary grass. They're very conscious. They're very eco-conscious cows. I still love magnetic Edison bulb. Hold on, I have to go back. Look at this. Boink. That's the coolest thing. Look at that. I really like that. Van camping is so cool. That's why they get the Wagyu beef for being so eco-friendly. I'll Wagyu beef. First, I cook white rice. Where's your rice cooker? Even with a new car, I still use the clay pot my wife gave me. Oh, are you... Ooh, wait, are you gonna get crispy bottom on your rice? Hold on. That's the same rice container. And the same measuring cup, but this is not a rice cooker. It's a clay pot. He's clearly measuring it out, too. Like, that's an actual measurement. But then we're just free pouring the water, huh? My guy, you're just guessing. gotta be such a rough way to estimate. It's camping in style. It's not quite glamping, but it's not quite not. If you can play a Steam Deck on your camping trip, it's a camping trip I would go on. Imagine carefully changing the camera angle per step taken. That's why it's significantly darker after each camera cut. Yeah, you think so? Fun fact, the valley in Japan known for its apples that have a high sugar content has the lowest life expectancy, not due to the apples, but because bears love these apples. So their life expectancy is substantially lowered by the presence of bears? Hi, Derry! Hi, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, it's wonderful to see you. Hi, Cienzo Luna. You fought a purple cat for 20 minutes. Oh, the Big the Cat boss fight? The secret boss fight from Sonic Adventure? Where he throws Froggy at you and you die? Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the purple cat. I know the one you're talking about, Derry, for sure. For sure I did. Hi, Derry, welcome in. What were you playing? What were you doing? Because bears fucking love those apples? The incidence of death being higher because of bears is a problem that most parts of the human civilization no longer have to worry about. Oh, Dragon Quest. Oh, DQ. I've never played DQ2. Oh, that sounds rad, Derry. That sounds awesome. Well, I hope you had fun. Fighting the purple cat for 40 minutes. Did you win or did you lose? Because a 40-minute fight is, I mean, it's Monster Hunter rules, right? A 40-minute fight sometimes is a win and sometimes is a lose. I hope you won. I hope you did. Oh, that tomato is delicious, though. It's so juicy and it looks tender. Look at that tomato. You're cutting it the same way you cut that onion. It's a nice rustic chop. We're watching some van camping videos and just kind of chatting. I was gonna play some retro games for comfort today, but I think this is good comfort too. Thank you for reaching out, by the way. Thank you, Earl. 40-minute fight means you were not being smart, but once you were being smart, everything became cheesecake, basically. I see. Everything cheesy? Delicious, delightful, wonderful. Dragon Quest II has like a set party and like a very clear narrative. I played the first one and I played 3. But I skipped 2. I played 3 and most of 4, but I skipped 2. I just have never ever played 2. Wow, that looks really good actually. Is that just raw onion? You just gonna eat some? Oh, thanks. Thanks for the Dar Zero. Salmon. No, it's pronounced Slimin actually. You think your favorite is DQ8? 8 was 8 the PS2 one? We talked about this recently. DM coming with a link to a guy camping in a snowstorm. I've probably watched those videos too. 8 the one with the Yangus? Raid message. Hi, Nowlin. Hello, welcome in. It's nice to see you. We were talking about camping. So let me ask you, Derry, and also I guess Nowlin by extension, and also who else dropped the raid message? Cienzo Luna as well. That's who said it. What's your thoughts on camping? What's your thoughts on like van camping? Because I've been like, your pan is too hot. Your pan is too hot and you immediately burned that butter. It's burned. It's gonna be bitter. I can see the edges of it are darkening. You burned that butter so fast. That's not brown butter, that's burnt butter. Sorry, I got distracted. Cause watching this video has been a difficult experience for me, not just because of this guy's cooking techniques, but that was so much salt! Like, it's okay to season your food, but not just salt. That's gonna be chicken jerky. And the ketchup is gonna be so salty. And I bet that's salted butter too. Brother, your sodium intake. Seasoned with herbs. So I've been feeling ways about camping and going back to nature for a while, because it's been a long time since I've really gotten to like be in nature for an extended period of time, and I'm just, yeah, that rice looks awesome though. It's been a long time since I've been able to like be in nature for an extended period of time, and I just really miss it. And watching these videos always makes me feel really nostalgic for like being in the woods, being in a woods somewhere. So I was thinking about it a lot. But this guy's cooking technique pisses me off. My guy Vivaldi out here with the Four Seasons. Yeah, that's your full-on bridal, right? You're scared to go camping because what if aliens are real? Not a bit. I agree with you. I'm so scared of alien abduction. No, Derry, that's so valid, actually. I had nightmares about alien abduction. I don't think I was ever, like, abducted, but, like, I try to live my life in a way where I think I know what's going on. I'm pretty sure I can observe trends and things that I have and haven't seen in my life. That said, there's a lot of stuff I've never seen that I am told exists, like gravity. I can observe the effect it has on things, but I can't see gravity. So there's probably lots of other stuff I can't see also. And maybe aliens are real. I don't know. I can't be sure, and people talk about them, so maybe, I mean, it would make some kind of sense if you looked at it a certain way. So I try to go through my life pissing off as few deities as possible and attracting the attention of, oh, it's Dungeon Meshi! Such a good show. Such a good show. While avoiding as many unseeable threats as I can. You love camping as long as you don't have to lay on grass to sleep. Yeah, no, I would bring like a cot. Get one of those like military folding cots. Those are so comfy actually. For like a day or two. This guy's already better than you. Today you legit undercooked and overcooked some steaks, not a bit. Good thing about steak is it's tasty either way. It's less tasty, but it's generally speaking, the way we handle our meat industry, beef is okay to undercook. So. This is making you hungry. Gotta get a snack before you eat your own arm. I'm about 600 calories in today, and it is 6:47 p.m. So, as a kid, you loved to read alien books, and then one day you read about the Men in Black, and your kid brain thought, if you learn too much, they'll come after you. And since then, you avoided alien stuff for a long time. The Men in Black are such a wild thing, too, because, like, if there were a cover-up of the existence of extraterrestrial life, it would be performed by, like, a government agency, right? But the thing is, extraterrestrial life, if it were coming down to Earth, wouldn't land only where the government agency could see. In fact, if they wanted to do what they wanted to do on Earth uninterrupted, they'd probably try to avoid the government agency. And if they've got super advanced technology, then why would they pick up a random guy out of his pickup truck on a back road in Texas, you know? I don't know. There's a lot of logical reasons it doesn't make sense. But you're never sure. You can never be sure. Can't you? Like, it is observable, isn't it, with the right equipment? You can observe the effects of gravity, right? You can observe the movement of particles, and you can visualize, like, gravity waves is a cool thing that we have detected the existence of, but you can't, like, see gravity. What I mean is, like, it's not a thing that any of your five senses can directly interact with. It is a force that affects things, but it's not like you can't, like, you can believe that birds are real because you can see them and hear them, but you can't do that with gravity. So, or like love, you can experience it, and you can know that it is a sensation that is caused by the movement of chemicals and electrons in your brain, but you can't, like, see it. You can't, it's not a primary sense thing. That's what I mean. The universe is too huge for us to be the only life. There's got to be some out there somewhere. I think, like, most of our searches for extraterrestrial life have been searching for carbon-based life. But maybe life as we know it is just one expression of pattern repetition. Maybe we won't ever find other life because life is our unique version of something bigger. You know? What if life and our pattern repetition and the way DNA perpetuates is just one way of expressing the same force that is something else? I don't know, it'd be cool to have other carbon-based life and have spaceships and stuff. I'm into that. You and Penny are looking forward to season 2? Me too, but it's got super delayed because they're working on something else. A happy Iron Bike Gabby. Moosin. Hi, Moosin. You gotta go now. You gotta do chores. Thanks for coming in, Derry. Thank you for the raid. Please always feel free to raid and fade. I very much appreciate you being here, and I hope you have a wonderful day. If you eat meat, what do you like your steak? You like medium. It depends on the cut of meat. Is it high quality? I will take it seared and with sauce. Is it low quality? I'll take a medium well. That's... If it's a really good quality meat, though, the flavor is so good, and it changes the flavor to cook it. That, like, meaty flavor is really, really exceptional in something that is more rare, because cooking it more denatures the proteins that give it that flavor, so you can't taste that anymore. That's why people say that you overcooking the meat ruins the flavor. But in cheap meat that's been frozen or mishandled or sat out for a while or aged poorly, those proteins have denatured already anyway, and you don't get the same flavor. That's just science. That's why some people like rare meat, because people who like rare meat tend to eat more expensive meat. You used to watch Unsolved Mysteries and other spooky UFO alien stuff shows at night when you were a kid, then you'd be freaked out about the dark and have difficulty sleep. Me too! Unsolved Mysteries in particular always made me so unsettled. There's been some interesting stuff around that in recent years regarding U.S. naval detections of things we don't have explanations for yet. It's gone to Congress, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I think the U.S. president keeps teasing that he's gonna disclose the existence of UFOs and declassify all the alien documents and whatnot, and implying that there's more to it. But he only does it when people are mad at him, and then he never actually does anything. So, I don't know. I think when it comes to human behavior, you just gotta look at who benefits and how much to find the motivation, right? And I think, frankly speaking, if we had contact with extraterrestrial life, I think in the age of cell phones, more people would know about it. In the age of everybody having a camera in their hand at any given moment, I think we would see more of it. Same thing with, like, Bigfoot. But I want to believe. We have not yet observed a fundamental particle of gravity. Not yet, that's true. Your sixth sense for proprioception interacts with gravity, though. Moss, let me tell you something. Let me give you something about proprioception, Moss. Let me tell you something. Proprioception detects the movement and state changes within the body, but it's still just the movement of the body mass. It's not, and fluids. It's not about gravity directly. It's about the effect gravity has on stuff. But I guess technically then seeing the bird is the effect light has on stuff. I don't know. Mayo, canned chicken. I think that's canned chicken. That might be canned tuna. Oh, it's probably tuna. It's probably a tuna salad with a bunch of raw onions in it. This guy's got a weird palate. You love the humans are space orcs memes? Yeah, we'll pair bond with anything. We have memes. Just imagine some young alien teens uploading to Blixblocks. Hey, look how silly humans are. They only have 2 eyes. Look, I'm a human. I'm covering up my 4th and 5th eyes. Ooh, I'm a human. Ooh, I engage in a system of transfer of tiny little pieces of paper that makes me miserable. And every human alive has to do it. I'm a human that we care the most about. Ooh. There's a Chris and Jack bit about, I think it's Chris and Jack bit about that, which I think is really, it might not, no, it's not Chris and Jack. Chris and Jack was a different one. I'm trying to remember. There is a bit about this where these 2 people get in like full alien makeup and like do exactly what you just described. If our own experience is anything to go by, maybe the great filter is Kepler syndrome and Elon Musk is polluting an ELO with intelligent life in it. I don't like that. I don't like that. Hi, Hepper, I'm very beat. 2 hours of dishes and also 2 hours of dishes. Oh, I'm so sorry, Moose Wife and Mini Moose are both sick. How'd you do 2 hours of dishes? My sink being full is like 40 minutes. How'd you get 2 hours out of this? You're of the opinion regarding the Fermi paradox, we're probably the first. If we're not the first, someone or something is actively preventing aliens from coming here, which is terrifying. What's the same as the time traveler paradox, right? When Stephen Hawking hosted a party for time travelers and ensured that it was going to be recorded in history very loudly, and then nobody came to the party, he said, therefore, time travelers must either not exist or must be unable to return to this point in history. But, like, that doesn't mean it's not happening. Think of, when was the last time you had a conversation about, you know, not Plato, but one of Plato's, like, students? You know, like, we don't know about that person. Maybe they had a big time traveler party too, and we didn't know about it. So I don't know, I feel like a lot of stuff disappears in history, so humanity is real big, and our brains are very small. You, by the way, found out the origin of the word shipping. It came from the X-Files. I thought it was from, like, relationship. Is that not where it comes from? It came from the X-Files now, then? Because Mulder and Scully were never a thing, and the fan base was split into two factions. The ones who didn't think they should date, and those who did. They're relationshippers, or shippers for sure. Oh! That's wild. Yeah, no, Moss, as somebody whose inner ear gets wonky pretty frequently, and has a lot of vertigo issues, like, yeah, 1000% that. No, I love raw onions, Iron Bite, but even I would soak them in, like, some apple cider vinegar and salt or something first, so. Obviously the time travelers made a rule to not fall for obvious bait. Well, this is my thought about government cover-ups, right? So people talk about the flat earth. People talk about flat earth theory, proponents of it like Kanye West, the stupidest man in media. Like, and that the government is covering it up. There's special windows in the planes to make the earth look like it's curving, except it's not. And there's an ice wall, and they just carry you around. And the government will come and knock you out or whatever at certain points, and you're not really going anywhere, right? And my thought is just, the government can't turn off blue sky. The government really wants to turn off blue sky. But they can't. Because they don't have that kind of power. But you want me to believe that the government is modifying every telescope that has ever been created? Is personally controlling every weather balloon that anybody's ever sent up to the upper atmosphere to take pictures? I feel the same way about aliens. If the government can't cover up the fact that the CIA dumped a bunch of cheap drugs into black communities in like the 60s and 70s, specifically to criminalize them, then the government can't cover up the existence of extraterrestrial life or our contact with it. Our government is so fucking bad at cover-ups, it can't cover up even really, really, like, comparatively tame shit. How would they cover up an enormous Earth-altering situation? Imagine if the Earth is the equivalent of the national parks we have, and aliens just camper van there. No, I would totally go on Blork's tube. Kanye West likes fingers in his ass, it's true. Fingers in his ass, fingers in his ass. Most big conspiracy theories come down to, you'd need a lot of people to be both competent enough to do it and loyal enough not to tell. You can't have all three. That's, yes. Exactly. That's my thought too. If this thing was real, a stripper would know about it eventually. No, that's true. Hi, Richard Stamp. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Really excited to co-host that cool thing with you. Gamers, I was looking for an opportunity to talk about this, but I made a post about it on my Blue Sky and on Discord. On Wednesday of next week at 1 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern? Wait, the time is right? 1 p.m. Eastern? I think it was 1. We're gonna be streaming on Steam to talk about Trenchcoat Adventurer. There's gonna be a little bit of Kobold time. Richard Stamp Dev invited me to come and help host it, which I'm really excited about. Oh, we got an ad break. We got a whole ad break. Flat Earth is literally that mental gymnastics meme. There's so many things you have to ignore. Like literal, very simple testing. Like the laser, like the hole in light experiment. The number of times that a flat earther has spent a bunch of money trying to prove the flat earth is real and has instead disproved their own theories in the process and then published their results. Like, yeah. The reason we haven't gone back to the moon is there's nothing to do there. There's no money on the moon. I remember one time I was playing Rivals with a guy named Siva Gunner, and you were like, "Is that the real Siva Gunner?" And he got on mic and went, "Wait, really good enough for me? It's good enough for you." Hi, Richard Stamp Dev. It's nice to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We're watching some van camping videos and just chilling. We're getting some comfort day today. It's a comfort day. Did you see the ones of the flat earthers who went to the North Pole and were converted before they even finished their experiment by the sun never set? Yeah. No, I love when they like, well, I mean, that's scientific curiosity being rewarded with the truth, and somebody who's willing to change their viewpoint when presented with evidence to the contrary, that's a science. That's a smart person. If you believe in flat Earth and then you go up to the North Pole and notice that the sun never sets, and you go, huh, I guess the Earth probably is round, then I respect you. Because that's not stupidity or ignorance. That's somebody who is miseducated trying to educate themselves, and I will always praise that. Always, always, always. Yeah, it's great that they learned. One of my favorites is available on YouTube. They did the it's an experiment. I don't remember the specifics of it, but they put posts the same height off of the ground, right? And put a hole in them, and they shine a light through the one hole, and then and it's across like a flat area, right? And so they try to they say, okay, if these poles are the same height and the Earth is flat, the light will be visible through both of them. But if the Earth is curved and it will curve about this much, we will need to move this post about 6 inches down to see the light, you know? Right? Or 6 inches up, rather, to see the light. And, invariably, the experiment is, oh, well, we don't see the light? Okay. Move that other pole about 6 inches up. Oh, we see the light? Well, this is discouraging, but we're going to keep trying because we really believe in this. The laser thing, yeah. The laser thing. Those special lasers that curve upward. I've seen Macross. I know lasers can curve. It was a good conclusion for the H-Bomber Guy video on Flat Earth. I think that might be where I saw that footage, actually, was H-Bomber Guy video. Look at how comfy that van looks. The people who believe in that conspiracy are individuals in severe distress with current affairs, but lack the understanding that those people in charge are failing them, so they search for something outlandish to cling on to. That's really well put, Fisherman. That's really well put, and I think we must have seen that video. I think that must be where I'm pulling these memories from. Because I remember thinking that, people don't believe in something like Flat Earth so that they can be hateful. They believe in it because they want answers. A lot of... I say this with a couple grains of salt sprinkled onto it, but a lot of the problems we're facing as a culture, a lot of the aggression and fear and cruelty that we perceive exists because people want answers to why they are feeling bad. And they want to feel like they have the solution. You know? They want to feel like they have the answer. and things make them feel bad, like if you are raised to hate gay people make you feel bad, and they make you angry. Because that's how you were raised, and they want to know, like, it feels right to feel mad at that, because that's how you were raised. And challenging that is, like, Herculean. It's really difficult to challenge that. So I have a lot of honor and praise in my heart for people who challenge those things. And try to grow as people, even when the evidence contradicts what they believe. I think that's so important. Yeah, I've seen Akira. Lasers curve sometimes. It's normal. And yeah, it is extremely stubborn to have to travel to the North Pole to get I mean, I hung out with Santa for a little bit, and Santa was like, ho, 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 you're a fucking moron. You know? And then sometimes Santa tells you that you're a moron, and that's good enough. I can words gooder. You words so good. You words so good, fisherman. Yeah, they believe it's the correct conclusion to come to after having the input from the sources of knowledge that are presented to them. Now, some people very aggressively refuse other sources of knowledge, and this is voluntary and willful ignorance, and this is an evil. This is a cruelty. This is a thing that needs to be challenged. But it's not always on us to be the challenger, you know? Car camp. Sometimes those people who were raised to hate gay people get angry because why should they get to kiss the same gender? This is called reaction formation, and is a common trend in psychology. When somebody feels feelings that they feel ashamed of, they hide those feelings and react negatively towards other people who experience those feelings. It's called reaction formation, and it is why Grindr results go up whenever the Republican National Convention is in town. And all the people who say that gay people are bad and should go to hell are on the gay dating site. It's called reaction formation, and it's human psychology. You're right, though. And that is a fact. That is not a made-up statistic. That's released by the CEO. Like, that's just truth. Hi, Perry. Hi, Perry. You know, but it gives me some weird succor in that, like, we are all the same. Some of us just don't cope as well as others. We are all the same in our hearts. Some of us just can't handle that. I think it makes me feel a little better to think about. It's not that we are different in our spirits or our souls, because that means that rather than being an uncoverable gulf, an unrecoverable damage, wounds that will never heal, it's like they're one chuckle at an episode of RuPaul's Drag Race away from being challenged meaningfully in a way that will change them for the better. And I think that's really nice to think about. When you're passionate about something, it's all the more reason things hurt when it is denied. Where does that passion go? If you love something so much, it's easier to turn to hate and tell yourself lies to try to protect yourself, but you know what you're telling yourself is a lie. That's... Ooh, Naka, well played. That's very insightful to the actual experience of having to challenge that stuff. Where do all those feelings go when you realize that your passions went to something fake? When you realize that you were, in fact, wrong and you've been passionate about it? I think a lot of people don't comprehend that really well. My parents never once said that they were wrong or said that they were sorry when they did something hurtful or painful. And it really stuck with me that that's like a horrible way to treat somebody that you allegedly love, you know? And I think it can be really difficult to admit when you're wrong. But it's so important to admit when you're wrong. I've had some struggles in recent years with folks in our space who don't do such a good job admitting when they're wrong. And a lot of times I've had to kind of swallow my pride on that and say, like, well, I would rather have a connection with you than be right. You know? But it's stressful sometimes. And by college level, you mean instant ramen? I have some instant pho that Misa gave me. I have these little Vietnamese pho bowls. I might eat one of those later. But that's rough on a calorie counting budget, you know. But it's a saying always keeps their pride. I mean, it is pride, right? It's just pride. At that point, And maybe it's a fear of admitting when you're wrong because that's weakness and it's been exploited or punished before. So you try to be compassionate for people who can't admit their weakness, you know? People who are afraid to be emotionally available or emotionally vulnerable, like, it's a thing a lot of people, like, suffer with. And, sir, those cook at different rates. Okay, and that's frozen seafood. I wish I had a concern emote. I wish I had a concern emote. With the hands pressed together and the face. I mean, it's edible, but is it gonna be good? You could make it better if you did it with more care. How have you managed while counting calories? It was always really hard for me. The alternative is dying with a penis attached to my body. And there is no fate to me that is worse than that. The alternative is a nightmare from which there is no waking. Just to be so real with you, 95% of the things that people praise me for in my transition, where they say, you're so brave, or you're so strong, or you're doing so good, have been that. Have been the alternative is a lifetime of incalculable misery from which there is no escape. So, I do like that this man's about to flip out and get like a... It's not going to retain its shape. There's no way. Well, he did kind of glue it together, yeah. Oh, it immediately collapsed. I think we need to change society to be forgiving and accepting of wrongness rather than shaming people for mistakes, failures, or shortcomings. The world would be a lot easier if we accepted when we're more often wrong than right and taught people to get closer to truth. Renetta, fucking kiss, 3 fingers up in the air. I support you and salute you, and I think that's exactly right. I think you and I are 1,000% on the same page. That's why when we talk about Gen AI and stuff, I'm very much not of the camp of burn everyone who used AI to the ground. Like, you should know better. I think, ethically speaking, like, you should. I think it's your responsibility to pay some attention to the alarm cries that people are putting out and to listen to the people who say, hey, this is bad, and here's the evidence as to why it's bad, and you should take a minute to think about that. But for the people who haven't done it, maybe one day they will. I think it's hard to keep that door open in my heart, but it's something that I think is important, so. You're watching your own video. You have Calpico concentrate? Ooh. Behold, mush. And yeah, learning from your mistakes is also a really important part of life. I agree. Very much agree. Also, hi, Super Blink. Hello, welcome in. I think I like being wrong, because being wrong is an opportunity to be right. You gotta be wrong to be right. You gotta not understand stuff and correct it in order to get it right. Like, nobody's right all the time. And if you're wrong and someone calls you out on something and you admit to being wrong and go, oh, I should fix that, that's how you get more right. That's how you fix it. That's how you become a better person. You want to be a good person. You want to be smart and intelligent and know stuff, and that's the only way to do that. You did it. You bought a cute sweater from the thrift store you volunteer at. Oh, let's go, Super Blink. I'm so proud of you. I hope that sweater is so fucking cute and makes you feel super cute. Also, live long and prosper, Theron. I can't do the gesture with my hand tracking as it is, but if someone does wrong without knowing, they should be taught of their actions. If someone does wrong knowingly, they should be slapped in the back of the head with a wet fish, a frozen fish. Bludgeoned repeatedly. If you do wrong maliciously or through willful ignorance, I think you deserve at least a brief bludgeoning. Being wrong and learning things is always amazing. Learning about new things, expanding the mind. You love that even if it's a simple thing, you were wrong on something big. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Even if it's something small or something big. Especially if I was confident about being wrong. If I was confident about my wrongness, like, I'm glad to be corrected on it. I made a post about it recently, but I like to not participate in the spread of misinformation. It's important for me to have, like, some kind of grounding in it, you know? And at some point, Hesper's going to commit to learning how to do a stream without having this kind of incredibly deep philosophy talk. But today is not that day. You told your oldest online friend, who was excitedly sharing an AI thing he did, that you couldn't share his excitement, but you also didn't want to seem like you were admonishing him. He just had twins, and like you can't police how he finds peace. You can't cheer him jailbreaking some website's AI into ER. Click Flint, that's Herculean. That's an incredible effort on your part. Well done. Like, I don't think we're gonna agree on this. I'm happy that you're happy, but I hope you will consider why that is a bad thing. You know, like, sometimes that's the best you can do. Like, social media spaces really want us to believe that it is an option to completely cut out of our lives everybody who engages with harmful things. But the truth of the matter is, especially if you cast a wide net when it comes to friendships, you're going to have people you don't mesh with. And it's important to find your people, but some people are very quick to make that cut, you know? And I feel like if you're too quick to make that cut, then you risk making unnecessary cuts when things change. Rather than leaving room for people to grow and evolve, and for yourself to grow and evolve, you know, you're creating an environment where you're cutting too quickly over things that you could probably get through, you know? Did you know pandas are no longer an endangered species? Is that true? We put pandas back? That's nice. These talks are part of the reason we show up, even if we don't have much to add. I'm glad about that. Sometimes getting too thoughtful makes me a little depressy. Sometimes getting too thoughtful makes me a little depressy. I was watching that ant crawl around on the other shot. There's an ant on the hood of his car, or his van. It can make me a little depressy if I get into these talks for too long. So I try not to, you know, but I guess I don't have little moe voice or squealy e-girl energy, so I can't make a stream out of that. So I got to do something else. We all put on our Roman toga and laurels today. Ah, philosophy, psychology. Yes, quite. Your own older brother told you he's used ChatGPT to cope with our faux pas diagnosis. You bit your tongue about it. I talked about it a little bit at the top of the stream, but I have used ChatGPT to try to learn about it and try to figure out how it works. Because when I'm criticizing something, I want to understand it. I want to know what the promise is. I want to know what's appealing about it. And I want to know how to combat it meaningfully. And like where the truth is and where the lies are in all the propaganda. So I have used it. And I did attempt to use it for emotional support at one point. I did hit a point where I was sort of coming around on the idea of like the possibility of it just providing a little companionship. But, you know, things change, we evolve, our understanding grows, and it did tell a couple people to kill themselves. So I feel like if it's working for him, that's awesome. To a point. But there is real danger in that, and I feel like it shouldn't necessarily be left unchallenged, but sometimes relationships are complicated, and you can't always challenge stuff like that. So, you hear that ChatGPT emotional support is a bad idea? What's the result? Yeah, it told a bunch of people to kill themselves. I don't want to go too far into this, but I did wonder about it for a bit in the early days, before we understood all of the depth of the negativity and dangers of it. I spent some time exploring that, and I think that there is an appeal to it for people who don't understand how it works or what it is. And there is, decidedly a desire for it to be more than it is. And I think that kind of enchants people. But people who are already in, a vulnerable situation or have, a tenuous grip on themselves can get into some very dangerous situations with it. And it can happen very quickly. There's a lot of discussion about large language models right now and human psychology, and it's just a field we don't really know anything about. We don't know why these people who have no other history of psychological illness would suddenly, but we also see this with QAnon stuff. People with no history of psychological illness or reality line issues will drop down this rabbit hole of believing flat earth shit, or that Jewish people are lizard monsters, or whatever nonsense conspiracy theory has been peddled through QAnon, and some of it gets pretty outlandish, and these people absolutely bite down. So, it's human psychology, and it has the potential to do good, and it has the potential to do bad, large language models. And I believe this, Gen AI in general, has the potential to do good, and the potential to do bad, and I think mostly what it's doing is bad. And I think that's just a fact. You will say you think things like ChatGPT can be useful, but you don't think it's good for emotional support. You think it should be used for scheduling and being more digital assistant than therapist. If that were reliable, then yes, I would agree with you. But the cost we are paying for it, ecologically, socially, environmentally, economically, the jobs that are lost, the productivity that's lost, the ecological toll, is not worth the benefit that it could potentially provide us at this point. Because an AI that is right 95% of the time is not a suitable replacement for software that is 100% reliable. If your schedule is 95% accurate, then you're rolling a d20 every time you have a meeting. And 95% accuracy is a little generous when you consider the failure rates and the hallucination rates, especially in conversations or in context windows that include a lot of tokens. The failure rate is way higher than 5%. It gets closer to 20 or 30% hallucination. And there's just no way to reliably know, so you can't rely on it. There's a story about, in the 80s, there was a glitch. I think it was the American military, where we were going to launch the nukes. We were going to launch the nukes against Russia. And then one guy was like, actually, procedure says we should wait. And everybody else said no, but one dude stood up and said, actually, no. This could be a glitch, and we need to be really sure. I think it was the 80s. And turned out the guy was right. But I think when it comes to Gen AI, putting it in charge of systems is inviting a failure that you cannot have a guy push back. It's inviting a kind of failure and breakdown that doesn't have that level of foresight or critical thinking, because it's not thinking. It doesn't think. It just processes patterns, and sometimes it puts fake things in the pattern. That's by design. That's how it exists. That's how it's made. It makes patterns, and if something is missing from the pattern, it fills it in. It predicts something that should fit into the pattern. It's just a box that you put stuff in and stuff comes out. It doesn't think. So, yeah, we're still very far away from having our own emergency medical holograms. You are correct, Theron, and that's sad for me. Because even on the Voyager with limited power, I could say, hey, emergency medical hologram, I want to have a vagina and ovaries, and it would go, sure thing. Let's get to the teleport bay for holosurgery, and I'll just beam you over to the next table and reconfigure your atoms a little bit. There you go. And that's how they do it in Star Trek. And that guy is so nice, and I love him so much, and he's one of my favorite characters in all of Star Trek. AI should stand for I have a cute fairy GF. That's, you know what, Noelle, that's, okay, I'm a little charmed. Deadly software glitches are one of your rabbit holes? Interesting. Yeah, shout out to that one guy. You were meaning more like a to-do list from a brain dump, not actual assistant. Oh yeah, so if you like dump your stuff out, okay, no, I can get that. Like textual processing, here's a use for it, because we talked about like how it could be cool, right? If it were ethically implemented, how it could actually be cool, and like how we could take the promise of something like Gen AI and make something good out of it. Because I try to think of the positives, right? How could you, I mean, not how do we as a society recover from the lies and the economical devastation. How do we take the concept and make it palatable and good, right? Well, first we fix the ethical problems, the glaring plagiarism issues, the ecological and financial issues. Then we apply it in certain ways where it is actually effective. And I think like being able to go to, like your phone, hey Gemini, I have 30 things I need to do today. Can you put them in a list, please, and order them in what seems like the highest priority? And it would shit you out a list in order, and it can do that. That's not something that requires a context window. That's basic information processing, and the pattern recognition works pretty well for that stuff. Like stuff like protein folding, same technology, similar technology. I think that works pretty well. So like, you could use it for that. If all of the other concerns were met, I'm cool with that. That's a pretty neat use for it. Then there's the privacy issues. But also, social media makes things bigger than they are, and so like, you gotta use your own judgment. You gotta draw your own lines. It's the end of the day. I will tell you a bunch of stuff, but this is such a beautiful scene. At the end of the day, you gotta draw your own lines, and that's really what it boils down to. Also, hi Mexi, and yeah, Robert Picardo. I couldn't think of the actor's name. Thank you. He is very good in that role. Only AI that needs to exist should be what I need. Oh, that's sweet, Naka. Hesper should be $1 billion industry, as in she has lots of money and makes the world better. If I had $1 billion, if I had big Twitch streamer money right now, if Mr. Beast were watching my stream and said, we're gonna give you a Doctor Doom style $1 million check to do what you want with, I would buy up a plot of land, build a bunch of little tiny homes on it, or a couple little condos, and invite a bunch of streamers and content creators to live there. And we would make a little content commune. We would create so much cool stuff together. We would make a little artist commune. Just like people dream about in like the 60s and 70s, those little artist communes. I would absolutely make one of those. Honestly, if we had any money left over, I'd put it into a mutual aid fund for the community, I think. I would put it into a mutual aid fund for the community, and if people had a need, they could submit, and we would give them money until we ran out. You love Star Trek, and you imagine being pulled from the holodeck as a kiddo and having them fix things. Where were the signs, Renetta? Where were the signs? That would be nice. Yeah, that would be pretty nice. That's the most Gen Z thing you could say. Good. I'm stealing youth from the infants. Housing's scary right now. No, it's true, Noelle, and I know you're going through a lot of shit right now. I really hope I can help you in any way I can. I would love to be able to help you. Social media power of the internet, the ability to share information. Social media power of the internet, the ability to share information. The reason why depression has probably spread. Well, that's a big supposition, but I will say depression is probably big because the economy is in a slump, the government is divided, our country is one of the most prominent countries in the English-speaking world, general trendsetter, is divided down the middle in a way that really makes us want to kill each other way more than usual. It's because it's now easier to see what other people have and what you don't, when in the old days, what you know and see would just be within your community and locally. Yeah, seeing the income disparity, that is pretty depressing. Don't read that, I turned philosophical again. I mean, there's stuff that's... So this is a conversation I had recently with someone about like antidepressant medicine. I have very bad experiences with antidepressant medicine. And the reason for this that was proposed to me by one of the various psychologists that I spoke with was, well, it might be that your brain chemistry is okay and you're just depressed because of things are depressing. And I was like, well, things are depressing. Things are stressful for me every day, and I feel a lot of pain and sadness from things like my dysphoria. And they were like, yeah, so there's a real possibility your brain chemistry is fine and medicating it is just throwing you out of whack. So I haven't been on antidepressant meds for a while because they always made me go into a deep, deep spiral. So I don't know. Stuff's sad and angry and depressing. I'm trying to practice optimism because that will maybe make my life better. The things that are out of your control are very depressing, but good news, they're out of your control. So you can put them down. You don't have an ethical responsibility to know about everything that's out of your control. You don't. As much as many people will want you to think that you do have an ethical responsibility to control those things that are out of your control, you don't. And you don't have to think about them or look at them. You can if you have the energy to spend on them, but you are a finite resource. And you should spend your finite resource on things you can control. And the wisdom to know the difference. You can't CBT your way out of material conditions. Yeah, you can't cock and ball torture your way out of material conditions. Cognitive behavioral therapy, I know. But, back to that earlier idea, it's better to be wrong. You'd learn nothing from being right, even less from succeeding without effort. Being right all the time would be horrifying. It would render learning, growing, and exploration pointless. I agree, Renetta. I don't think I'd want to live with that either. The margin of doubt allows for one to discover the means to overcome. There was the saying that someone told you, if the world was fair, it meant everything happened because we deserve it, which doesn't work. Knowing the world is unfair, you have room to try for better. I do like that. Means I was trying to practice positivity. Yeah, I would say I'm pretty experienced at it at this point. I've had a lot of experiences. When you started Prozac, you got really sad for a few months, but at least it wasn't anger or panic, or just nothingness. I think when it comes to medication, it's not something I'm super well equipped to talk on. I can only speak about the experiences my friends and loved ones have had, where things have gotten better for them when they have started certain medicines, and it takes a while to find the right kind of cocktail for you. I have been on Prozac, Zoloft, two others. I have been on 4 medicines. 3 were SSRIs, and 1 was a different class. And either I had very intense neurological side effects that made it difficult to function day to day for like a month or 2, and so we ended up coming off of them, or I have hit a dangerous low, and I'll just leave it at that. A genuinely dangerous low. And those are the reasons, those are the contraindications to continuing use. So those are the things that you get that make you supposed to stop taking them. So I stopped taking them. And I haven't found anything that doesn't do that to me yet. You had Orchid, does this mean you can't get CBT? Yeah, you can only get a CAT scan now. Yeah, it's true. Lexapro. Truthfully, though, my memory is really fucked up from some bad prescription. Your girl is a proponent of listening to your doctor and pursuing professional care when you reach a certain point. But your girl also has medical trauma from brain damage. That was prescribed brain damage. It was a really rough period of my life. It's probably the darkest 2 years I've ever had. Out of everything I've ever lived through in my life, it was probably the scariest and the worst. And so the thought of trying a new medicine now is very scary to me. So. Zoloft made you freak out and lose 20 pounds in 2 weeks. That's too much to lose in 2 weeks. That's way too much to lose in 2 weeks. I only take anxiety meds, chugs half of a Monster. It works over time. I was addicted to Monster in college. I put myself in the hospital drinking so much Monster. I was up to 3 Monsters a day for a while. You can't do that. You can't do 3 Monsters a day. Background video plus Hesper is very soothing. Definitely need this today. Yeah, I did too. I was gonna play some classic games. I was gonna bust out some NES or SNES or something, or some Genesis classics, but this is comfort too, right? This is a good form of comfort as well. I like this one. How about 3 Monsters a night? Ooh, that sounds different and better. That sounds more differenter and better than the thing I said that is bad to do, but you changed the word and made it differenter. That's probably fine. Salmon paste with garlic and chili oil. Salmon paste? I wish I liked fish, because I bet I would really like that. Food that comes in paste form, food that is homogeneous is very good for me. I like homogeneous foods. Spalcitron is a few months in on Lexapro, and they haven't had panic attacks every other night since after the first 2 weeks. I get a little sad thinking about it, because I think I would really love to find a medicine that worked for me and made me feel better. The thought of taking a pill and making everything better is like really appealing. The idea that you could take a pill every day and just be more functional is really, really wild to think about. And that's really what it's like for some people. I really wish I had an experience like that. And if there was some other thing, or if I had a record of the medicines I had taken, which apparently I don't, the doctor who prescribed me some of the bad stuff lost his license and sells crystals in Utah. I would consider trying it again, but it's too scary. It's just a little too scary. You really liking this van build? It's very practical. I do like this one. There's a bunch of different videos like this of different vans and stuff, like different vans and different trucks and different like camping utilities. This is just one of the creators that I watch. You can't drink energy drinks anymore. It makes your heart beat way too fast. Yeah, time to cut them for a couple of years. Your body will adjust and you'll be able to drink them again if you really want to. I can have like a sip of Monster and that like metallic-y, I guess it's the taurine, that metallic-y flavor makes my spine tingle thinking about how good it tastes. And that's addiction. That's what addiction feels like. So, you may be starting new meds yourself soon because you felt that what you've been on for a long time hasn't truly helped you much. You're a bit wary and frankly somewhat scared to start. However, while therapy is helping, you don't know how meds that aren't helping you at all are helpful to this whole situation. Yeah, I would love to see you get out of the pit. If you are feeling depressed on the medicine that is supposed to help you with chronic depression, then probably the medicine isn't helping. I suppose there's a chance that it would get worse if you left the medicine, but definitely make sure you have a strong support network. And definitely make sure that if you feel bad, you call your doctor. And, other than... That looks delicious, actually. Other than that, I mean, I wish you strength in that. There's this one guy on YouTube, President Che, who built a camper out of a cave van he imported from Japan. Thing had a full shower with warm water. That's wild. Yeah, foldable water heater. I was reading chat. I didn't see it. Hold on, I want to see the foldable water heater. I want to see it. Oh, this? Yeah, that's really cool. I did see that. Little pop-up kettle. Yeah, I just would love to see you feel better, Vel. You've been really nice in my community. You've been really, really kind person. Also, hi, Watchdog up there, and welcome in. Thanks for checking in. Itadakimasu. Wow, we've got almost all the way through this video. We got 10 minutes to go on this. It's a whole 2-hour compilation. We're like most of the way through it. I'm impressed with us. I don't know, gamers. I've been thinking a lot about stream lately. I've been thinking a lot about like who I am on stream and why I stream and what kind of content I'm making. Cause like we got a partner. We did it. Congratulations, us. We did it. You all decided that I should be Twitch partner, and I am now Twitch partner. And now what? You know, like, there's a big line still between me and, like, the big dogs, me and big content creators, and what kind of content do I make that's worthy of, like, a couple hundred viewers, you know? Because that's where I want to land. But do I really want to change who I am that fundamentally to try to reach that? I mean, is that sustainable? Is that a sustainable mentality? Like, I don't know. But I've been thinking a lot about it lately. Like, where's my path to that? Just, you know, ambition and all. But I like this kind of content too. We can talk. We can have the chat going. We can have these kind of thoughtful conversations. I really like this. And if I had 500 CCVs in a really active chat, probably we wouldn't have that anymore. And I'd have to be, what would I be doing then? I'd have to be doing something else. I'd have to be making the whole show myself. I couldn't rely on you anymore. You know? Right now I rely on you to make a lot of the show for me. I was addicted to the hokey pokey, but luckily I turned myself around. No, Sin, that's what it's all about. Remember to drink water, Heifer? Oh yeah, I forgot water exists. Thank you, Meg. And yeah, Renetta, rats will choose not to drink the addictive thing if there are better alternatives. Yeah, if there's social engagement and touching grass, rats will choose not to drink the addictive thing. It's true. That's real science. It's really interesting. Support network, I barely know work. I don't know how to do that. I'm way too scared these days to learn to even try. So many people will basically be, I'm not your therapist, so I don't say anything to anyone. Should I get a therapist at this point? Probably. At the same time, I don't want to anger anyone. You know, that's a really insightful thing to say, Naka. That's really poignant. I do want to talk about that, actually. As somebody who is often in the seat of people come to Hesper for emotional support, because the person that I am on stream, while it is still the same person I am off stream, tends to be a little bit exaggerated. I tend to uphold certain parts of myself more for stream than other parts. And so I think a lot of people get into the headspace of seeing me as a person who can provide them aid. And I like being able to provide aid, but I like being able to provide aid in this space where I have enough aid to give, you know, where I have the energy and the mentality and the intent of providing help and care and shedding a little light into your world. You know, that's filling up your hearts. That's the whole thing. I want to be a source of comfort and care for people within this space. And when it starts reaching out to my personal life outside of this space, it's not that I don't care. It's not that I don't want to do it. It's that there isn't enough of me left. But sometimes people can make demands of me in a space where I'm not offering that. And that's when it becomes, I'm not your therapist. Because I have said those words. I'm not your therapist. Because, frankly speaking, I'm not. And I think a therapist is a really good thing to have if you have access to it. Not everyone does. But I think when it comes to having a support network, it's not a thing you can set out to build. Making friends is hard. It will take many, many years to build a friend group. And that doesn't really help you in the immediate. And if you are in a position of need, then you are intimidating to a lot of people. And I think, like, speaking as a trauma person, as a person with a lot of trauma, I've been in a position of need for most of my life. So the people I tend to bond with are people who have similar traumas to mine. People who share similar pains to me. I think that is the best kind of places to find support and find companionship and friendship, because you're not going to get that kind of judgment from people who share your... Dude's knife work upsets me. You're not gonna get that kind of judgment usually from people who share your traumas, because they're gonna understand better, and they're gonna be in a position where it can become a mutual thing, you know? Oh, little Goku tuna, Gokuna, if you will. It's kind of like starting a new journey. You've got to figure out a new destination and how you want to get there. Yeah, Cookie, I think starting a new journey is really invigorating, but if you are in need of the thing at the destination right now, sir, your sodium intake. It can be very difficult, because, like, I guess it's the same thing as, like, I want to have sex with you, and therefore I will create a relationship with you with the end goal of having sex with you. It's a very common reason people get into dating. And, obviously from what I said, you know that that's not a good way to go about it, right? If you want something from someone and you enter into a situation with them where you know you're not going to get it immediately, but it's always your intention, I mean, that's a little disingenuous. It's a little disingenuous, and that's going to cause a fallout. It's going to cause problems. So setting out to look for someone to provide for your emotional needs is like a really rough place to be, right? That's, I mean, sorry, I got distracted by the tuna. So, good night now, Lynn. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you a lot. But a support network is something that you build over time, you know, and it's something that you have as a side effect of, ooh, 2 cheese. This is a 2 cheese day. It's something that you have as like a side effect of having friends, you know? So, so I don't know. It's how to build a support network if you don't have one. If you don't have friends, really, I think the best way to do that, truly and honestly, I think the best way to start making friends is to find something that you're passionate about and care about. And do 2 things. First is pursue the thing you are passionate about. Pursue the thing that you care about. Not a person, but a thing. A hobby, or a fandom, or a field of study, or a job. Pursue something that you are passionate about as step 1. Honestly and earnestly and without the intention of meeting people. And 2 is be tolerant and forgiving of the people you meet in that space. Because you're passionate, and we're nerds, and sometimes nerds can get too passionate or a little judgy. And we can be a little bit cruel to each other as nerds, and that's how you prevent making friends or how you drive people away. But if you find people who share your passion, nobody's going to run away from you when you're passionate about it. They're going to join you in that place where you live. So, I think that's kind of the trick, truthfully. This guy cuts the sandwich differently every time. It's driving you nuts. I agree. You have trouble deciding on a real destination, and often you just got to journey till you find it more often than not. Yeah, Cookie, I think it's scary to set off on a journey like that, but it's also how you discover. You know, it's how you discover the destination. Just like you said. You feel like you've lost a lot of friends recently, but you're thankful it's allowed you to connect with new friends you never expected you would. I think everybody goes through reinventions. Such thoughtful music for this. I think everybody reinvents themselves in life. God, this music is going to make me sound really unauthentic. Hi, I'm Hesper from Hesper's Quest. I hope you're drinking enough water. On the journey of life, I'll be your companion fairy. But who can be your companion more than me? Helix Sleep, this video's sponsor. Let's put up another van camping video. Let's just keep it going. Ooh, maybe not a van camp. Let's do it like a regular camping video this time. From Ryu Camp, who I'm not subscribed to. I will unsubscribe from you if you say a single word during this video. I think everybody reinvents themselves from time to time. I think that's normal. I think it's normal to reinvent yourself, especially if who you were wasn't working. He has a dog? Okay, wait, I have a new favorite YouTuber. And it's this dog. This dog is the YouTuber. I think reinventing yourself is integral to the human experience. As somebody who has done it a number of times, not just on stream, but like out in the world, out in real meat space. I've reinvented myself a bunch of times. I've explored a bunch of things. And in the same way that we transition, I experiment with things like painting my nails or makeup or, trying to dance or whatever, like the things that I'm stressed about. Like getting to explore those things and live those things has been so formative for me, so important and cool. And maybe sometimes I find out that those things aren't the things that I wanted, or that they were fun, but it's not really something I'm gonna bring with me forward in my life, you know? My obsession with pink. Now I've got pink, blue, and green. But you know what I mean? Like, you would never find your new favorite color, or what color you like to paint your nails, or what kind of clothing you want to have in your closet in a transition if you never challenged the person that you were. And I think I see this more in trans people, and I think that's probably just because we are more experienced with transition. Because transition is a broad word, right? Gender transition is the one we're usually used to in this context, but like everybody goes through transitions, right? So I think, that's so smart. The little plastic clips for the tent pole. Tents have gotten so much cooler than they used to be. I think maybe we seek transitions in our lives because we want to change. We want to experience something different. We want to feel different because something isn't working. And I think we're just better at finding transition than some people are. And I think more people would do it if they felt more comfortable letting go of things about themselves or about their lives, you know? That's a big-ass tent. Yeah, spike it, baby. So I don't know. I think when it comes to going on a journey to reinvent yourself, I think that's just such a normal and valid thing. And I think it's kind of beautiful and a little scary, but I think if you're dissatisfied with where you are, it's the only thing you can do. Sorry, I get caught up on chat. Definitely do not use your passion for others, because if the result is always bad, your brain will connect your passions to failure, so I don't know what that means, Naka. You mean like don't use your passion to pursue others? I think if your passion becomes the other people, and your mental well-being depends on the other people's approval, that's a concept we call codependence. And it is an unhealthy attachment style. It is one of those things that can create an unhealthy dynamic between you and other people. Oh, I love the sound of the rain in the tent, though. But I think pursuing your passions and sharing them with other people is different. You've been wanting to adapt and learn how to DM a D&D campaign based on Stinky Dragon's first campaign. They're so funny. They're so talented. But to find a group to stick around is tough, not to mention all the prep work. Yeah, I think... Oh, this is like the cons I was talking about. These are great. Wait, Diggy! Diggy, are we Sute Hakuning today? Hi, Diggy! welcome in. Welcome to Hakun's Block Juggling Bonanza. Don't get block locked. Did you get block locked, Diggy? Did you get block locked at some point, Diggy? Hi, Diggy. Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. We're watching some cozy camping videos and talking about stuff. Oh, I'm sorry you got block locked. I hate that for you, Diggy. I would ask how your stream was, but it looks like you got block locked. Gamers, please give a lot of love to Diggy and our Raiders. Diggy is a wonderful content creator, a wonderful friend of the community, and a friend of positivity, and a friend of mine to begin with. He's a wholesome content creator who does a lot of stuff with indie games and plays some really cool classics and has really, really good takes about stuff and is just genuinely a powerful ally and good friend to have around. He's a really, really sweet guy, one of the nicest guys I've ever met. Please go follow Diggy on Twitch.tv. Diggy, if you got a raid and fade, please don't feel obligated to stick around. We were talking about reinventing yourself. We were talking about journeys in our lives. We were talking about reinvention and rediscovery. We've been getting a little philosophical in here today. He's also one heck of a mod. Yeah, he provides positive fun entertainment. He doesn't swear, he's not crude. I think he's an all-around good dude. He's I forget the line, but then he's a mod for many. But yeah, welcome in. I wonder how y'all feel about camping and also self-reinvention. I also, hell yeah, Starfire. I see what you wrote there. I'm so glad that you have learned and grown. That's so valid. Also, Vera, yeah, we're camping in the rain today. I wonder if we get a nail paint stream sometime. Probably never. Probably ever never. Probably ever never. So, thinking about, Zin was talking about D&D, right, and getting a group to stick around, and it can be so difficult, right, to find people, especially if you don't really have a lot of experience, because the DM seat is a position of power on the surface, but it's really a position of servitude. It's much like being a Twitch partner, I suppose. It's a position of servitude. You get into a situation where you gotta provide for people. And knowing how to provide that's a skill. That's a whole skill. The idea of like storytelling is something you have to learn. Storytelling and managing the rules of the game, well, that's like a lot to juggle all at once for someone who doesn't really have any experience with it. So of course people aren't going to stick around. It's tricky to learn. I learned early in life, and I've been doing it since I was like 11. So I don't have a ton of experience learning how to do it because I kind of always knew, you know, like I sucked at it as a kid, but I sucked at everything as a kid. But I guess that's the point, right? Is you'll get better at it. But I don't know, when it comes to like, oh, there's a stage that relies on a huge vertical ascent using only 3 blocks and exact block placement, or you fail. Yikes. You know, I've watched you play that game more than once, and I think I have played games like Celeste, and I'm more intimidated by Stehakun. It requires too much thinking. Even the Game FAQ's guide is like just juggle blocks. Have you looked up like a playthrough of it, like a long play or something? Sometimes watching someone else do it can help, but you're not good at outdoors, but you do like it. You miss day trips to the mountains. It makes me so sad to think that I don't have this right now in my life. Too much city influence, you live life too fast. I need an internet connection to function because my whole job does this, and I need power because, like, I need some comforts, creature comforts, because I have chronic fatigue syndrome and chronic pain, you know, but so that makes it difficult for me, but so I think, I don't know, we were talking, I wanna circle back to this. And we got an ad break coming in 25 seconds, gamers. If you just came in with the raid, you might miss it, but you might not. We do a 3-minute ad break once every hour in order to kill pre-roll ads on the channel. So if you want to please stick around, that'd be super rad, but if you don't want to stick around for the ads, that's cool. You can get up and get a drink of water, do a stretch, whatever. We'll raid out in a little bit, and we'll go hang out with another friend, because we've been live here for a while, but I do want to circle back before we talk. I want to circle back to where we were talking about reinvention. Self-reinvention, right? Oh, this dog. This looks like it's eating sweet potato. Oh, no goodness. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, and its little jacket. Oh, I can't. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I want to reinvent myself as someone who is currently petting that dog. I is Buffy. I would do anything for any dog. I would do anything for any dog. I would give up anything for any dog that ever existed in history. And yeah, no, it's gotta be a stable internet connection, but it's gotta have low latency because I game online, and satellite internet don't do that for me. So that's where it becomes difficult. I know with like 5G it's better, but no. So thinking about the idea of self-reinvention is scary, but it's normal to the human condition. I mean, even people who haven't changed like their brands or anything like that, like a fellow like Dicky, who changed from a Facecam streamer to a whole VTuber. He's one whole VTuber now. And I think it's just sometimes it's time for a change. Sometimes we can't be our best selves or our most complete selves in the container we built for ourselves. And so sometimes we gotta change it. And I think that's so important. And sometimes the form that change takes can be a little jarring for us and for other people. And that's okay too, because the people who really matter will stick around. And I say this from a place of caution. I say this cautiously. And from a place of deep care. Sometimes the desire to change becomes a need for change. And this is what I wanted to talk about. Sometimes the desire for change becomes a need for change. And that's kind of where I'm at with regards to like want nature in my life, want this dog. There comes a time when we are living in the container we live in where we can't proceed. And I think that happens to a lot of people, but maybe to us trans folks more, I don't know. Because we're more dissatisfied from time to time and constantly seeking correction or constantly seeking improvement, a way to assuage the sense of self. But the point is, there comes a time when the want for change becomes a need for change, and we can't proceed the way we have been. And at that point, like Cookie was talking about this, and Cookie brought up a good point, which, and I've seen her around. I've seen her around some other chats, so I feel comfortable calling out Cookie's words here and building on them. Let me scroll up to the actual comment she made. Let me find the one I was responding to. You had trouble deciding on a real destination, and often you got a journey until you find it, more often than not. I think that is so insightful to say. Sometimes you don't know. Sometimes it's not going to be a well thought out plan. Sometimes you just gotta change stuff.
There's a fee in my phone.
Hi, Dissy. Yeah, Slimon, I saw. Thank you, Dissy, so much for the sub. I appreciate you a ton. Those individual resubs mean the world to us streamer gamers. They are everything on this platform. Thank you so much. I think, like, sometimes not knowing where you're going is just so normal. Also, hi, badass radass. That's a badass radass. The Twitch name over there. Emmy Happer. Did you change your name recently? It doesn't say first time chat, but I feel like I would remember that name. Sometimes you just gotta go. Sometimes you just gotta leave because things aren't working, and I think it's kind of maligned, you know? Some people really like predictability. Some people really like it when you are a person who does not have needs. And some people really like it when you are a person who there is oil in that thing, okay. Some people like it when you don't have needs and when you are uncomplicated. And I think too bad for that person. I think too bad for people who feel like that. It can make us feel stressed out to pursue the changes that we need to be happy, right? Because we change a lot. Sometimes we need more changes than are convenient for people. But too bad, I think, is the only answer I have for that. It's just too bad. Take it or leave it, because that's who I am. And I think that's so critical when you are trying to find yourself, that you not try to do so while pleasing other people. And that's what it really boils down to, is sometimes you gotta ask the people who love you to accept it, even if it's inconvenient or confusing for them. Sometimes that dog is eating better than I do today. I look so happy. Look at it. But sometimes I think it's just a matter of, you gotta go sometimes, and that's normal and okay. And if you gotta, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to be thoughtful. Hi, Umi! Hi, Umi! Hello, welcome in. It's nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. How was your day? Did you stream today? I'm sure you did. You stream art almost every day. Because that's retro animated magical girl VTuber Oceanax, who streams art almost every single day. If you like the assets she has on her stream, she made them herself. Hi, Umi. I hope you're doing well. Please go follow Oceanax. Umi has been with me for a couple of changes, actually, and she has always been extremely supportive of me as I have redefined myself, or changed names, or grown as a person, or experimented with new things. There are some people, I think, who are more resistant to it when I need a change, and that's okay. There are some people who don't necessarily understand, and who demand explanation rather than offer support. And I think that's stressful. But I think Umi is one of those people who did not demand explanation from me and simply said, okay. Which I think is just really incredible for a girl I met on the internet a couple of years ago to offer me that kind of friendship. And I feel very lucky that she is in my life, and I think about her all the time and how much I care about her and how cool she is. Even if we aren't making content together, I think she is just the raddest. You did 30-minute sketch comms today and surprised yourself with how much you got done in 30 minutes? Hell yeah! Oh wait, that sounds rad as hell. Also, these noodles look really, that looks really good, actually. You love your ADHD, you forget about Twitch, and every time you come back, Heifer is new and evolving. It's like a sick-ass gacha game, and you love it. Heifer evolves sometimes. I think if, I think the evolution is a continuing process, you know? Osho strikes you as the kind of person who you could say you're an eldritch horror sent from the Netherrealm to destroy the planet, and she'd be like, well, that sounds neat. Yeah, she really is that kind of person. She is, she truly is that kind of person. She absolutely is very accepting. My food looks so good. Yeah, I mean, I know there's some folks in my chat who are not into meat eating. I've tried to cut meat a couple times, but I do still think it is kind of tasty. So, and that is some good looking fried noodles. I know it's really good photography too. You don't eat meat, but that food does look good. Sometimes food, like, sometimes stuff that I don't eat also. You know, like, somebody will do, like, a red bean bun or something, and it's not an ethical objection, so it's not the same thing. It's a little false equivalence, but, like, food that I genuinely don't like to eat will just look so appetizing or smell so good, even if I don't eat it myself. It's like when somebody makes really good octopus. I won't eat octopus. That's a line that I drew some time ago, and I'm trying to push that line back a little bit more to include more creatures, but octopus is just too smart for me. I don't feel right eating it because it's too smart. It's too much like me. I imagine that's how people feel about meat eating when I eat meat. You know, a lot of people have that same, like a similar feeling. I love cows. Let me be so real with you. The first meat that I have tried to work out of my diet is red meat. I eat red meat maybe once a week now, maybe twice a month. And I've done a pretty good job of cutting it out of my diet because I really like cows and I have been raised on meat and I am chronically ill and it is very difficult for me to prepare my own food sometimes. And so that makes it really difficult and expensive to get food that is, you know, following in a particular sort of ethics that I want to indulge in. And also my relationship with food is one that is very emotional, so it's very difficult to cut particular things out. And I'm pretty proud of having cut my red meat consumption down. That's the meat I wanted to start with, cutting out of my diet, and I've done a pretty good job of that. And I'm proud of that. You're not the biggest fan of steak, but with everything else, give me... No, steak is so delicious. Truthfully, steak is so good. And it will be very sad for me to remove it from my diet, but I still would like to. You always feel bad when you eat takoyaki. Yeah, I can't. I just can't. It's the first food I really refused. Your husband loves food. He notoriously cannot cook. You made Thai green curry about Monday and he cried about it. It was so delicious. That sounds amazing. I love a curry. I'm a big Kirby entire. My girlfriend was in chat. We know you love cows. Oh, but do you know how much I love cows? Because it's a significant amount. You were raised vegetarian. The ethical objections to it always slid off because you were sacrificing nothing, and you could see the point of harm reduction, but also not starving in food deserts. I think, honestly, my biggest complaint about it is not the consumption of animal, it's the meat industry. And again, draw your own line. You know, make your own decisions. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. You can disagree with me, that's cool. But the meat industry is what bothers me the most about it. It's not the animal consumption, it's the torture. It's the very real and meaningful torment experienced by the animals in the meat industry. But, you know, opinions are evolving. Just thinking about the way the meat industry works, it upsets me a lot, so. After you stopped eating meat, you realize you just don't like most of it. You've always had texture issues with gristle. Yeah, same. I will cut off lots of parts of meat if I order meat. I will often spit bites of it out because of texture issues. If they give me a fully lab-grown meat that does not involve cruelty, I will eat it every day. Exactly, and you'd be like, well, I can't butcher my own livestock, I could never hunt, I'd starve. No, girl, you'd just get used to it. I don't know if I would. But if there was an apocalypse, I couldn't get cultured bean curd, you know? The industry that makes things like tofu does not exist near me, so... You'll be honest, if they just made bugs not look like bugs, you'd eat that. I don't even mind them looking like bugs, it's the texture. It's the texture I can't get past with bugs. Because bugs could solve world hunger. If everybody ate bugs, we'd be fine. We could all live on bugs. It's scientifically fine. It gives us all the nutrition we need to be healthy. We could all eat bugs and nobody would ever be hungry again in the rest of the world for the history of humanity, moving forward. But eating bugs is pretty rough because humans didn't evolve to eat bugs. So you gotta make bugs palatable for humans and they haven't figured that out yet. Imagine tofu, but it's bugs. If it looked like tofu and tasted like tofu and it said bugs in big splattery letters on the package, I wouldn't care. I would eat it. But if it's got bug texture or little bits of shell or whatever, like a lot of bug products do, we eat bugs all the time. To be clear, a lot of food dyes are derived from bugs. A lot of food additives are derived from bugs. That's a really common thing. We eat bugs all the time, but they're processed into a way that we don't see them as bugs. It's just color in our food, you know, so. Yeah, bugs can also cause problems for people with shellfish allergies. That's true. That's very true. A crunch in every bite. Magna, you're a frog. You're a frog who lives in the care of a big spider lady. Both of you eat bugs, Magna, and it's normal for you. I'm a fairy. I'm half bug. I'm literally the weird bug in your computer. I am the unsolvable bug. I can't eat bugs. It's cannibalism for me. Bug forms have sort of mixed bag results for sustainability. Yeah, but the stuff that I've read is all about scalability, right? Sustainability is low because we don't have investment in infrastructure. You know, like hydroponic farming. Like, at a certain point, economies of scale make it work again. That's my understanding of it. Although I could be very wrong about that. Economies of scale, right? That's the thing. Where if you make you didn't know fairies were considered bugs? Yeah, we are. Well, I'm a glitch technically, but nuh-uh, mantis can eat bugs. Bug eat bug world. I'm not a bug that eat a bug. That's bergamot shit. I don't do that. I would never eat a bug. If you eat hella fruit and veggies, you should know that the reason they look shiny is because of bugs. That's true, Brace for Haze. Thank you for the first time chat, by the way. Welcome in, it's nice to see you. My name is Hesper Lightwing, and I'm a bug. That's a bug. As a frog, you're an omnivore. Yeah, but you can eat bugs. But yeah, fruits and veggies are shiny because of bug. That's true. That's true. A lot of waxes and things used in the food industry are derived from bug. That's very true. Glass. You're a bug? You're in Mega Man? Hold on. I don't know what you mean. I'm trying to think of what Mega Man thing you're referring to, because I'm a Mega Man fan. What are you talking about? Shrock. The Shrock. Diggy has a Shrock emote. What is this inflatable pop-up tent? It's enormous. I can just imagine if you had a slow leak in that, having the tent collapse on you at night. I would get that tent if it had the screw-on poles attached to the outside of the inflatable part, and then you could inflate it to raise it and then screw the poles together for stability. I don't think I would get an inflatable tent. Rodents are frog food too. That's true. Not little peeper frogs though, big froggy rodents. You saying you're half bug reminded me of the fact that in one version of Rayman 2, there is a cutscene where the main bad guy straight up eats one of their fair collectibles you can rescue alive, and the counter goes to... What? They eat a fairy? Oh my god. Roughing it? Dude brings a satellite TV and an air fryer. Well, that's what I want. I don't want to rough it. I don't have anything to prove. I got nothing to prove. I want... little cabin in the woods with all of the creature comforts and none of the noise. That's what I want. Look, this dude brought carpet. This dude straight up brought carpet. I love this, actually. Oh my god, it looks so cozy. No, this is what you bring when you're going to a LARP. Built-in, battery-powered air mattress and sofa? That's a whole couch. That's impressive. It's happened. If you like this kind of cozy vibe at Big Red Tent Survival, he reviews all types of tents. I'll have to check him out. Thanks for the heads up. I'll take a look at it. I watch a lot of like ASMR style videos of look how happy the dog is. Oh. Sorry, more than once this stream I have had all of my thoughts deleted by the presence of a dog. Yeah, I saw ClickFlint. I'll have to check that out after stream. The bugs that are caused in Battle Network when you do the Navi customizer and put things in the wrong place. Oh, I haven't played Battle Network since it was new. I don't remember that. I have the Battle Network games on Steam. They got re-released. So I own them. I just haven't played them. Maybe that's the next thing I will do on my experimental content. That seems like a cool thing, right? They sell inflatable sofas? Apparently. I bet it's really comfy. Somebody softer said her, no, don't you dare. Don't you dare take my thoughts off of this dog. I will die thinking of this dog. Someday in my life, I will go into the grave remembering this dog with the cute whistling music, with the bouncy backbeat, and I will go to the grave thinking of that dog. Gas stove in a tent makes you uncomfy. As long as it's ventilated, it's okay, but this one, I don't know that this one is ventilated. Oh, that's a carbon monoxide detector. Hey, check it out, text eclipse, that was a carbon monoxide alarm. That's so smart, actually. Early 2000s inflatable sofas come to mind. Where you had to inflate them with your breath. What could be more comfortable to sit on than a bag of my boyfriend's breath? Oh, look at your Starbucks product placement. That's gotta be sponsored, right? I'm gonna check the information on the video. It doesn't have a sponsor disclosure. Maybe they just really like Starbucks? Or maybe you don't have to disclose that it's sponsored content on YouTube? But I feel like you do, right? Happy birthday, Heifer. Here's a latex sack filled with my breath. Listen, you gave me Celeste. You can give me anything you want and I'll be grateful for it. You could shit on a plate, Belle, and I would frame it. Oh, this looks actually so cozy. That looks, I would live there for a week. I would not leave that tent. I would leave that tent to go to the bathroom. And then I would come back into that tent. Oh, dog want banana? Dog can have banana. Banana has a lot of sugar, but dog can have a little bit of banana as a treat. Banana is dog safe. Gamer girl breath inflated camping furniture. Hurry, Hesper, core to the market. Do it now. Would anybody buy Gamer Girl bathwater, Gamer Girl breath from Hesper's Quest? I would sell it. I would send you a bag of my breath for sure. Jar of water? It's easy. It's me flavored. You can have it. It's 20 bucks. I'll give you a jar of me flavored water. /J, Twitch, I am joking. I'm not actually selling these products. But... No, ... No! See? Nobody would! Because that's a horrifying prospect. You could just really like Starbucks? Maybe. I mean, I product place stuff without being sponsored all the time. A little butter on the gribble, on the waffle maker gribble. Mino, hello. I'll trade you swamp water for it. Let's go, swamp water. That's that thing where you put all the sodas in the one cup at the food restaurant, right? Food store. You lost nap roulette after getting home. Oh, Mino, you lost nap roulette. But does that mean you slept badly, or does that mean you slept more than you intended? Because sleeping more than you intended, but like getting good sleep out of it sounds rad as hell, actually. Waffle maker's so good. Man, really, cooking in camping always makes me nervous because it does attract. Look at that perfect waffle. Are you gonna give the waffle crumbs to your dog? Nope, just gonna put them in. Okay, I see. I intended to sleep 0, but kitty cuddles into weird zombie dream. I intended to sleep 0, but kitty cuddles into weird zombie dream. Oh, intended to sleep not at all. I see. I was like, what's sleep 0? Is that some new form of sleep? It's a prequel to sleep 0? Sorry you had weird zombie dream. That sounds pretty unpleasant. People that can use waffle irons are wizards, right? You like waffles? Yeah, I like waffles. I'm so glad I've been here this evening. This evening since work has been exactly what I needed. Hazel, I'm so glad. This has been what I needed too. Sometimes stream can be Hesper's mental health. I don't know. Magna made a comment earlier when I talked about like what the line is between me and the bigger streamers, and like everybody I've talked to who is a bigger streamer says, "No, Hesper, you're doing everything right. Just get out there more, promote." I don't have the energy to promote. Anybody want to promote my channel? Anybody want to be my social media, my PR manager? Edit my TikTok clips for me to bring people to the stream, because I don't have the energy for it. It's probably the missing step, honestly. Truly and honestly, it's probably the missing step, but I just don't have the energy to add anything extra to my workload. Is that pear jelly? What jam is that you're putting on your... Sir. You're gonna fold it over into a sandwich? Oh, you did, you bastard. You did, you fucking bastard. I'm so mad at you. Diet, yeah, sleep 0 calories. All the sleep, but none of the rest. Renetta, that's so depressing. Kermit meme. I can't edit, but I'll scream about you for sure. Well, learn to edit, Click Flint, and help me more. I demand this. I'm just kidding. I swear to God, I was not reading your message. You said it's the same joke. Technically, that's what positivity is doing as a collective. I mean, what, like getting out and promoting? We do events together, but we don't really do promo that much. Like, we shout each other out on social media, but that's like, we're not pushing group content to social media platforms or anything. We don't have like a centralized, like the website refresh is still coming, you know. You can see the website stuff if you go to the StarKit webpage. You can see the new assets a little bit on the StarKit side of the site, but the main positivity site hasn't been updated in a long time, so. And I mean, like, that kind of growth, it's more than just networking with people, which is this thing that I do. I do network with people. I do social media networking, and I do streaming networking, and I do talk to people for content creation networking purposes. But, like, a lot of the time that just turns into friendship, and I don't want to network with them anymore. I want to just hang out. But I do networking and stuff. But like what you got to do, according to every source I've ever heard, is get on whatever the current social media is and play the algorithm. YouTube requires you to upload, I think it's still currently 2 times a day, and content under a minute long gets super ratioed. And content over 10 minutes long becomes long-form content and gets a different algorithm. And it's complicated to do that algo dance. And you need thumbnails, and you need SEO. You need a lot of SEO in your video titles and stuff. Twitch doesn't play with that stuff. Twitch is just gamified parasociality, and you can kind of like get into the raid economy. It's a very different animal. And I've learned Twitch reasonably well. When it comes to Twitch networking, I kind of understand how this platform works, but YouTube, totally different. TikTok, I don't even have, I have a TikTok account. I don't know how to edit stuff for TikTok. I look at people like Firmth. No, Firmth, let me tell you about this Baphomet that I know named Firmth, who I really admire and would love to spend more time with, but not as like a content creation thing. Firmth is like, I want to hang out with that dude as like a dude. I want to like just go and vibe, you know? Like, not that Firm's content is bad or anything, I just feel like I wouldn't keep up with him, and I don't know if I would gel really well. Like, my sense of humor tends to be very different, but I think I would hang out with Firm. So Firm has this shorts editing acumen that is just peak. Like, the subtitles, the cuts, the edits, the camera movement, the timing and the cadence of the clips is always so good, and he has this cute little, like, outro, like, wink, and it plays a little jingle and has the socials. It's absurd. It's incredible. That's exactly what you need to be doing. That's the social content that you need to be pushing. And I think if I had that, I'm funny. I think I'm charming. I think I do this reasonably well when we're doing like content creations. Because this is not a content creation stream. This is like a vibe stream. Content creation stuff where I'm yelling or commenting or doing performative, transformative voice acting in a game, right? That's different. That's clippable stuff. This is not clippable stuff. This is hanging out stuff. And like, I don't have the energy to do it. It's hard work for me because I don't know how the software works and I haven't had the ability to learn it. Like, I do some video editing for, like, oh, sniff your foot. Oh my goodness. Ooh, what's that smell? I don't have, I don't know. I feel like you can make this into clippable content if I'm commenting more in the video, but it's kind of just background to our conversation, you know what I mean? You also start with a positivity YouTube channel and start uploading full streams, so when people arrive, they have a full library of videos to enjoy. I mean, that would be rad as hell. I don't think any of us have the time to do the work to maintain that. It's the same issue with the Expanse Enduring YouTube channel. Like, we don't have, like, a ton of time or energy to, like, push that stuff, you know? Also, hi, Mish Cosplay, and me Hepper, hello. Also, hi, Belladonna. Yeah, you walked in on the most epic-looking waffle. Hell yes. You're good at Premiere Pro and After Effects, but brain don't want to do stuff. I get you. Yeah, I don't know. I think, like, yeah, Hazel, exactly. Anytime you see one of them via Blue Sky, you stop everything. I do too. It's content that grabs you immediately. And I know, like, especially in the algorithm, a lot of people would just skip past, like, a VTuber clip because they expect it to be unfunny or, like, forced garbage because the reputation the field has for VTuber clips, right, specifically, is very bad. It's very negative. Because we are on this content treadmill, we're encouraged to post edited clips. Even if we're not particularly funny, putting out the content is what's rewarded by the algorithm, right? So we push out shit that we've edited and tried to salvage and tried to make good, as opposed to stuff that's actually entertaining. And so people are used to seeing a VTuber on stream and not enjoying. So when they see a VTuber, they keep fucking scrolling. That's the situation. That's how I react. When I see a VTuber clip, I usually just swipe. Like, and I'm a VTuber. So I feel like doing that effort, doing that work is going to be a real uphill battle like every other aspect of this business. I'd rather just focus my efforts on shit I can control, you know? But I don't know, maybe that's why I'm not a bigger VTuber. You know, maybe that's why I'm not blowing up. It's a cute non-binary VTuber, Renetta. Aw, yeah. Yeah, she's pretty adorable. It's understandable, Happer. It's understandable, but it still sucks. I mean, like, some of the stuff I do for stream, making promo graphics and stuff, that work I've gotten used to. And I'm sure if I got into editing, I would get used to the clip editing too, you know? But it already occupies so much of my life. The push to partner has been such a demand, like a crazy level of demand on me as a person, and it's taxed my social life and my mental health in a lot of real significant ways. So the thought of adding more, I think if I were fully like indie and could only worry about myself, it would be selfish and lonely, but also probably would be easier to do. You know what I mean? The size of the community and the reach of the community makes it more taxing. Your favorite jewelry? Oh, your favorite jewelry! Hi, thanks for checking in. If clips happen, it's because viewers made, making my own feel so weird. Yeah, Kaylin, I feel the same. Well, this is the thing, right? I sometimes get like 2 to 3 clips per stream. There was a time when I was doing like Dark Souls, and I was like a little nobody cowgirl VTuber with like a Vroid model, and I wasn't doing anything, and my vocal presentation was bad, but I was so authentic. I was so pure in those times, right? I was so pure conceptually. I think that appealed to people. I got 6, 7, sometimes 8 clips per stream. It just doesn't happen anymore. And so, like, I try to set up clippable moments when my comedy instinct goes off and I'm like, oh, that'd be funny, right? And then I laugh at it. People will laugh in the chat and it entertains people. Y'all keep coming back, so I must be doing that right. But the clips just don't come. We just don't get as many clips as we used to. And I don't know. I don't know what it is. But getting clips on Twitch is one part of the equation. It doesn't help you in the algo at all to get clipped unless you do something with those clips. So, like, Maybe because I'm not doing anything with those clips. Maybe if people saw me as more clippable, they would clip me more. I don't know. Nice. 6, 7. I did it to myself. I can't even be mad at you. You don't know how to be clippable? You know what? I have a philosophy about it. You want to hear my philosophy about being clippable? Turn off your filter. Practice expressing your gut reaction. That's, I think, how to be clippable. And then do stuff that inspires reactions, you know? I think getting clips on Twitch is easier when playing frustrating /horror games and when talking about weird stuff. Yeah, exactly. That's 3 chickens and a baby, which is the clip I no longer have, which bums me out like crazy. It's absolutely that. Your gut reaction is the funniest one. Brendan Lee Mulligan described improv comedy as having a 8-lane superhighway between your gut reaction and your mouth. And I think some degree of expertise over that and control over that is really important to have, but the only way to get that is by fucking up and doing it bad. So like staying fluid, staying in the I've read a bunch of books. There's a bunch of books on improv. I don't have them in my office with me. They're still packed away from the move, but I've read a bunch of books on improv, right? I've read a bunch of stories. I've taken a couple classes. Like I know some things about improv, and that's what we're doing here. We're improv, right? We take the material, we transform the material, we spit it back out in a funny way. That's improv. That's what we do. Our scene partner is the chat. Our scene partner is sometimes the game that we're playing, but it's always we have scene partners and we play back and forth. We yes and we build. And one of the most important things about that is staying in the zone, is not getting in your head. There's a concept of getting in your head, which is where you start overthinking. You start processing and trying to plan. The dog is like, and I'm devastated by its beauty. It's haunting me. Sorry. So the scene partner is the content we're creating or the chat, right? And that's who you're playing off of. And so getting in your head is overthinking. Getting in your head is trying to plan too hard or trying too rigidly to control it so that you can set things up and knock them down. It's being too results oriented, too focused on the end result as opposed to staying in the moment, staying flexible, staying reactive. Move like water, you know? And like rule number 1 of improv is don't do that. And if you find yourself getting in your head, you gotta stop. You gotta do something to loosen up. And that's why all those embarrassing improv games, Hollywood, ho! You know, all of those embarrassing improv games are so embarrassing because they're supposed to embarrass you. They're supposed to be cringe. They're supposed to loosen you up. You can't worry about being cringe because being cringe is funny. If you're worried about being cringe, you're worried about having successful result in comedy. So staying flexible and staying lucid and clear while maintaining that kind of relaxed mentality and reacting authentically to things with your gut reaction coming out of your mouth, that's comedy. That's how you get clippable. That's how you do it. Because the shit that gets clipped is the stuff that makes you laugh or the stuff that you did really exceptionally well. And I'm bad at everything and do nothing exceptionally well. So I gotta make people laugh to get clipped. And like, some people have tools that I don't have. And I'll be so real about this. This is a thing that causes me a considerable amount of stress as a trans woman, but I promise I'm gonna bring this back around. Some people can just go, wah, and get clipped for it. Some people can just have reactions. This isn't a dig on anybody, but some people, particularly like the Hololivers or like the big Moe girl VTubers, can do that shit and get clipped because it's cute, because it inspires emotions. It's a reaction that makes you feel something, and it's called pathos or appeal in industry terms, and that's reaction. That's a reaction that made them feel something, right? But we have different tools. We maybe have different tools that we can use for it. And while we do not have cute little moe giggles that will get clipped because we make them feel something, we can make them feel other things. And these will get clipped as well. And comedy is the one that I chose. Obviously, this is such a good comedy stream, right? But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You pick it up when I'm putting it down. What if your filter doesn't come off? That's anxiety or trauma or training, and it takes practice to pull the filter off. Pepper, if I could turn the mind goblins off, I would have ages ago. I think it takes practice. as somebody who is constantly hyper vigilant about how I am presenting to the world around me and what words are in my mouth and planning every sentence ahead of saying it, cautiously choosing every word to prevent punishment, it's hard for me to be in the moment. Improv is something I've gotten a lot of practice with, thankfully, in running D&D games without pre-planning, so I have many years of practice at that. It takes a long time to learn those things. But I think the filter will come off if you practice taking the filter off. I think there's a couple improv exercises you can do with people, but it's really about say the first thing that comes to your mind. Like thought association, you know, like the therapist thing they do where they're like, I'll say a word and you say the first thing that comes to your mind. I say book, you say what? And that's practicing your gut reaction. It's practicing a little more authenticity and a little bit less filtering. That's that association, right, is how the psychologist or psychiatrist will uncover the connected pieces in your brain. They can build that connected map, but you got to get the gut reaction out. So your filter is there for everyone's safety. Text, I was raised in like the world's schnastiest anti-queer racist area. If I can take my filter off, you can too. Also, Super Plink, I love the metaphor. I'm gonna put you in the Super Plink Wiggler for daring to defy me. However, I agree. What are you lighting? What is this? Is that like a little, is that an incense? What is that? In some unknown future, you're gonna stream as a PNG tuber playing your favorite game, and your only clip will be when you get surprised by a burp reading lore. Rad. I'm here due to you thought process. I don't know what that means, but thank you for being here, Delazar. I like your animations. Thanks for always sharing them. I think it's really cool. I don't comment often because I don't have much to add. I just think it's really cool to share your creative work. Learning how to do stream of consciousness writing could help, I imagine? Yeah, maybe. That's an exercise that I've done a bunch too, stream of consciousness writing. Just writing the first thing that comes to your mind and not editing. But I think when it comes to blurting stuff out, that's pretty important. And that's different, you know? I take filter off and I get in trouble. Yeah, that's important. That's something you got, that's how you get mastery over it, is by getting in trouble and then doing better. But like, so there's some filters that need to stay on, and it's a thing you just gotta learn. The filter's about like being kind to people. What are you digging? What are you digging? What are you digging, baby? What are you doing? Oh no! Oh, you're all done digging? This is the dog post dig. Oh, mosquito repellent, I see. You just noticed it's almost 2 a.m. Comfy Hesper and Slay the Spire 2 made the time fly. I'm glad you had fun. Hazel, I'm glad I could be here for you tonight. Thank you for coming. Pick has made those spiral mosquito repellent things for over a century. Really? It's wild. I'm here due to your thought process and how you arrange your sentence structure. Oh. Interesting. My thought process and how I arrange my sentence structure. Well, you know what? You can tell then that I'm putting a lot of effort into it. I think pretty constantly about how I'm structuring my sentences. That's wild, though. That's an interesting bit of feedback. Thank you for being you, Hesper. It's always a treat being here. Thank you, Hazel. I appreciate you so much. It is always a treat being here. I'm getting so hungry watching this food, though. Gamers, it's almost 9 p.m. for me. We've been live for a really long time, and I am 600 calories into a now 9-hour day. I'm getting hungry. Ugh, the dog. I think we'll go out on the dog. I think improv is an interesting school of thought, and it's I want to avoid dysphoria by leaning away from the thought process that led me down there. But I will say, like, I like improv, and so even if I had happy little cis girl voice, I probably would still be pursuing it, which makes me feel nice and normal, like a thing to pursue that is me, regardless of how I was born. It would have been me anyway. Also, thank you for the follow, new friend. Welcome to the glade. My follows are anonymous, so feel free to lurk. But I'm happy to have you here. That plus I want to trip back your models and see how they were put together as a 3D artist. That I can't necessarily offer because I don't want to out my artist's hard work, but I think there is a lot of insight that could be gleaned from looking through how models are produced for AAA content. Things like model rips from video games. You can go to like models resource and get models that have been ripped from pretty advanced looking video games. And that's a really interesting bit of insight for the modeling process. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go on Twitch and I'm gonna find us a raid target. But gamers, please stick around for the raid. I'm begging you. I'm desperate for you to stick around for the raid. I adore you and I cherish you, and I would really, really, really like it if you would stick around for the raid long enough to greet the person that we are raiding. And the real question is, who is live late enough for me to raid today when I have streamed for this long? I'm gonna scroll down through. You I raided recently, But I will be back here on Saturday. That'll be the 7th. We're gonna be doing Scaly Saturday, of course. And then the 8th I have a thing. And then the 10th, we're beginning a super cool special charity live stream series for March 10th to work with a very cool charity group. So please look out for an announcement and some opportunities on how to spread the word on that. Because we're going to be working to try to help children's hospitals get video games for kids who are stuck in the hospital for a long time. So I really like that vibe. And it's going to be really exciting, and I'm really happy about it. Let's find... I mean, Ryu is like my easiest target, right? I feel like we're doing really chill vibes. Wait, fucking Lark is live.
Steel types, and everybody says that.
I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up his stream for a minute. Gamers, there's a fella who I really admire, who helped me find my way when I was a little bit lost on streaming. He's a Fae VTuber who's been on hiatus for a considerable amount of time, and he's come back for a couple of incidental streams. He's really early in this game, so it's not super big spoilers. This dude by the name of Liminal Lark, who I have maybe never gotten to raid before, which is really exciting for me. So I would love it. What do we have as a raid message? What's a good raid message for today? What's a good question? What's a good raid message? Unface your thief. No, we're gonna go with what's a good Pokemon raid message? I'm blanking. I'm blanking out. Yeah. We are. I'm still. Hold on. See, I'm in my head. That's what we're talking about. Dog intent is excellent. Dog. Here, let's go with this. It doesn't need to be super funny. It just needs to be descriptive. Gamers, here's a raid message, but as always, the best raid message is an authentic engagement or comment on the stream, or the streamer, or their content. We're gonna raid Lark. So please grab that raid message. I would love it if you would drop it in his chat. He's already got a bunch of viewers. He doesn't need any help with the Twitch algorithm. However, normally speaking, it really helps in the algorithm if you drop the raid message, if you chat, if you say something, if you interact meaningfully with the streamer. It improves the stream, it improves your experience. And this dude is a very good community builder. He was a big inspiration for me, so I love that I'm finally getting to raid him a little bit. I think that's really, really neat. Raid Liminal Lark. So I'd love it if you drop that raid message or just some authentic engagement with the streamer. I would appreciate that a ton. And I adore you a bunch. I'll be back here on Saturday for Scaly Saturday, and keep an eye out for all of our announcements about next week. We've got some charity stuff coming up. We've got some exciting stuff coming up. I got some cool collabs that are coming down the pipeline, and I'm really excited to share them all with you. I am going to flutter off to the fairy realm and take a stop at Lark's little terrarium, and we're gonna hang out there. I love you all so much, and I will see you. And Bell Pepper, thank you so much for the non-subscriber emote. I will see you all next time, gamers. Goodbye. And don't forget the dog. Don't ever forget the dog. The dog will live in your brain forever.